Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Welcome to Hungary.
Welcome to Hungary. The ECS has arrived once again. Last year it was one of the most closely contested series we had in all of 2021, and some of those faces are back. Of course, Debrecen Vikings making their debut. That should be exciting as well, but we're starting up with a grand final rematch. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Hungary, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big week in European cricket. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and we have a brand new series coming to you. It's a 6-day series, 1 week here in Hungary, and really looking forward to seeing this series. Last year, particularly the top 4 teams, they were so close to each other. We're going to see the Tigers, the Blinders, the Cobras and UCB once again. They'll be joined by the Debrecen Vikings, who will be making their ECS debut this week. We'll see them later on, but we are starting with match 1. And this morning we do have the grand final rematch from last year. It's the Royal Tigers Budapest versus the Budapest Blinders. I know that both these teams would love to get off to a winning start, and there's a healthy rivalry between these two teams as well. Let's go over to Charles Croucher. He's with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Steph, your call. Heads. Heads is the call, and it's a tail. We would bowl first.
So it is the Royal Tigers that have won the toss, and their captain Harsh Mandian has decided to bowl first. So he's going to put the Blinders in. And look, these two teams, they really had some tussles last year. The Blinders got one over the Tigers earlier in the tournament, but come finals day, it was the Tigers that ended up getting the goods, and they chased down 140 in qualifier number 1. Remember, that was a very, very impressive chase. We know that they are very impressive with the bat, particularly up the top. We'll see them in the second half though. First up, the Blinders. One of the things that strikes me about them is they have a very deep batting order, and they love this form of the game. They will back each other to go for it. Watch out for some players like Ali Yilmaz. Also, Mars Bayaji last year was excellent for the Blinders. They bat all the way down to 8 or 9. I think I saw Sandeep Mohandas coming in at number 9 on the order. So a few familiar faces there, a couple of new ones as well. But the Blinders, they're a fairly new club, but they certainly are very competitive, and they love short form cricket. Let's talk about the Tigers though, and I think a lot will depend on their openers, Zishan Kukakel and Zahir Safi likely to open for them. Also Harsh Mandian at 3, Kuiper Delda at 4. Pretty strong top 4. Big news though, Stan Ahuja, their regular wicket keeper, was injured yesterday in a league match, so we won't see him today. He's got a bit of a hamstring complaint. Harsh Mandian then will actually be doing the job behind the stumps. That's going to mean that we won't see him at the bowling crease. So Royal Tigers having to kind of improvise a bit on the fly in that wicket keeper position, but I do think that they will hope to take some early wickets and kind of get the jump on the Blinders. I don't think it's the last time we'll see these two teams going at it this week, but it should be an interesting opening morning. Let's talk about the conditions today in Budapest, and I can tell you the sun is out. It's a sunscreen day. So I feel like it's just around the corner. If it's here, we're expecting a maximum temperature of 20, currently about 23. No sign. It's all blue sky. This pitch was really interesting to me. It was pretty flat. There were lots of runs in it last year, but we particularly saw some big chases, and some of the batters, once they got going, they were really hard to stop. So I think it'll be the same. Well, let's get ready to say hello once again to this man, Rico Fool. He is refreshed from his holiday. It's his first morning in Hungary, and I tell you what, Rico, if it stays like this, I think we're going to have a pretty good week. Over to you in the commentary box for the first time. The news from the toss in match 1 is that the Tigers have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl. Over to you. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Namaste. Good morning, cricket lovers. Welcome to the fantasy dashboard there in front of you there. Tells you what some of these players are. And thank you to Vinny Sandhu as well. Yes, I'm back after a little break, and I'll be alongside Vinny. He'll be joining me shortly. But these are the two teams here, Royal Tigers and the Budapest Blinders. You heard Mr. Maximo talking about some of those key players here. But what a start to this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Budapest. The two teams that were fighting for the crown last year are back together here to start this series. It is the champions not just in 2020 but also 2021, the Royal Tigers, and they are taking on the Budapest Blinders. And you can see there some of the key names there, and Zishan, well, what a strike rate he has. Dan Huja, now they're going to miss him, aren't they? He's not going to be around there. And then, of course, Ketapan's not playing this game, but watch out for him. He's a sensational bowler, and you've got Cookie Hill there as well. But look, the Budapest Blinders, what a change they've made to the cricket scene here in Hungary in just their second season. And all-star cast there as well. A couple of players you heard that Mr. Maximo mentioned there. The likes of Ali Miles and also Mars Baiji going to be ones to watch, and Stefan Gooch. Of course, these are names that you may know from watching the European Cricket Series, because they also are part of, well, outside of Hungary, part of the European Cricket Network crew as well. So good luck to them. As we look like we're getting ready for the first ball, it's going to be Abhitesh Prashar to start. Good morning to our umpires as well, our men in black. Shub and James are our match officials, and they're being led by the tournament referee, Charles Croucher. A very, very good morning to everyone, and welcome to a very sunny Budapest as we get ready to start this, the FanCode European Cricket Series in Budapest. Ball one. And, well, run straight away. Hit towards the mid-on. We'll take the single. It was an interesting pitch when I was out there having a walk around. You saw Maximo giving it a bit of a thump. And yeah, it's quite odd because it's not rock hard. It almost feels like it's got some sort of padding cushioning underneath it. So it'd be interesting to see just how much the ball does come up on this. It's my first time here, so interesting to see how the pitch plays, how it reacts to pace and spin. Outfield, it's I'm being told it looks quicker than what it actually is, so we shall see. Quicker delivery, and this one goes through the keeper. They'll take the byes, and well, there was some backing up, but not the best off. It goes through. Talking about backing up, I tell you what, I certainly did enjoy the cricket in the Czech Republic. First of all, congratulations to Prague CC, the champions once more. They've done it 3 out of 3. The Royal Tigers here, they're looking to do the same. Winners in 2020 and 21. And what about that 3? Well, have you seen that 3? It's going viral, isn't it? That 3 that was run in Prague, sensational stuff. That's a European cricket for you. It is entertainment like you would not believe. And well, talking about entertainment, Jog and the Hunter style. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra, 5 ball, and knocks them over. And that's exactly the start that the reigning champions wanted. Get a wicket early, and they've got one. And this has gone straight through the defences of Abbas Ghani. He's going for the big shot. Didn't want to hang around, did he? He went to send this one to the moon. And he sees his stumps shattered. Chuck the Funte style. Well bowled from the bowler. Prashad just keeping the ball right up in the right areas. And that means it's Gooch. Stefan Gooch, who goes out there to join Callum Nandika, who's at the non-striker's end. So Stefan Gooch probably coming in a little bit earlier than he would have expected. I thought maybe he may have been tempted to make a change as that wicket goes quite early. But deciding to come in himself, and now it's about steadying the ship a little. He's very quick in between the wickets. That seems to be Gucci's style. He'll take the singles. He'll try and keep the scoreboard ticking. But of course, he'll want to punish the dangerous ball as well. Abhitesh Prashar. They love to have the prize wicket of Gooch straight away. Beautiful day here in Budapest. Temperatures will be around 26, 27 degrees today. It's a bit cooler than where I've come from at the moment. 34, 35 in Spain, but I'm not complaining. Deep down the legs to left-hander, and leg bye has been signalled. Welcome to everybody on the YouTube chat. Joining us early this morning, and haven't we been sport for cricket at the moment? Of course, there is the unmentioned congratulations to PCC, winners of the FanCode European Cricket Series in the Czech Republic. Also, congratulations to Germany. They were crowned the champions of the T20Is between themselves, Sweden and Austria. all that happening last week and over the weekend. That's well bowled. Wanted to get the batter hitting straight. It was the case of, well, it's up there. Let's see what you're going to do with it. And puts his foot down to stop it. And Bashub just making sure he's stays out the firing line. Bashar will want to finish this over well. And this one just over him, hits straight. But fielded right in front of us there. An easy pick up there from Zishan. And he said he's going to be key, Zishan. He was in the runs last year. 352 runs. So first over comes to an end, and it's a good start, isn't it, this from the Tigers. 4 on the board. Liking the contrast of the colours there, nice kits. Of course, we know the Tigers, we saw them at the European Cricket League, the ECL, and it certainly showed me that there's plenty of talent here in Hungary. And that with these teams coming aboard, remember we have a new team also that we're going to see in this European Cricket Series. We're going to see them later on today. That's the Debrecen Vikings. So cricket is growing here in Hungary. And I was very impressed with the talented players that we saw, raw talent as well. And you just think that over the years, that with more cricket and more coaching, the cricket will continue to improve. Abdul Manan coming on to bowl. And this is up in the air. Is it enough to get past the fielder? It is. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Well, he backed himself to hit it. He waited for it patiently. And then I like the way he just changed the angle of the bat there slightly to say, yeah, I'm there, I've got this. And gets enough to get it past the fielder there. It's Zishan Cookie Hill that's there on the boundary. But that was well hit. 6, the first boundary, the first one, and is a Maximo. Well, this one's right up there, trying to slightly slower delivery, I feel. Just kept the pace off that one slightly and achieved what he wanted. Sort of outfoxed the batter slightly, but just drifted onto his pads. You just see here, just there's that slight bit of late movement. I think if that had carried on to go straight, it would have gone in between bat and pad. Clever bowling. Well, that takes the Kalimov strike. Stefan Gooch looking to get off the mark as well. He's faced the one ball so far. Manan. Just dabs this one out onto the offside and takes a single, gets himself off the mark. Speaking earlier, I'm liking the kits here out there, the bright orange of the Tigers. I'm liking the kit of the blinders, the black and the mustard sort of yellow. I do like that. It's the in colour this summer, they say. There you go, the blinders looking pretty trendy. A bit of an inside edge, and the chase gives us a chance to start to see the sort of pace of the outfield. And well, Paul backing up there, but fortunately, that one just rolls out to the man on the sort of the point area. Abdul Manan just making a slight change to his field here. There's umpire Shub just gets the bail sitting just as he likes. Come on, Shuby, you can do it. There he goes. He says that'll do. Looking very friendly with his shades on. A very good morning also to Dora, Shub's wife. I'm sure she's looking on. Oh, this is well hit, and this one will go to the boundary. 4 carreras. Mueve la mano, izquierda y derecha. 4 más. It's a nice shot. Uses his feet well, doesn't he, this time? He gets to the pitch of it, Callum. and he gives it a good old thump. 4 more. And just waiting for the batter to make the mistake. Abdul Manan, he's bowling. He's putting it right up there. And Callum's gone after him a few times. Missed a couple, but he's made good contact with a couple as well. 6 and 4 of this over so far. So the blinders are up and moving. In the air, he gets it over the infield. Chase now for Zishan. And Zishan, oh dear, he should have done better. And he knows it. He needs to stop this. It goes for him 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries to finish the second over. And nice shot to play inside the power play. It goes over the top of the infield, but yeah, Zishan won't like to see that. Gets that totally wrong. Bit of misjudgment there. A good over, 22 for 1. So the blinders, after just 4 coming off the first, they're up and moving. And somebody else who's up and moving as he walks in with his lovely Dorothy shoes, I'm going to call them, because somebody else is calling this colour Dorothy shoes. It's my dear friend and commentary partner, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandy. Good morning.
Thanks, Rico. Great to have you back. Morning to all the viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, all around the world. Also our viewers from the Indian subcontinent watching on FanCode. Great to have your company, and welcome to Hungary, Rico. It's your first time here, right?
It's my first time here, and I'm liking what I see. Lovely.
It's exciting cricket. Get ready for it, as we're going to see Prashant, who's going to bowl out in the third last over of the power play.
Prashant. It's called a wide. He's not too happy about this, but I should be on it straight away. Just have a look. I thought this was a pretty decent ball, actually, to the left-hander.
I guess you got to try and judge it at the point it goes past the popping crease, which isn't always clear. So, yeah, maybe a bit of a lucky break there. Got to say very good morning to our umpires, Shub and James. 2 very experienced officials in this opener. Big game, this. Gooch facing up again.
This one was even wider than last. I think that one probably would have been called a wide. I think definitely Gooch to be a little bit disappointed that all he's managed to negotiate from that one is a 1.
Yeah. You've got to be in a hitting mentality, though, and that's what Gooch is feeling at the moment. It probably wasn't a wide if he leaves it. The win predictor, they're both at 0%. So I know they say there are some situations in life where
is there something going to happen we don't know about?
There are no winners. Well, that's just telling me to be a golden ball. Wouldn't be surprised with these 2 teams because they're very evenly matched. It's Prashant.
Good delivery. Not wanting to allow Callum to get onto that front foot. He knows that's where he's played most of his attacking shots, so he bangs this one in short of a length. You can see that he's playing it well back, both feet off the ground. Been a good spell so far from Rashad.
Yeah, he's been really tight, hasn't he? He's getting a bit of zip as well.
In the air, there is a fielder who's trying to get under it, and he'll do very well. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's one of those. This ball was not going to go to the boundary. It was going to hit the deck and plug. And in this, but he's looking up in the air, hits the deck, hits him on the knee, I think, and he kicks it over for 4.
Not in a million years would this have gone to the boundary. And look, you can't really blame the fielder, Rahman. And then he just assists it, and he gets in a whole bit of a mess. He ends up playing tug of war with himself and the boundary rope. And I don't really know how to describe that.
Well, you can see there, Sherby's putting the rope back together. He said, hey, hang on a minute.
And you don't want to make the field bigger for when you bat, which is the second half of this game. So, I mean, it seems about right now.
Yeah.
And, well, there's an early moment. Sure, we'll have a few highlights in this series. Good straight shot by Akurugoda, though. Goes bang.
Shah, they want to reply. Gets this one a little bit quicker. Gets it past outside his off stump. Just, it's that length, isn't it? You just don't want to be pitching up to him. You pitch up, and he's onto it so quickly. It's Akurugoda. You see, he takes one step, but he probably needed just a couple more steps there. And then he will hit this pretty firmly and straight. I'd like to see maybe the bowler just try a bit of variation here, maybe just something slightly slower, because you know that Akurugoda is going to play his shot no matter what. Let's have a look. He goes for quicker and shorter. He'll take the single. Good backing up from Gooch. So another one goes onto the board. Interesting phases at the moment because though we saw a good over, the first one from Prashad, the second over from Manan was a bit expensive, and there was a couple of lapses in the field as well. We saw earlier from Zishan Kukikil, he should have stopped one. And there, well, unfortunately, Abdul Rahman kicking it over, so giving some valuable runs away as well. That's well bowled, it's a good delivery. It wasn't handled 100% by Manian, who's standing in for Stan Huja behind the stump. Stan unfortunately picked up an injury playing a league game yesterday. Let's hope it's not too serious, because I know Stan is a key part not only of the Tigers but also of the Hungarian national team. And they certainly would like him fit for the up-and-coming fixtures that they've got coming up. Well, that is the chart that shows you the power play.
Yeah, and so, yeah, pretty decent one, pretty even, I think, all things considered. We saw some really high scores in this tournament last year. I mentioned the toss. Sometimes batters that get in, they're really hard to stop. I think there's a little bit in the pitch early if you've got the new ball, but I think it's pretty flat after a few overs. This field, of course, the dimensions of it, not particularly large. Already seen a couple of big hits as we get into over number 4.
It's been hit firmly. Gets it over the point area. There is a sweeper back there now.
Yeah, and so this field is, yeah, like I say, the grass is longish. You see the balls that come from high, they kind of plug, but balls that are hit flat tend to still go pretty quickly because it is reasonably hard underneath. And the GB Oval, nice to be back here. Stefan Gooch now hasn't really got going yet. Sai Gautam is the bowler here on over number 4. I want to say a quick hello to a few people in the live chat as well. Thanks for joining us. And I'll answer some of those questions in a second. Here's Gautam.
Well bowled. They seem to be bowled. They're bowled very well to Gooch.
Yeah.
I have to say, I mean, there was the very first delivery that Prashad bowled to Gooch, which was on his pads, which went for leg byes. But other than that, they've stuck to that line. Gooch is trying to give himself some room down the leg side. I think he's far better off just staying still, staying where he is, and trying to hit the ball straight.
Yeah, for sure. And they've just tried to keep the ball away from outside the off stump. They've been pretty disciplined at doing that so far, the Tigers.
This time it's right up there. I think this is at the moment, the way that Akugoda is batting. This is fine from Gooch. As long as he doesn't chew up deliveries, as long as he gets bat onto ball, gets a single, and keeps him on strike while he's hitting the ball well, that's fine. Of course, things have changed now. The power play is over, so more men are outside the 30-yard circle. Allowed 5, and all 5 are out. Long on, long off his back, mid-wicket, square leg. This one's into the pads and a very optimistic appeal. But they'll take the leg by and keep the strike rotating. I think when you got this left and right combination, I think it's very important to just keep taking those singles when you can, keep rotating the strike when you can. Just puts that added pressure on the fielding side. All the fielders have to move in their positions. The bowler has to think about where he's going to put his line. So far, Sai Gutham has bowled pretty well. It's a better shot there from Gooch. This time he's not trying to give himself too much space.
Yeah,
this nicely down.
Playing straighter, I think, and he knows that as well. I mean, it's easy to get a bit carried away with wanting to go power all the time. But one thing about this blinders lineup, they will keep backing themselves. They've got a really long batting order. I've got Mahandas at 9. I mean, to be honest, he's a pretty good hitter of a cricket ball. So watch out for him. Last ball of this over.
Oh, and it's a beauty. He's knocked him over. And that's the wicket they needed, because Akugoda was starting to look dangerous. He's played some nice shots, hasn't he, on his way to 23. That was his 15th delivery. And he said 3 4s and 1 big 6. But this one is right through. This was the ball that was going to get him. I mean, sooner or later, one was going to get through. Maybe just staying a little bit lower. Just keep an eye on this. I think you see he turns around and has a look. And
I think he just plays the wrong line anyway, doesn't he? It's pretty much straight through the gate, which was wide open. So Gartham breaks through, and it's the second wicket of the day. It's 33 for 2. Good morning, everyone. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Great to have Rico back, and we are here in the commentary Ice Cube, which has made the journey up from the Czech Republic. Yeah, it's a nice day here. You said it's a bit cooler for you. For me, it's probably a little bit warmer. I want to say a quick hello to a few people in the live chat. Dave Edmondson asking about the bungalow behind the bowler's arm. It's actually right behind us here. Probably seen somebody lurking at the windows as well.
Already?
I just saw that something sent in to me already. Also want to say hello to PK, asking if the batters get extra runs if they hit the house straight behind us. Well, hopefully not. It is kind of within range, but we know that end as the bikini end.
Yeah.
That's what it's known as locally, because there is a swimming pool in the front yard of that house.
Can we not talk to the person who owns it and maybe...
I think
in between innings, a little dip in the pool would be
well, you
nice.
see there's that...
It'd be very nice.
see
indeed.
that the house there?
There you
We've
go.
already seen somebody lurking at the windows. So you get a great view of the cricket ground here.
So we've got a lurker early this
We got
morning
an early
already.
lurker.
There's a lurker already.
Please, comments in the live chat. How about some welcome back Rico comments in the live chat as well? ECN European Cricket Network. Over number 5, Malik Sada is coming on to Gooch now. And yeah, Royal Tigers, the premier side in Hungary for a long time. We saw them at the ECL as the champion club of Hungary. And that was a little bit earlier this year. That was for winning the domestic championship in 2021. Of course, they're also the reigning champions of this series.
It's 2 wides on the top. He seems to run in, and you think this ball is going to be really zipped through, and then he holds it right back. And well, at the moment, I think Gooch would say, "Yeah, I'll take these." He just changed his field slightly here now. The 2 men have gone all the way back. See where he puts this one. Gucci, he'll love a boundary here.
Ready to launch, I think.
And he gets this one through okay. It's better delivery.
Again, it's the same plan, isn't it? I mean, these players know each other pretty well. And Gucci does have that little kind of skip to leg, wanting to kind of go inside out a little bit. I want to know when the wind predictor is going to wake up. I know, like, it's a Monday morning and all, and it is a slightly earlier start. Maybe it doesn't work till 9 o'clock.
He didn't set his alarm, did he? Hit well, and it should just be the one. They will look to take this. Oh, they're taking him on, and they're going to have to be quick. Oh, I like to see this one side on. Well, 1 becomes 2, and 2 becomes 3. No hay dos sin tres. Well, that's what you're going to see in the European Cricket Network. I think he was struggling here.
I think if that's gathered by Manjian and he hits the stumps, I've got a feeling that Gooch will be out. Have a look at this. See, this ball kind of skips along, but it was a good clean pickup, wasn't it? And Kai Bedelda's a pretty good fielder.
Yeah.
It was a tough take, to be honest. Gets him on the half volley. Kind of had to gamble swinging with the arms that he'd take that because he had to go one motion. So
Yeah, but if you had your specialist keeper, no, remember he's standing in the captain.
yeah, maybe still a tough take for anybody, I think. But yeah, bit of a half life. This is Asanko Iligamage, who took one of the catches of the year last year. Probably remember that one at the ECC, playing for the Hungarian national team. And yeah, it's great to see him out there in the middle, trying to do his job with the bat. Like I said, very consistent kind of lineup of hitters, the blinders. They won't rely on any one particular player. They'll back each other to get the job done.
This one goes through, and keeper this time, the captain, Harsh, just decides to hold on to it. And big smile there between the bowler and Gooch there. He does it with this really slow one. That is, how is that not taking the bails?
That's why. A nice little moment, because he absolutely did him like a keeper there with a slower ball. And so, yeah, just a couple of close calls for Gooch that he survives. Let's see if he can now accelerate that into something.
Last year, the average per innings was 103. So the way things are going here at the moment, they're probably running just below par, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the conditions were like last time you were here.
Fairly similar, I think. Yeah, it was pretty warm. Kind of average was about 30 degrees. We were here at the very end of June, start of July. So similar time of the year, really. Now we're probably halfway through June. So maybe we're here 2 weeks earlier in the year, but still really pleasant conditions.
This one's been picked up beautifully. That's gone a long way. And that's what you do. You have to punish the bad balls. And this one, the line went wrong, went down the leg side. It still had to be put away. And this was smashed This is a Bizaway Super 6. 6 carreras, shakalaka.
Yeah, he gets down on one knee and he escorts him out of the ground. Beautiful sweep shot off a faster bowler. And that one was just a little bit leg stumpish, and it absolutely travels. Maximo time halfway through the first innings of the tournament. The Budapest Blinders are 46 for 2. Yeah, we saw these guys have some really good battles last year, though, as well. They split their group games. In qualifier number 1, the Blinders batted first, posted 140 score, and it got chased down with, I think, over and over to spare. So, this is what I was saying. If batters get in and they have their touch, they are really, really hard to stop. So, now we're going to get Zishan Kukukel bowling over number 6. First one's just clipped away. It's a deep square for 1. So, yeah, compared to the Czech Republic field, this probably isn't as fast across the turf for those kind of ones. We saw some of the fielders in the Czech Republic, because that was really hard, and they hadn't had any rain there at all until we arrived, actually, for one day. But, yeah, you get that kind of Tortuga bounce a bit more often. Here, I think the bounces are a little bit slower off the turf because it's a bit longer, and you have a bit more time to kind of set yourself as a fielder.
Slow delivery, good variations as well.
Lots of good mornings to you in the chat here, Rico. And Sandori saying good morning. Vinny Fangirl is back, saying welcome back, Rico. Looking quite young. And she's noticed I'm wearing the Hungarian national flag colours. But yeah, going back to you, you've had a bit of a haircut, haven't you? You're looking a bit more like me, actually, with the old haircut.
Well,
could be twins.
I told you, didn't I? When I went back to Spain, it was just so hot that the haircut was definitely necessary, and especially when you're working in the bar and the restaurant as well. But yeah, had a bit of a trim. So I got me summer cut. So of course I'm delighted to be in the sunshine. It's a bit different to the temperatures we had in Sweden. Tries to hit this a little bit too hard. He wants to push for 2, and he's taking him on, and it's thrown at the bowler's end. Quite surprised with that.
And that's wrong end with a capital W, because Stefan takes off with the idea of wanting to, but he doesn't really get going till the second half of the first run. Turns anyway, and I think he's pretty relieved that doesn't go to his end. I think he also probably knows at this stage he hasn't hit him that well this morning. He'd be the first to admit that, and he knows he's got hitters to come. That's so I don't think he's going to overvalue his wicket from here, even though he's used up a lot of balls.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right, and I can see... Well, you can sense that, can't you? You can sense that in the players, in the body language. He's already deciding, okay, I'm going to go. I'm going to take this on because I've got other batters out there who are probably or maybe in better nick than him. They need boundaries here now. They need a couple of good magical overs. And at the moment, Gucci's not quite finding his rhythm, not quite finding the middle of his bat.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's a bad ball, and that needs to be punished. A Gundy ball, well, you said that this is the GB Oval. Well, maybe it stands for Gundy Ball Oval, because when you get a Gundy ball, you got to put it away. And he does that so well, doesn't he? Goes down on one knee and executes it perfectly. Yeah,
gets the ball he wants. That's the perfect shot. 50's come up during this over as well for the Budapest Blinders. So do feel like they've got another gear to go, and they might need to against this Royal Tigers lineup. No doubt about that. Just want to say hello to Liam Day, saying welcome back, Rico. Saying, wow, we're already in Hungary. Should be great. Sure is. It's great to be here. Paul Tucker also saying, welcome back, Rico. Me alegro escuchar tu voz. Manos arriba.
Muchas gracias todos. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, everybody. It's lovely to be back. And it was nice to have a nice break. Nice to be back with the family. Look, while I'm on here, I want to say, look, good luck to Stephen Dumbarton. He's having quite a major operation today back in Spain. Wish him all the best. And thinking of his family, to Angela and his son. And, well, this is a wicket. It's well bowled. Just changes the pace again. This is all about variation. Just holds this one back. And the batter does pick it, but I don't think he gets the bounce. So this is one thing I was saying to you, Vinny. I'll be interested to see what the bounce of this pitch is like, because I think it's quite soft underneath. I don't think you're going to get as much bounce. And from what I've seen so far, I think that bowlers can really use that to their advantage.
Yeah, that's true. Like a bounce also means I think players are pretty comfortable driving even for these kind of length balls. But this one, he just tries to dab it, gets a little inside edge onto the stump. So Willie Gumagay, pretty entertaining 12 from him, but he becomes the third wicket of the innings now, 55 for 3. And this brings Mars Baiji to the crease. So, both these two, you see there, Stefan Gooch and Mars Baiji, very good players. But you got to remember that they're part of our ECN Blue crew. Yeah. So they probably don't get enough time actually practicing their cricket And that's something I'm picking up with Stefan Gooch at the moment. And he doesn't get to play as many games just because he's a valued member of our team on the road a lot. So you can see, there's signs of it there, but he hasn't quite clicked yet. Mars, I know that he's been trying to get a bit of practice in. He was part of our crew for the previous series in the Czech Republic. And he had a really good series last year. He was their second leading run scorer. Look, when he does hit him, Marzi, he can really whack him.
Yeah, I was going to say, look, Marzi, we know he can hit the ball and he can hit it pretty well. And if he hits it, it's coming our way, Vinny. So be careful, because it's coming our way, and he gives it a good old thunderbolt as well. And he knows what his role is here. Look, that 6 overs gone, four to go, 55 for 3.
Yeah.
They've got to get a move on.
And Gotham's going to come back and bowl the 7th. Let's go.
It's well struck. They've got to be looking to turn for 2 here. And the fielder, I think he gets lucky here.
Delta, he's a pretty good fielder. Lucky he had the right shoes on there, because he completely missed that with his hands and just clonked into his shoe. He's pretty happy about it as well. So I guess they say you get your foot to the pitch of the ball. That's what Kaiba does there.
That's what he does well.
Lovely guy as well, Kaiba Delta. Another guy we saw representing Hungary in the ECC last year. And of course, Royal Tigers at the ECL recently.
Well hit, should be taken on the bounce. It has been. Nice comfortable pick up there from Zishan. They'll take the single. So this is the moment I'm looking forward to here now, because the pace isn't on the ball here from Sai Gutham. So Marzi's got to realise that. And if he's going to go for the big shots here, the field has been set. He's got to get the timing perfect. Otherwise, his chance of catching.
He does like that kind of mid-wicket region to play balls off for length. They've got 3 fielders guarding the leg side boundary, kind of deep forward, square, deep mid-wicket, long on. Let's see if he takes them on. Big gap, kind of straight down the ground or straight mid-off.
Sort of tucks him up a little bit, and he's rightly so sent back by Gooch. Good calling here, clean calling. That's what you need. Marzi's looking to go straight away, and Gooch is saying, no, get back.
Probably not the best appeal ever. I think that's just a little bit high, to say the least. Well, Marzi's not the tallest, but yeah. They played some really important innings for the Blinders last year by G. Gautam steams in again.
It's well bowled, flicked away. The onside will take the single. Looking to trying to turn it into 2. Well, watch out with the bounce. That one almost gets warm by the bowler. But no, once more. Look, I want to just say once more. So thinking of the Dumbartons back in Spain. Yeah. So Stephen, a good friend of mine, having an operation today. Quite a major one. So our thoughts are with Angela, his wife, and Jamie, his son. All the best and speedy recovery.
And from me too, Stephen. Wishing you a successful operation, speedy recovery.
Hit straight down the ground and well watched by the fielder. The single.
The first bounces here, you can see they're a lot friendlier to the fielders than we saw in Prague. That was kind of ball that maybe wouldn't go over the fielder, but would certainly challenge them, kind of maybe head high and be a bit unpredictable. Quick hellos as well to Andrew Parker, who says welcome back to you as well, Rico, in the chat. And everyone else, thanks for the nice comments. Keep them coming.
Well bowled, isn't it? It's a good delivery, and that's going to be the end of the over. And I think we're seeing a tactical decision here from Stefan Gooch. He knows he's not getting on with it, and he's straight away at the end of the over. He signals to the next batter, come in. Yeah. I'm retiring myself.
That's really selfless as well. At the start of the series, he likes a bit more time out there, but I think he knows that, given the situation, he hasn't quite cracked run a ball pace, so he'll be the 4th wicket to fall, retired out, and after 7, it'll be 60 for 4. We're looking at the schedule. It's really exciting to be here in Hungary for the first time in almost a year. We'll be here for a week. We're in Austria for a week as well, and then Italy, a 5-week Italian summer adventure, which will culminate in the Super Series. So we'll actually have our Italian qualifying club for ECL next year, the winner of that Super Series. So a lot of clubs involved in that over the 5 weeks there. Then we're in Germany, starting in the east in Dresden, then over to Krefeld, just outside Dusseldorf. And I know a lot of our German viewers are pretty excited that we'll have ECS cricket back in Germany in August. So stay tuned and keep an eye on our website, europeancricket.com, to find out more. So Gooch will be retired out for 14 off 16. And now we head into over number 8.
Oh, that's good work. I don't think he's out. I think he gets back well. But there's really good work there from Zishan, the bowler. Zishan Cookie Hill makes a good stop. saves the one, and then, well, he gets the stumps with his throws. He had to hit him because I think if he misses, they probably would have taken a single.
Oh, you know, that's really close. I mean, I think because you don't get a good look at the line, he'll probably be not out.
No, I think you're wrong. I think he may be out.
I think he may just be out. I mean, I think he's out. I just don't think it's a great look at it. But I just got a feeling.
Yeah, I think here, if you keep an eye on the bat, you just see the line as the umpire gets out of the way. He's just short of it. But
I reckon he's a bit lucky there, Mars.
He gets away with it, doesn't he?
I think just the way the bat bounced up as well, it did actually give you a better look at the line. So, I mean, we'll see the lines outside the pitch not marked.
Yeah, and the other thing there as well, Vinny, is that the bat, it may have been over the line, but it bounces before the line and it's in the air.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
He would be out here. I think he's got away with this. He's lucky. He's really lucky.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that bat.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, he's fortunate. Let's see if he can make the most of it. He's on strike now.
Yeah, see, that to me probably is conclusive, but
well, that will do. That will do. Balle, balle. Kinna sona shaka lagia.
Well, this one was absolutely launched, and it's the first one of the series. It's a Marzamo. We had a few last year, and this is just where he likes it. You don't want to get too straight to him. You'll pay the price. That one travelled a long way.
Good hit. Nice use of the wrist as well. Perfect. That's what I was saying. The field is set. There's not a lot of pace on the ball. They're keeping the pace off. So if you're going to play with these shots, you've got to get the timing spot on as well as the power. And he did. And just having a slight delay. The umpire's coming together to maybe have a chat about something. Could be a small technical issue there. But look, if you're going to get a chance, and it's a difficult one, I know. I mean, the umpires had to make a quick decision. If you're going to get a chance and you're still there, you're going to make the most of it. And that's exactly what he does. The very next ball, he smashes it out of the ground.
Yeah. So just a slight delay for technical reasons, I think. But it's another opportunity to welcome you to the commentary Ice Cube. And yeah, nice to have Rico back in case you're just joining us.
Have you been behaving yourself? I mean, I've been having little talks with my good friend as well, of course.
I've got to say that we loved our time in Prague.
Yeah, Danny Udacek was in touch with me. I kept talking to him and say, keep an eye on Vinny, keep him on the straight and narrow. And he said, yeah, he's done his job well. You look pretty well, I must say. I do like the colours. I like the scheme.
I've gone the
Hungarian colours today.
This is Hungarian colours. Got the green, white, and the red. Kind of got. This is where we.
There we go. Come on.
There we go.
Get it.
There we go.
It's got his Dorothy. There you go, Danny. Dorothy shoes.
Had a few red shoes in.
You
Prague
did,
as well,
right?
to be honest. Now I've been well, Rico, missing you as well. But big thank you to Danny Hudacek. He did a great job.
Yeah, well done, Danny.
In the Czech Republic, he knows the team so well. His secret was these energy drinks. I'm pretty sure are illegal in over 100 countries, but it was working for him. I was enjoying it. And that viral moment with the 3 buys he talked about. 3 buys of ball that never left the pitch.
Can you imagine if you give me one of those energy drinks? I'd be up at the top of that scaffolding, I think.
You're probably right. Anyway, we're good to go again. And I think that Cookie Girl will continue.
Swings hard across the line. Better length that to bowl to Marzi. The line as well. Just not putting it in the swing zone. You put it in the swing zone, you know what he can do with it. That one just wide enough and full enough for him not to get underneath it. Disappointed with himself, but he gets a single.
Yeah. So now we'll get to see Farasat.
And well, you get to see him, but you get to see him go as well. That's a good catch. He's dipping. He just had to change his technique slightly there, but takes a really good catch. And Abhitesh Prashar showing what a key player he is for the Tigers. Not only did he bowl very well the first and the third over, but here takes a good catch. They're always difficult. He's dipping. He does really well. Hits it firm enough, doesn't he, Ali Prasad? But unfortunately couldn't find the gap. So another wicket at a crucial time. And I think the other thing, of course, here is that they'll be keen to try and keep Mars Baji at the non-strikers end. New batter comes in. And he's got to get going straight away. This is Salman Khan.
Yeah, Salman Khan is a guy that it's really interesting to watch as well. He is a really good striker of a cricket ball and can take down good bowling. We saw him get Kingma away for a big Maximo back here in the ECC. From the Netherlands, that is. He's facing Zishan right now as another good bowler.
Nicely played. Sort of sweeps this to the man on the 45, coming in from the boundary, takes a single.
We'll keep saying hello to people in the chat and get to the end of the over as well. Score is 70 for 4 after 8, just 2 overs to go. I'm going to say hello to Danny, who's in the chat. And he said, thanks for a great couple of weeks in Prague. Well, thanks to you, Danny. And he's saying hello to you as well, Rico. And apart from that, I want to say hello to Said Babullah. And also, I think Jackson Redex is in there. To Rickles, he's in there. And Self-Earnings is actually quite an entertaining guy in the chat at times. There's a few people mentioning the Tigers, slightly different looking lineup with Sanahuja out injured. No Marker Hoocher either. No Protractor Abhishek Kedapal in the lineup. Mandian having to take the gloves. So that kind of takes him out of the equation with the ball. So having said that, they've got some good depth, the Tigers, don't they? And they've helped the score down reasonably well at the moment. It all happens in the 9th and it all starts now.
This is well hit straight and goes all the way over. 6 runs. Lovely shot, and that's what they need here now. And will you say, well, can he? Well, someone can't. Says, yes, I can. I can go big. And this is just timing, epic timing, beautiful shot.
Yeah, and so, look, I know it's not the next batter that came in, but you see Gooch was really unselfish to retire out after the 7th. Yeah. He's got guys that are itchy to bat, and they don't have long. They're good at hitting from the get-go as well, you see. So, 6 more to the total.
Well, this one's been hit pretty well. I don't think the bowler quite fancied this. He thought about it. I think he's retracted his hand away from it. He's valuing his fingers more than taking this wicket.
Well, it helps to have 5 good fingers on your bowling hand. And I think that Munnan was worried if he touches that, he might not have a good one left. It was well struck. Again, sometimes starter series as well, we see slightly lower scores. I'm surprised it was only 102. I think 103, what you said, average per 10 overs. I would have thought it was more. Probably just because the amount of runs we saw on the last day. We saw some really big ones.
Well, talking about big, but he hasn't timed this. He turns a full toss, puts it straight into the hands of Zishan Kukihil. So Mars Baiji, he departs. We saw him hit 1 big 6. He's trying to do the same here again, but not able to. Clever bowling, I have to say, from Abdul Manan. He just takes a pace right off this. And like I was saying to you before, Vinny, that to get past these fielders, you've got to time it well and hit it well. And he just didn't get the timing there. Yeah,
low full toss, not an easy ball to put away. The difference between a 6 and out there is probably just, a couple of centimetres on the bat. So it just kind of slides off an area. It wasn't an edge or anything, but just certainly wasn't in the middle of Baiji's bat. So he has to depart. But he ends up with 9 off 7. The score 77 for 5. 9 balls remaining. But any of these guys coming out, Ali Almaz is the next one. Can still hit the ball really well. I think they need a bit of a kick in the tail here. 9 balls left. If you go at 2 a ball from here, that gets you 95. That's competitive at least. You're going to have to get through the top 3 or 4 of the Tigers to have a chance, but still puts you in the game. Yeah. So Ali Almaz will be on strike, of course, because batters, even though they crossed, they have to cross back.
Good delivery, isn't it? Just short of a length. Gets good bounce. First one I've really seen really take off the pitch. 2 more balls to come. See the umpires giving the signal to each other there. Nicely bowled.
Say hello to Gamer Joshi in the chat as well. He said hello to me and also hello to you, Rico. Very good morning. Thanks for joining us for the first morning in Hungary.
And trying to get there. And this is all about trying to get Khan back on strike. He probably is the more aggressive now of the batters. Just got this 1 ball here now. Important. Remember, 7 balls to go in the innings. So what does he do here? I think the main thing he wants to do, of course, if he can get a boundary, he'll take that. But he wants to also be on strike for the last over. So he's got a bit of things going on in his mind. Let's see how he plays this.
Nice for the over. Score graphics are back.
Oh, this is big. Shabba, Shabba. That's gone a long way. What a lovely pickup. Well, that's the shot of the day so far for me, Vinny.
Well, wheelhouse. That one was absolutely pounded out of the ground. Someone can't. Turning it on. And how's the swagger from the young man as well. So giant 6 to finish the over. 83 for 5. So we can hope for something, magical or close to and get to the triple digits. Always looks a bit better.
Yeah.
I think that pretty good bowler coming back. Akramullah Malikzada is the man.
Yeah, he's got it. I mean, this first ball, they've got to run. They've got to try and get someone calm back on strike. He's got to face the last 5 balls. And, well, they think about it. Yeah. And, well, you see, you've got to back yourself here. I know it looks suicidal, but he's got to get on strike because the way he's hitting it so far, I mean, his strike rate is awesome.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is one of those ones where I think they should run, but the batter on strike has to kind of keep that end safe. And if he does that, then you force the throw to the other end and you do get Salman Khan back on strike. So you have to get a bit creative. Big swing and a miss. First ball of the last.
Zada back again. This time he goes for the pitched up delivery and they think again and it could be out, but he's thrown. Oh dear, that's not very good cricket. The ball is still alive. Well, hang on, what's happened here?
Well, that's several mistakes by both teams on the one ball.
They don't have to. He doesn't have to. If you're thinking cricket here and you're thinking smart, you've done your job. You've kept the batter you want on strike. The run out is not important. He's not at the end where he's going to do any damage.
Because originally, I mean, he almost should have run first.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't, even if he thinks he's going to be out. And then Salman goes back, and it didn't need to throw because it doesn't save a run at all. In fact, you give away a run. I know maybe you can get rid of Salman Khan, but still, he was 22 yards from where he wanted to be. And now he's at the business end, and he's ready to do some business. 4 to come.
Well, he tries to punish him, but he could get the wicket instead. He does. So he sort of gets lucky. If that had gone to the boundary, he would have been fuming with himself, the bowler. But, well done to him. So Malik Zada, he gets the wicket of Salman Khan. Well batted to Salman Khan, though. He certainly did get the acceleration in that he needed to. And,
I mean, I guess it all worked out in the end, didn't it, for Malik Zada? Maybe he's a genius getting Salman Khan on strike. And that shot was on. Tried to go over cover, but just couldn't clear the man in the circle. It was well held as well by Abdul Rahman, who had an interesting moment in the field earlier. But this will bring Sandeep Mohandas to the crease. And he's coming at 7. I actually think he hits a pretty good ball. I'll see him with the ball for the shore. He's another player we saw representing Hungary in the ECC last year. Pretty good cricketer. So 85 for 6. That's what I've got. With 3 to come. I'll have to check that on the on-screen graphics. But anyway.
Mondas on strike. Malik Zada. And could have another. Just, this is
that's the Doosra.
Bit of a Tortuga. And they'll get the single.
Don't know how this spin, because here, these always spin right to left when you're approaching them, and this one goes completely the other way.
Yeah.
I know we're in the Northern Hemisphere. Maybe I grew up playing in the Southern Hemisphere where the balls spin the other way. I don't know. But Yama's back on strike. 2 to come, 86 for 6 at the moment.
Pitched up to him, gets back onto it, and he's not looking for 2 at all. And they won't get to just a single.
Yeah. So one more delivery to come.
Sandeep Mohandas want to try and get a boundary. I mean, if you can get a maximum here now and get them into the 90s, that's going to be a good score.
Yeah. Nice ball.
Goes for it. Fielder comes in. He will keep it. Gets the throw in early and does well. And that is the end of that. That's going to be a run out. Simple decision, but they do get the single. So 86, I think, is what they get. 87?
Yeah.
87, I think.
The jury's out on this. I think it's 87 or 88. We'll have to let you know. A lot happening, of course, first morning in Hungary. But yeah, it'll be a high 80s target. We'll give some clarification to that as soon as we can. But yeah. An easy one for Mandian. Takes the glove off for no particular reason because he was never going to have to throw that ball. But well held. But I think in general the blinders were pretty well held. I know they threatened to break out at times, but there weren't too many overs in double digits. In fact, just the 3 of them, 18 in the second, 13 in the 5th, 14 in the 9th. Apart from that, I think the Tigers doing a pretty good holding job. We saw the Prague Tigers setting records last week, and then we saw the Stockholm Tigers setting records the tournament before that. Well, maybe the Royal Tigers, they might be in the mood to set some records themselves this week, and they certainly have made a good start to this tournament, as I've got 88 for 7 as my final score. I'll get some clarification on that shortly. But right now, let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights of this exciting first innings. It's always great to be back here in Hungary. We're going to see plenty of Maximos. And early on, we saw the stumps cleaned up Prashar, getting his team off to a great start. Got rid of the dangerous Abbas Ghani.
Yeah, Ghani going for the big shot, plays all around it, and he went. But there were some good shots though, especially from that man, Callum Akagora. He was in good form, used his feet well. He struck the ball cleanly, sharply. 23 of 15 he made when he was out there with Stefan Gooch. Gooch, on the other hand, he couldn't quite get going. We saw there were one or two glaring misfields out there. Well, this one hand comes on the back. Well, how about this? Should have been one or maybe two, but it strikes the fielder and goes over the boundary for four. And, well, then that rope needed to be put back. But the bowler says, don't worry about it. Sai Gutham, he came in and he took the wicket. That was an important wicket because I just think that if Akagora stayed out there maybe for another 10-15 deliveries, this score certainly would have been about 110, maybe even 120 because he was hitting the ball so well. There was an opportunity there to get rid of Stefan Gooch, but Gooch just couldn't get going. That was a classy shot, that one, wasn't it, from Wallagamage. He gets down and he hits it really well. That was his favourite shot, seemed to put the ball away well in that area, but when it was outside the off stump, all he could do was play it on. Stefan Gooch himself decided that it was time for him maybe to also give way to somebody else. He retired not out on 14 of 16 deliveries. He knew that he couldn't get going. But this was lucky because he stayed in when he maybe should have been out. And then he hits the next ball for a big Maximo. But he wasn't able to repeat it because then, well, we saw two wickets fall very quickly. The first one, that was Ali Fasat went. And then Baji himself, this slower delivery, slices it straight into the hands of Zishan Cookihill, who makes no mistakes. Unlike when he was patrolling the rope earlier. There was a couple of big hits there, and that was nicely done from Salman Khan. He certainly injected a bit of urgency and a bit of big hitting that they needed, but he was then gone as well. So you saw a couple of good batters there. Wallagamage was one of them, and also Salman Khan as well as Mars Baiji all got going, but weren't really able to get themselves sort of past the 20s. Made good starts, played good shots, but couldn't go all the way. And sometimes that's what you need. You need your batters to go all the way. And I talk about go all the way. You can jump on one of these trams in this beautiful city here in Budapest. It is a marvellous place, Budapest, and it's known for its amazing architecture, thermal baths, and of course the Danube River and those river cruises. Fantastic place, it really is, and no wonder it's known as the Paris of Eastern Europe. And just have a look at the scorecard. I'm sure it'll come up for you shortly, but I can go through it for you. Havasgani was the first to go. It was beautifully bowled by Prasad. Prasad, for me, was the pick of the bowlers as well. He bowled 2 overs, picked up 1 wicket, only conceding just 9 runs. But then there was those really good innings for me from Callum Akagora, 23 of 15. Stefan Gooch, he played a good supporting role, but I think he realised there was a time that he needed to give way for somebody else to come in. And, well, I think he made a good call because I think Willie Gamaja, 12 of 6, Mars Baiji, 8 of 6, and then also there towards the end, Salman Khan, 14 of 5, gave them the sort of acceleration that they needed to try and get into the score between 90 and 100. But they just fell short, really. 87 is a confirmed score for 8 wickets down. But the bowling figures, Prashad, as I mentioned, 1 wicket for 9. Manan, he was a little bit expensive. He went for 30, and he was the one that the good bowlers, the good batters did get hold of. He just bowled that line that was right there in the zone. Sai Gutham bowled very well. 1 wicket for 8 off his 2. There was also a wicket for Malakada, 1 for 16. And 2 wickets for Zishan Cookihill, who took 2 for 17. And, well, this match is evenly poised at the midway summary. 87 for 8, the Budapest Blinders. Remember, these two teams, it was the last time we were here in Hungary. They were in the final together, and it was the Royal Tigers that were victorious then. The Budapest Blinders, they haven't managed to get too many wins over the Royal Tigers. They're certainly hoping to do it, not only in this match, but these two play again afterwards as well. But also, most importantly, they want to be the victorious team this time around and the champions. Well, which way is it going to go? We're seeing 2 of the top teams, the 2 teams that will be challenging for the title. 88 is going to be required for the Royal Tigers if they are to start their campaign with a win this time. The defending champion, join me, Rico Fowler, Mr. Maximo, as we come back in around 10 minutes' time. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the GB Oval here in Budapest, in Hungary. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series of Budapest. The umpires, Shubhavjot Singh and James Lloyd, have made their way out there. And it's the turn now for the blinders to see if they can defend. Score of 87 that they posted, 87 for 8. Didn't really get going. Only it was Callum Akuragora that got into the 20s, and there were some good knocks from the likes of Winning Armage and also from Salman Khan. Couldn't really just accelerate and get a partnership together where they could take that score over 100. But I still think they've got the talent and the ability to defend this. I'm going to start with Sandy Hundas, who we know very well. As you heard from Vinny, we've seen him before. Going to be bowling first up, and knows that they would love to get the early breakthrough. He's bowling to Zishan Cookie-Hill, who seems to be the man that always does the damage. I mean, you know that in both finals that they won in 2020, they beat the Cobras by 18 runs, and Zishan Khan, he was the player of the match with 94 35 deliveries, and he also picked up a wicket as well in 2021 last year. He was again the man, 2 for 26 and 64 not out against the blinders. So the blinders know that if they can get him early, then anything is possible. Just waiting here for the scorers and for the technical info to be up to date. And once more, this gives me an opportunity to welcome everyone, wherever you're watching from, whether you're watching by the YouTube channel, and if you are, remember to subscribe, to let the world know you like us. Tell your friends, tell your family. I'd love to have you on board and have you in our conversation. Also a very good and big warm welcome to everybody that's watching in the sub-Indian continent. Namaste, Salam alaikum, Sasri Akal. I'm a one to everybody watching via FanCode, and hope you'll enjoy the start of this FanCode series in Budapest. And just to remind you, we've had the Royal Tigers, the reigning champions. They won in 2020, they won in 2021, and they're looking to make it 3-3. Can they do what Prague CC did in the Czech Republic and become champions 3 times in a row? Well, that's what they're looking to do. They were very confident this morning when I spoke to them. And that's even though they've got that injury to Stan Ahuja, who's their main wicketkeeper and also one of the key batters in their side. So if he's not going to become fit, they're going to have to do it the hard way. Looks like we're getting set here. So 88 required for victory for the Tigers, the reigning champions. Start. There you see how quickly he sort of steps right across and gets right in line with it, and just quite happy just to defend this one down to start off with. He's down the leg side, and he misses out on this really. It was just sort of a, I suppose you'd probably call this a bit of a slow long hop really, and about the quality and the ability of Zishan. He needed to put that one away. Oh, and a big appeal, and well, he's gone. It's a long delay from the umpire, Shubhavjot Singh. This is a huge wicket. This is the one they needed. It's a wild swing here. Zishan was not convinced at all. The bowler thinks he's got him. I think the wicketkeeper went up straight away as well, in fairness. Yeah, he's up straight away. The umpire, he starts to nod there, you see, and then the finger comes up, and Zishan, he looks a little bit stunned, to say the least. Well, they needed him early, and Zishan Cookie-Hill has gone, and he's gone for a... Yep, it's one of those. He's gone for a duck. It's the first duck of the series, and would you believe it, It comes in the form of Zishan Cookie-Hill, who was the man doing all the damage last time round. 352 runs he scored. He's the second highest run scorer behind Ravindran, who scored 431. That's a big scalp. And when you don't have the scores on the board that you would have liked, and certainly I don't think the Blinders did, one thing you need to get the big man out early, and they've done that. And there just seems to be a bit of silence around the ground. That's how big a wicket that was. Hamazghani making no mistake, taking the catch. Zishan goes for a 2-ball duck. Missed out on the first delivery. It's nicely played, gets it past the fielder. But good backing up, takes a single. Good effort there from Stefan Gooch, gets down early. I think he may have just got some fingertips on that to slow it down. First runs on the board. Tense start here. Tigers, Mandian. He is off the mark straight away. Once again, the umpires just adjusting the stumps. Well, what a time to welcome back into the commentary Ice Cube to Vinnie Sanders. Vinnie, it's gone a little bit quiet around the ground.
Hasn't it? And it wasn't too quiet when Zishan was caught behind, that's for sure. Mohandas with the early wicket. He's been right on the money. He's a good cricketer, Sandeep Mohandas. Seen him at national team level.
Yeah.
He's a cricketer that seems to relish challenges. Doesn't get too much more challenging than bowling to this top order of the Tigers. He's already taken care of Zishan Kukikal. Just brings captain to the crease, Harsh Mandian, and then Zahir Safi. He's another guy that can score big runs.
This one nicely. Once again, you get the indication from a shot like that. That is outfield. I think it's for me, it's the thickness of the grass. Yeah. The grass is quite thick. When you look at it, you think it's going to be pretty quick.
Yeah.
But those blades of grass are very thick, and they slow the ball down a lot, don't they?
Yeah, true. It's 2 for 1 after 1 over. It's one of those grounds that I think is probably easier to hit sixes than fours.
Yeah.
You know, we see some grounds like Bulgaria, for example, because they're about as quick as a highway on a hot day, that the ball just is really hard to stop. Also, you see more fumbles resulting in fours, and so we see more fours than sixes. This is one of those grounds where, because of the size of it, I think it can be easy to hit maximos, but it's always exciting. And now we'll see over number 2. It looks to me like they're going to go with Salman Khan in the second over. So, yeah, very, very good start for the Blinders. I mean, it's always exciting when these two teams take each other on. If you just joined us, of course, the Budapest Blinders, fairly new side, kind of coming out of the Royal Tigers organisation, which were very, very dominant for a long time in Hungarian cricket. And they still are dominant, to be honest. I mean, they've shown a lot of depth, the way that they still have retained their kind of top dog status in the face of this kind of splintering, if you like, of talent. But, yeah, we're looking forward to this match and the next one, of course, when they'll meet again. Right now, dream start in the second innings. But we are getting to the second over. First we'll just pat it away. And look, Zahir Safi is a guy, I remember that the half century he scored against the Netherlands in the ECC. That's a high quality attack. That's at T10 international level.
Yeah.
And yeah, he really took them apart. So, no, he's another dangerous hitter you've got to get rid of if you're the Blinders. And they do! He goes across the line, and Salman Khan, well, he's another big game player. And now both openers in the shed. It's a nightmare start for the Tigers, chasing 88. They're 2 for 2.
Yeah, well, this is not a good shot. When he looks back at this, he'll know this. It's not the shot he should be playing here. I think what it is what's done him here is the movement of the ball. You don't see it from this angle. If we can see it from the bowlers then one more time, Vinny, have a look at how this ball works. Have a look at the movement here. Look, he's looking to play down one line, thinking that's the line the ball's going to go down. But it actually moves. It sort of cuts off the pitch. And what a good delivery that is. It's still not the best of shots, really. He's played it far too early. Well, what a moment that is. They are 2 for 2, the Royal Tigers.
Unbelievable start this. Top of off stump, they talk about that's where you want to bowl. It's exactly where this ball ends up. Brings Kai Badelta to the crease at a moment a lot earlier than I assume he thought he'd be out there. Having said that, there's still plenty of time left in this innings and 2 specialist bats at the crease, including Manjan, who had some really good innings down at Khartoum as well. So, don't count them out just yet, Royal Tigers, but you've got to say the Blinders done everything asked of them so far.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it the hard way here now. You need a partnership, and a partnership isn't just about going out there and swinging the bat and looking to slog. They've got time. It's not just if you keep an eye on that rate, it's still under 10. They don't have to go mad. They don't have to go ballistic. Just need to get some runs on the board, start timing the ball around, start to take the singles, try to play about a little bit with the field, and get themselves going. And at the moment, they haven't managed to do that. They're looking to escape by playing big shots, and sometimes that doesn't work. So, new batter comes in. It is Khaibat Dildar. What's he got to offer? That's well bowled, and there's that movement again. The bowlers have done well so far. They haven't pitched up. They haven't bowled in an area where the batters are able to get under the ball to hit the attacking shots. Like Vinny was saying, that it's probably easier to hit the big shots, as in the 6s, than the 4s on this ground because of the size of it and also because of the outfield. They haven't bowled that line at the moment. Is good. It's been a good attack.
Can't again. Searching that 3rd wicket. It's okay. No, caught a wide. Does get this kind of different kind of swing than a regulation left-hander, or this different kind of movement. If anything, it kind of moves right to left in the air. Let's have a look at this. See? And that's really touch and go.
It's a tight call, isn't it?
You know, it's pretty much unhittable. I'm not sure it was. He got the tram line as it went past the crease.
So, bobbling away. This is going to be the first boundary now. It just slows up there again, you see. 3 men chase it. Here comes the throw. They'll pick up 2.
Yeah, so Delta off the mark. So, yeah, as a batter, you have to account for that movement. Yeah, it's quite unusual, and you don't see too many left-handers that do this. But it's no different, really, to a right-arm bowler that gets natural in-swing. And there are those kind of bowlers. So if you just reverse the script, and you get someone like Salman Khan, that's pretty awkward. Also, if he bowls around the wicket, I think it's also a pretty dangerous bit of movement to have.
This is an opportunity, is it? No, it's gone all the way over the fielders. It will go to the boundary. It's the first of the innings. It's not a very authentic shot. It's not where he wanted this to go at all, but he gets enough on it, and it goes over the 2 fielders, and a couple of bounces before it goes over the rope.
Yeah, bit of a lucky one, but you need some luck, don't you? So Khan goes to the boundary for the first time. And last ball of the over coming up. Delta, number 4 on strike.
This one may be called. It is called. James Lloyd spreading his hands. Men in black. James Lloyd and Shub Navjot Singh, led brilliantly by the Sheriff.
Of course, Shub. Shub we saw earlier in the year at the ECL. Got to say, James Lloyd, he's one of my favourite umpires in European cricket as well. Love the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, it was a good ball, actually. A nice shot played as well. So right up there. Doesn't give him any room this time. Plays it straight over the bowler's head. Takes a single. End of the over. 11 for 2, Vinny.
Yeah, 11 for 2. And Sandeep Mohandas, good attack on that ball as he was able to kind of grab it one-handed and make them earn their single. 11 for 2. So again, no panic stations. That run rate required still below 10 and over. Yeah, just really looking forward to this series. I mean, you were here last year. I know you weren't, but I know that you would have followed along a little bit of it, and also I know a lot of our viewers will have. But you know, for the top 4 teams, there was only 1 game in it after the group stage. So they all played 8 matches. I think that 3 teams won 5 and 1 team won 4. So it was just net run rate that separated the top 3 teams, and the 4th team was just 1 behind. And those 4 teams are here again. So it's going to be really tightly contested. I think that all the teams have match winners And the other thing is we get to see a new team, Debrecen Vikings, for the first time. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them and see how they can compete at this level. As we go to over number 3, Mahundas coming back to bowl out.
And this one is going to drop agonisingly short. Wow, what a big moment that could be. Going for the... Delta's decided his approach is going to be to hit. He's not going to hold back. He's going to play his shots. And this time he gets lucky once more. This one just drops. Sort of any one of the 2 fielders there could have got there, but just dropping short of him.
Yeah, hustled in, couldn't quite make it. Blinders do pride themselves as a very, very good fielding side. They work on all the time.
Straight down the ground and well fielded. We're right on cue there, Vinny.
Yeah.
Talking about their fielding. That's a good bit of work there from Willie Garmage.
Yeah, Willigamage is a guy that you mentioned, that one-handed snatch catch that he took back at the ECC. And long on, long off. 2 high-quality fielders. You've got Samarkand there at the moment. And Mahundas, who's bowling, will normally field there as well. So that is where a lot of balls go. And they have 2 of the best fielders in the country patrolling. Mahundas.
It's timed pretty well, but straight to the fielder. It's the slower delivery. Didn't quite get the location of the ball right. It was a bit more bit leggish, but it was timed well by the batter. Just a single.
Yeah, right on cue. Fumble from the Blinders, but it's probably going to be one either way. If clean pick up and throw, that might have been interesting though.
It's a better shot there. Harsh Mandiani seems to have a real contrast between these 2 batters. Mandiani seems to be quite content and playing the ball on merit, whereas Dildal looks to be attacking everything.
Yeah, kind of one of them I think needs to bat it out of their comfort zone a little bit. And you still got the other one there. I think Mandiani's playing that slightly safer role at the moment.
Well, that's gone, and that's what I was talking about. Dildal, he wants to go, he wants to play the big shots. And when you're a bowler and you see a batter is playing that way, you know that you get one good ball right up there. Yorker length delivery, full, straight, bang, on the money, and you got him. Gone. Timber.
Look at the movement. Left to right, and Delta just loses his shape. 123 gets another. Again, full and at the stumps. Always a good idea. And Kaiba, he won't be happy with that shot when he looks back. As it is, he has to fall for 9. The Tigers lose a 3rd wicket in the power play now. It's 15 for 3.
Yeah, very good bowling that. And yeah, you're right, the movement as well that he gets. It's quality stuff. And the Blinders at the moment, they're all over this. And this is theirs, really, to throw away. They're doing everything right at the moment. They're keeping the pressure on the bowling well. They're not bowling, not giving any extras away as well. That's really important as well. Just 2 wides. And those were tight ones as well.
Yeah, that's true. And look, here's the thing. And I said it's easier to hit 6s rather than 4s. But if you're trying to hit 6s, it comes with an inherent risk, doesn't it? Because you're trying to hit the ball in the air. You know, it can cause you to kind of lose your form, lose your shape a bit like Delta did then. So he's certainly trying to lift that ball over mid-wicket for 6. He can't get any bat on it. Comes up with fresh air. 3 wickets down. And this will bring Abdul Rahman to the crease for the last ball of the power play. Mahundas has been excellent, hasn't he? 2 for 6 with the ball remaining. He's such a dangerous cricketer. I mentioned how important he is in the field as well for the Blinders. So right now, I mean, 87 wasn't looking up to scratch really, but I don't judge it until both teams bat, and some of the bats will be a little bit rusty. I know they've been playing some cricket, but this form of cricket where you kind of got to put the afterburners on a bit quicker than usual, sometimes we see batters struggling a little bit in the first part of series. Slip in place for the last ball. Mahundas trying to get one more. Last ball of the over.
Yeah, well bowled, and what a great spell of bowling that is. 2 wickets, 6 runs only conceded, and well, this is exactly what the captain, Ali Farasat, would have wanted from his guys, to come out there pumped up. And they would have been slightly disappointed with the score they put on the board, 87. Though, like you said, Vinny, we normally do find that the first few games, the scores aren't particularly high. It's all about players getting a feel of of the match, getting a feel of the surface, getting a feel of the format. Because a lot of these teams, when they are playing their normal domestic league cricket, they're playing 40, 45, 50 over cricket. So it's a bit of a change-up for them.
Yeah.
So it's not a surprise. I still think, I'd say, that on this, looking at how the outfield is, I think the score of 85 is always going to be competitive.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's hard to hit fours on the ground, especially once the field goes back. Now we're going to have Callum, who is into his blinder side from last year. He's going to start with a bit of a short ball, pull around the corner. Mohandas now prowling mid-wicket. We'll have a look at that. Again, you see the one-handed pick up and throw in one motion from Sunday. This will just be 1 run to start the over. Just want to say hello to Vivek Davda, who says, good morning, Vinny and Rico. Nice to have the awesome twosome back in the cube. Yeah, it's nice to be here, Vivek. He's saying about Salman Khan earlier as well. He may not be a Bollywood actor, but he's giving a blockbuster performance.
He is, isn't he? Liking that, indeed, yeah.
Andrew Parker was talking about your duck impression. You know my feelings about that. I don't mind the duck impression, but not the baby voice.
You don't mind the baby voice?
Shouldn't have even said it.
Starts to whip this one away, but work to be done for the field up. But we'll still keep him to 1. That's good ground fielding.
Hey, are you going to tell everyone the little joke that you played on me last night when I got to the hotel? I got in a bit after you.
Go on, you tell him. Go on, you tell him. You were in a bit of panic.
So I've got... Okay, I'll tell you in a second. Here's the next ball. Oh, maybe not. This will be a dead ball. I think you probably get away with one of these.
Yeah, there was a lot of talking going on actually when he's coming to bowl, and I think the batter's quite right there just to step aside.
Yeah, risky strategy though. Yeah, so I've got 2 suitcases essentially. One with mostly my clothes, and it's a pretty big one, and another one. So often when I get to the hotel room, come back in a second, it's a full toss, played away for 1 down, 2 long on. So I took one suitcase inside and left the other one outside just for probably 15 or 20 seconds, and the door shut behind me. And then when I went out to get my second one, which was one with all my suits, it had gone. And there was no one around. And I thought maybe I'd left it downstairs, but I was sure I brought it up in the lift. And this is in the air, and this isn't going to be fielded by anybody on the field anyway. Maximo! We'll take that. Rahman goes bang, and he just had a bit of ease about the way that he swung through this one, that he absolutely got it in the middle of the bat, and 6 runs, badly needed runs at the moment for the Tigers.
Yeah, top shot that is, just stands and delivers. Just bowling a little bit too short here at the moment, Nandika.
Next one is going to force Mahanjian to run, and he does. So it takes him up to 25 with the ball to go in the over. And so, yeah, I came back and the suitcase wasn't there, and then I started, I won't say panicking, but whatever, a bit of pre-panic.
You were panicking.
Because there's a lot of stuff in that bag. And then it turns out, then I get a message from Rico saying, how much for it back? And it was a ransom picture of my suitcase. He snuck in and stole it. We get to the end of the over. It's 25 for 3 after 4. Pretty good start for the blinders. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And alongside me is Rico Full. So, come on, explain yourself. That's not what friends do to each other. That wasn't very nice.
Well, I just thought I'd give you a nice little panicky welcome.
Rico, the kleptomaniac here.
Bit of a joke.
And it's so heavy, that case, that I don't think it's a risk to get stolen because no one would want to carry it. It's got all my suits in it.
Yeah, I always know your case. I mean, there's only you got that big blue one and this yellow one. I saw the yellow case there. I just came out my door and I saw the yellow case. Thought that's Maximo, so I just took it, whipped it in my room.
And what are you, on the run or something? You got the haircut. He's changing his appearance. I think there's more to this. He's always moving countries. You know, I think that any agencies, any Interpol or whatever, look into him because I even heard that Rico's not even his real name. Anyway, so we're going to go to over number 5, and Haris Mirage is going to bowl the next over. And could be a chance, and taken. So, yeah, false shot as Gooch that takes the catch behind point. Just had the batter playing across it, and the Tigers, just as they were breathing a bit of life into this innings, they've lost a 4th wicket now. And what a good start to the new over. And what a good start for Haris Mirage. First ball of the tournament, first wicket for him. And that's a 4th down now. The Tigers 25 for 4.
Yeah, they needed that. That's come at the perfect time, that for the blinders after that last over, where we just saw the slight acceleration from the Tigers, and we saw that big 6 hit. And Rahman, well, he may have hit the big 6, and he looked good, didn't he, when he was playing on the back shot? It gets the false shot. Maybe he should have had a look first to see what Maharaj Harris was going to do with this. but puts it into the safe hands of Gooch.
Yeah, he tries to hit across it slightly, and I think that's where he goes wrong. It was a simple catch, really, just looped to the backward point, which is now there. Gooch was fielding it slip before, and he's gone back to the backward point. Now actually goes back to the boundary. And Ali Farasat is the captain this year. Stefan Gooch captaining last year, but he's given up the captaincy just because, again, being on the tour so much, Stefan's not able to play all the matches. So Ali Farasat giving them a bit of consistency as a skipper. As Abhitesh Prashar, that will be the new batter left-hander. Bowled pretty well early. There he is facing Mirage, who's round the wicket.
Firmly struck down the ground. And, long off. Do the fielding off the left-hander.
We'll say a quick hello to James Stewart in the chat, who's joined us. Nice to have you. And what does everyone think about Rico stealing? I'll say borrowing my suitcase.
Just,
so,
you know.
Let's see.
Yeah, these
see what they think in the chat of that behaviour.
Difficult times at the moment. See this delivery first. Well bowled.
I was already worrying about what I was going to wear to work today because I had all my suits in that one case. But maybe I would have just come in my swimming gear and had a dip.
Listen, you ask
the pool's up there, the bikini end in front of the house.
You ask anybody that's in the hospitality trade at the moment. Things are going up all the time. You've got to make income otherwise. I just thought I could start up a car boot sale or something.
Oh! This would have been out, you know. This would have been the catch of the year. This was absolutely smashed back. I think he may even save a boundary here. Oh, maybe they stick or they don't. I think Shub's pretty happy that the bowler got a hand on that.
I love it when Shub does that. It reminds me of a ballerina. What is it when the ballerina does that? There's a word for it, isn't it? Is it? I can't remember what it is. Slower delivery. Nicely played. Nice firm push of the bat. I see the fielders still attacking. Yeah, the bodies behind.
Come on, somebody check that out for us. What is it when the ballerinas do the little...
Is it a pirouette or something, isn't it?
Yeah, when they do this. Yeah, are we going to do it together?
Yeah, we'll do it together.
When we do this? Like that? What's that called? We want to know. Tell us in the chat.
Let us know what it is.
I'm going to uncoil myself from the wires now.
Harisia, I need to pull one out of the socket. Firmly hit, and this one will go to the boundary. That is a really nice shot. And that's what they need here at the moment. And Prasha, oh, is he going to be the basher? Hits this really well, gives himself some room, and finds the gap out on the offside as well. Nice shot.
Yeah, beautifully hit. And so here's the end of the over. So this game's still on, by all means. 31 for 4 at the halfway point. They'll need 57 off the second half, but that's very achievable. But no one getting out of single digits yet. With Manjian there as well, do not count them out as well. He is ready to launch and can absolutely smash a cricket ball. We've seen that at a higher level as well. So just the two wides, I think, keeping the blinders in the contest and maybe getting a nose ahead in this game. What I will say is hello to Zahid Riaz. Well, he's often saying it's his birthday in the chat. And today he's saying it's his brother Arid Koka's birthday. So hello, Arid. Hope you're having a great birthday if you're watching. And says they're watching from Rawalpindi in Pakistan. So hello to you.
Yeah.
And hello to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Okay, here's Callum to come back for his next over. And he'll sneak away for a single. And so, yeah, next 2 or 3 overs really crucial. It'll depend how many they need in the last couple.
Yeah, Harsh Mandian just seems to be following that pattern of just taking the single. Now you can see there he's quite determined to give pressure to strike back. Not taking the risk himself, but I mean, with 4 wickets down already, you just get the feeling that he's got to look to play a couple of shots now and again. Oh, this is played effortlessly. What a lovely shot that is. Goes all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro. Manos arriba. Porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, Prashad's hit the ball pretty well since he's come to the crease. Just hitting him crisply. And he doesn't bother running for that. Why would you? And that's the other thing. Maybe Manjian is deciding, okay, I can kind of go at any time, but I'm going to just be a bit more conservative, leave it to the other guys. And then if I need to really go in the last couple of overs, I will, but I still want to be there. So that was really well struck by Prashad.
Changing the field now, man. Goes back. And this time he hits it out on the offside. And despite a desperate dive from the fielder, that goes to the boundary. And a great attempt. But this is just too well hit. Look at this, a lovely shot, classy, plenty of power on it. You can see the lunge there. And Willigan Armitage just couldn't get there.
Yeah, it was a pretty good effort. But you know how athletic Asanka is. But he wasn't able to pull that one back. Again, probably within his grasp, but couldn't quite get a hand on it.
Short and hammered. This is big. Oh, Shaba, Kinna Sona, Shaka, Lagya. Look, from every angle off the pitch, 3 players have come running in. The wicketkeeper, the man at mid-wicket, and the man at long on coming, running in from the boundary, straight to the bowler. And I know what they're saying to him, pitch it up, don't bowl it short, because, well, Abhitash Pashar is on fire. 21 of just 5 deliveries.
Well, this is this form of the game, and this is why this tournament's so interesting, because these teams generally bat deep.
That's better. That's what they would have said to him. Get the ball right up there. Don't let him get underneath it. Good reply from the bowler.
Yeah, this one was a good comeback, isn't it? Full straight. Just getting the bottom of the bat on that. Wants length at the moment.
Firmly struck. Chance. Taken. No mistakes. Not from that man. Asanka says that's the way to do it. And they get another wicket at another crucial point. Well, he was expensive, wasn't he? Akuraguda. But he does take a wicket off his last ball. And it's the important one because Abhitash Pashar, who was hitting the ball superbly well, finds the hands off the fielder and he has to depart.
Yeah, he was banging the ball. And he hit that one hard too, but he just doesn't get the elevation to get it over Welly Gamage. This wasn't an easy catch. Looks easy on TV, but this was motoring. But Asanka gets the hands behind it, using the 2 this time. So the Tigers lose a 5th wicket now. It's the end of the 6th over as well. Callum finishes with 1 for 27, and the score is 48 for 5. But with that over, it means that I only need 10 and over for the last 4. So, yeah, I mean, 17 off that over. It's a pretty expensive one.
Yeah, that's where sometimes, Vinny, you just got to be smart. I think that Prashad, he'd already done the damage in that over. I think that ball wasn't quite there. It wasn't his strength. He's very strong, the short ball. I think he could have been quite happy just to push that one down for a single, get himself back on strike.
I think it's instinctive, though, isn't it? You know, he's in a hitting mode. If he hits that a little bit earlier, it goes for 6. Because he's a little bit later than the optimum contact point. He hits it hard but flat, and yeah, really good catch. So I don't think you really blame him for that shot at all. We're going to have Ali Yilmaz coming on to bowl over number 7 now. So 10 and over. Manan, the new batter, but right now it's Manjin on strike.
It's a lovely played shot. He just glances this off his legs. The timing is perfect. That's a lovely shot. Well, welcome to the Hungarian Cricket Association. Well, this goes to that banner. Yeah, welcome indeed. And it's lovely to be here. And it's lovely to be watching some of this magnificent cricket. 4 runs.
Yeah, so that was beautifully done. Win Predictor still hasn't woken up. It's just given up because these 2 teams are pretty evenly matched, so we'll give you that much. And, of course, finally in the chat, I've just gone and had a look. Michael had it first about the ballerina question. It's called a pirouette.
Pirouette?
A pirouette. I knew that.
I said that, didn't I? I said it was pirouette.
Is that what you said?
I said something like that. It may not be pirouette.
Hello to Claire. You're saying welcome back, Rico. Hugs from Australia. It's a long distance hug.
Thank you very much,
there,
Claire.
Rico.
Thank you
You
very
must
much.
have got a few hugs, though, from the family and the dogs while you were away.
And hugs right back to you. Un abrazo para ti también. Gracias.
I just said you must have got some hugs while you were away. It's funny that I considered that you being away when really it was you being home. But yes, thank you very much, and thank you for your comment, Claire. The robot also got that, and so did Shrug. So thank you to all of you guys for helping us out with that mental blank.
Shot. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya. Well, sometimes we say hit straight. Well, you couldn't hit this any straighter. This was pinged right out the middle, dead straight, and smashes into the side screen, the other side of the ground. Lovely shot.
Yeah, drivable length, and even though it's his first ball, absolutely smacks it into the side screen. You've got to get fuller, got to get block hole. Time's running out for the blinders.
That's what you're talking about, Vinny. That's right up there. Good ball. Look, Ali Yilmaz, I mean, he was the second highest wicket taker last year. He took 13 wickets for the Budapest Blinders, just one behind Abhishek Kachapal, who's not playing today for the Tigers. So we know he's a wicket taker, and he needs to take wickets here now. This is going to be 4 more. It may even go all the way. I think it's going to be 4. This is a good shot. He makes his mind up early, starts to come down the track, and I like the way he executes this. Gets the wrists and the hand speed working perfectly, gets right under it and sends it to the boundary. Worrying times for the Blinders at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. So 15 off that over. Remember, at the start of the over, they needed 10 and over, so they get an extra few. And that will bring the rate down to just over 8 and over for the last 3. And you can see why this tournament's so exciting. These teams are so exciting. We'll see the same 2 teams in match 2. We'll reverse the innings this time. So the Tigers will be batting first after the Budapest Blinders won the toss and elected to bowl first. So both teams getting a chance to bowl first, which is obviously what they wanted in this format of the game. Watch out for Zahir Safi and Zishan Khan Kukakel at the top of the order, who missed out in this game. I think they won't want to miss out twice in a row. They'll feel like they have a score to settle. That is match 2 coming away in around about half an hour, just under, right here on the European Cricket Network. Right, here's Salman Khan back for the 8th.
Well bowled. Certainly the way he batted and the way he's been with the ball, he's trying to get another wicket or 2 here, and with that maybe be in for the match award. He was certainly did his bit with the bat, and now he's trying to do it with the ball here.
Super interesting time in this game. Actually, 1 or 2 wickets would do as well. Right now, the Tigers with all the momentum. And the batters have come in and swung away.
Oh, well, sometimes catches, especially if you take catch like that, wins you a match. That one certainly would have won the match. That is a superb effort there.
Probably saves 3 runs. That is Ali Farisat, the captain, in at short cover. This was laced. Watch that one right off the middle of the bat, and he does get one hand to it.
Yeah.
He had some hard hit balls this morning already.
Yeah, that was going to the boundary, Vinny. You're right, he saved 3 runs. It's nicely played, but they do have a man out there now.
It's good field positioning for Salman Khan and the movement and the angle he has. I think a lot of balls are going to go in that area. You kind of want to force the batters to aim for gaps on the leg side, because that's going to be a really difficult shot to Salman, just because of the way he's getting the ball to talk. Also, that shot over cover, I think as a batter, that's where I'd be aiming. Straight over the short cover's head.
Well bowled, but they'll take the leg by. It's a good length, though, isn't it? Much better length. When the length is full like this, it's very difficult to get the ball away.
Yeah. You see, this is the kind of ground, because there's not a whole lot of bounce in the pitch, once you go that slot length, it very rarely troubles the batters, and they just drive straight through it.
Vinny, you know what surprised me so far?
Yeah.
No spin.
Yeah, true.
And I think, I'm going to call this early, on this pitch, on this ground, a spin to win.
Yeah, good call. Bold. Just be one. I want to say hello to Maiden Waters, and I hope you're well. Nice to have you tuning in from Australia. My accent comes back sometimes. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying the action. I know Maiden's been watching this, and watching her 3 teenage children as well, tuning in at times. And she was saying her husband last week, well, she was suggesting Peacock Friday. She said it wasn't really for him. So not everyone can pull it off.
Firmly struck, and that's a great catch. Oh, that is brilliant. And I was saying sometimes that if you take good catches, they can win you the match. And Callum Nandika takes an absolute beaut here, patrolling the boundary. Well, this one for me, Vinny, if they go on to win this match, this is the moment. This was 6 runs. What a good catch this is.
Yeah, hashtag turning point. You're exactly right. Not only does he save the 6, he also takes the catch. Perfect technique. He had to move quickly and smartly to his right. He did. And that one disappeared into the hands. It was never coming out. So the wicket perhaps changing the narrative, and ends the 8th with another wicket for Salman Khan, who finishes with 2 for 13. And the Royal Tigers now 68 for 6. Got to say that Callum Nandika Kudagoda was brilliant there. And yeah, just imagine if he drops that, or say it goes for 6, and then they're 74, then they need 14 off the last 12. with 5 wickets in hand. As it is now, they need 20 off 12 with 4 wickets in hand. Although the captain, Harsh Mandian, he's still at the crease. He's a bit of a sleeping giant there at the moment. He's been joined there now by Imad Khan.
Yeah, I mean, Mandian, he's going to be on strike here. Be interesting if now we're going to start to see maybe some of the nerves coming through, and he's going to swing his bat a little. He's going to run a ball at the moment. Only the 1-4 in that 15 he scored. So this will be the time really for him. They don't want to leave too many off the last. They want to leave more than 10. Big over this. And
sure is. There's Mirage in the 9th.
That's not a good ball. It's down the leg side and just gets helped along the way. Well, he doesn't have to swing wildly. He just has to continue to play good cricket shots. And this is a good cricket shot to not such a good delivery. Gets it wrong, gets the line wrong, and he just helps that along its way.
Once again, he gets the length to be able to manoeuvre away. And yeah, good shot selection from Harsh. He's still at the wheel, Harsh. So I think as long as he is there in front of the game, 16 off 11 now. And you've got to get fuller, and you cannot get too straight to Harsh Mandian.
They'll take the scene. He's got a rush, and they decide not to have a go.
I would have probably thought about throwing that, even if you give away an overthrow. It's a hard one. Maybe the percentage was not to throw, because then maybe Harsh Mandian gets back on strike. At least as it is, you eat a run, and you get a crack at the new batter, the number 8, which is Imad Khan. So 15 off 10 required. What a game this is.
Yeah.
The win predictor, well, it hadn't woken up. Maybe it just must have known it was a golden ball opportunity.
It slept in today, and it's a Monday after all. Well, a little discussion here between the captain and the bowler. Now, what does Khan do here? Does he swing wild, or does he just try and get a single and get the recognised batter back on strike? When he swings hard. He will get just the one, and that'll do. That's a smart approach for me. I think Harsh, if he gets any bad deliveries, the captain will put it away, no problems. What an important innings it's been from him so far. Harsh Mandian, remember, he had to deal with the fact there was no Stan Ahuja today. That's a slow full toss. Times it very well, doesn't he? It's a good timer off the ball.
Yeah. I mean, if the Tigers can get up here, they'll get a lot of confidence from this, because both their openers failed.
Yeah.
Even Delta, I suppose, didn't get as many as he would have wanted to. No protractor in the lineup. No Ahujas. So to win in these circumstances, I think the Tigers will feel a bit bulletproof right now. Long way from home.
Firmly struck, but to the fielder, deals with it well. Watches for the bounce, gets it through. And, you can see here that the Tigers, they're all on their feet. They can sense that every run is important. They just want the ball to go to the boundary, don't they?
First game. We haven't had a golden ball since the 31st of March. Golden ball 29. That was all the way back in Portugal. Could we have one on the cards here?
He could be gone here. I think he's played right across the line. Yeah, he is. That was what I thought straight away. He went for the shot down on the leg side, and that's the one that normally gets him results, Mandian. He's very strong there. He took the risk, but he's paid the price for it. LBW of the last ball of the innings, so they've got the recognised batter. Game very much alive.
Yeah, this one in a ball, I think, changes the script for me and changes who's ahead. The difference is length. That is the difference. It's Fuller and Harsh can't deal with the low full toss. I think he's plumb in front.
Yeah.
And so Mirage, well, he started with a wicket, and now he's finished with a wicket. He ends up with 2 for 14. Great performance from him. And this takes us to the end of the 9th over. 76 for 7. 12 runs required off the last. Only 3 wickets in hand. And yeah, look, even, say Mandian gets a single there. I think the Tigers are ahead going to this last over 11 to win with him on strike. As it is, Imad Khan will have more responsibility now. He's been joined out there by Sai Gotham. And what a game we have. Get used to it, Rico, because this is what I had to deal with last year all the time. And especially the top 4 sides. Vikings, a bit of an unknown quantity, but right now, Hungary bringing it once again as we go into the last, and it's going to be Ali Yilmaz. Went for 15 in the 8th. He's going to, in the 7th over, I should say. He'll come back and try and win the game for the Blinders. Right, 12 off the last.
That's a beauty right up there. Well, he may not have been his best first over, but I said at the time he was the second leading wicket taker last year, 13. And that's why, because he gets the ball in the right areas when he needs to. When the pressure is on, the big men step up, and Yilmaz does. He knocks his over. Lovely movement.
And the batter pretty much yorks himself here because he takes a confident step forward. You see this one here, and it's a good adjustment, I think, from the bowler, Ali Yilmaz, because he yorks him even with a slightly shorter distance from the hand. And so now surely the Blinders have to gain favouritism in this game. It's 76 for 8, 12 runs required, 5 balls left. Just 2 wickets in hand now for the Royal Tigers, who are in danger of being tamed here, the defending champions in match 1, as Akramullah Malikzada comes to the crease at number 10.
Yeah, big moment. Big moment. But remember, though, as some of our viewers will know, a lot of them, we've seen some fantastic finishes in these matches. It's 2 big shots, Vinny, 2 big shots.
Yeah, exactly. 2 swings of the bat, could be over. Hello to Andy in the chat, saying cracking first game of the series. Yeah, well, settle in, maybe clear your schedule this week. Here's Hungary. Certainly is a very, very exciting place to hold a European cricket series. As we have 5 to come, a dozen required. Ali Yilmaz trying to ice the game for the Blinders.
Malikzada, the new batter. Can he be the hero?
Oh, strike 2. He just keeps going from where he was.
Full toss. Oh, is it going to be called a no ball?
Has to be.
Oh, this got him. That's too high. So, wow. Oh, wow.
This one to me.
Oh, this is.
Oh, it's a big call at a big moment. And
no.
That's
about it.
I feel like this one, I don't think they're holding up. But, well,
hang on a minute.
I have a feeling it's going to be called.
Yeah, they're onto this.
Yeah.
It's got to be called. That's too high. That is too high.
Yeah, it's probably chest high.
Look,
I think we're still going up.
Yeah. I think, you call that. The bowler stops, then he goes back to his mark. Then he starts and stops. But rather than go back to his mark the second time, he goes from where he is. You've got to go back to your mark. And he loses his run up. Yeah, there we go. This is going to be called now. Yeah. But that's the correct call.
It is the correct call. So, I mean, it's a free hit as well. Makes it 11 off 5. So at least maybe Blinders catch a break that doesn't get edged for 4 or something like that, because sometimes you see that happen. Malikzada, he knows he's in a contest now. Sound the free hit horn.
This is going to be called a wide, so... Ooh, well...
What a match. What a match. And this is pressure. Pressure on everybody. Pressure on the batters, the bowlers, the umpires, everybody.
Well, I said just 2 big hits. Well, now it can be 1 big and 1 not so big. 2 boundaries still will do this. It's well hit. They take the first one. Will they risk a second?
That was a free hit too, remember. So, yeah, not able to really get too much on that. Not easy for the tail enders, I suppose, coming to the crease and having to try and win the game. 10 off 4 at the moment. Yilmaz, again, the ball's in his hand. I remember our coach always used to say, as the bowler, you have 9 off 4 now. You have the ability to set the narrative.
Oh, he's done it. Great bit of bowling. Is right up there, right in the block hole. Jaga there, Fatte style from Ali Y. Ali Yilmaz does the job. Well, we were saying he was feeling a little bit of pressure. Well, that will take all the pressure off. The Blinders, well, they're looking for revenge. The last year, losing finalists to the Royal Tigers. Are they going to get sweet revenge? And the start of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Budapest, 2022.
Yeah, Stumps have had a pounding this game at that end. And yeah, just trying to lift it up and over to glory. Instead, it's a 9th wicket down, so they're 1 wicket away from extinction. The Tigers, they still need 9. There's 3 balls left. This is a tough one. You don't really want to swing and miss at this. You've got your number 11 out there, which is Rabin Moment. I think even if he can just take a single and then hope that the other batter can go.
No single here, Vinny.
You think he's going for it?
He's going for it.
I don't think Moment thought an hour ago that he'd be in this situation, but guess what? Life's full of surprises, especially in the ECS Hungary. 9 to win, 3 balls remaining. Last chance for the Tigers.
Gets the single. So does the right thing, I suppose.
Yeah, so here's the thing now. If you're Malik Zada, I think that you need 8 to win off 2. I think if you hit it to the outfield, you're looking to try and take 2. Because even though it's the single, you can tie it on the last ball. Just don't see Moment hitting a Maximo. So they need a boundary. They need one badly, the Tigers.
And this one goes through the batter.
Yeah, and this is the worst case scenario for the Tigers. Because with a dot ball, now, as long as this is a legal delivery, I don't think the Tigers can win or even tie this game. So I don't think we're going to get our golden ball. Well done, Yilmaz. I mean, that's another one that's missing the leg stump. Yeah. So if he'd got across and maybe could have got a wide there, easier said than done. Man, Malik Zada, unfortunately, can't get any bat in it. And it looks like the Blinders are going to take out a thrilling opening match.
Hit really well, will just be the single. And, well, I think there's going to be some jubilation out there. The Blinders, well, there you go. They know they've won the first match. They've beaten the Royal Tigers. And, yeah, it's all about hugs and celebrations and big smiles. They did it the hard way, you have to say. They didn't quite get as many runs on the ball they would have liked, but they defended it really well, the bowler. But it was all to do with the start that they got, Vinny. I think getting those top 2 batters out early, that's what they needed to do. And there were some moments there, though, wasn't it? Some cagey moments, especially when Abhitash Prashant was hitting the ball all over the place. We thought, well, maybe the Tigers are going to come back into this. But then Yilmaz kept his cool and bowled well at the death.
Brilliant last over, only conceded 5. That was including that no ball kind of fiasco where he bowled a beamer at Malik Zada. But unfortunately, the tail of the Tigers, it was just a step too far for them. Really tight contest, a low-scoring thriller, and in the end, just a handful of runs in it. It was 87 to 81. Just a reminder, these two teams will meet again. I can't wait for that. And it will be the Tigers who will be opening up. They've been sent in, and the Tigers, they'll be out to prove a point and square this series. All right, let's roll the highlights. And there were plenty of them here in the opening match. And it was Zishan. Must have got a little feather on that one. He was out early. He's followed soon after by Zahir Safi. The Blinders trying to put the pressure on early, and they got the 2 big fish at the top of the order.
Yeah, it was really good bowling, and Salman Khan was very impressed with him today, with the bat and with the ball. And, well, the Tigers, they had to do it the hard way. There were, well, no runs on the board for 1, then there were 2 for 2, 15 for 3, and then there was that little bit of a recovery. But once again, a little bit similar to the Blinders. Batters did get in, but weren't able to capitalise. I mean, this was a big moment, wasn't it? This was the big, big shot for 6, and then he goes and gets himself out as well.
It was a similar kind of an innings, to be honest. I mean, see Stephen Gooch taking that catch. I go back to him retiring himself out. I think they probably pinched him a few extra runs towards the end because they didn't run out of batting. And the batters that replaced him were able to score a little bit quicker. But meanwhile, we saw everyone that came to the crease of the Tigers not afraid to attack. And they're a very smart team. They're very experienced. Tell you what, Prashant looked as good as anybody out there. And that one was absolutely smacked over the leg side. He was hitting the ball so well. But yeah, just felt that every time one team got ahead, the narrative would change. You see, Prashant was looking very good, but then he couldn't quite get hold of this one. And some really good catches here just brought the Blinders back into the game.
Yeah, it was a good catch. You saw earlier there was one that went to the boundary that went past him. But what about the start of this over? The very first ball of the 9th went for 4 runs, and we thought, well, okay, this could be important. And it was Harsh Mandian was hitting the ball well, but then he had to go. But not before he got a few more boundaries on the board.
Yeah, and there's always going to be a moment, and this could have been 6 or out. And we talked about if the Blinders win the game, we'd look back at that moment, Callum. Instead of a 6, he was able to get the mitts behind it. Not only save the boundary, also remove a dangerous batter. And that was also their issue. They were running out of resources. And when Harsh Mandian was finally out LBW, they left it to the tail. But it was just going to be a little bit of a bridge too far for the lower order.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're talking about that catch. I said sometimes top quality fielding and catching as well wins your matches. If he doesn't take that catch, that 6 runs, the game would have been tied.
Yeah, you'd think so. And so, yeah, last over came. And a couple of key wickets just making things a bit too tough. The Blinders, well, they get some sweet revenge for last year where they did lose the final to the Royal Tigers. But having said that, I mean, these two teams will meet again. And the Tigers will be out for some revenge themselves. What a match and what a way to start ECS Hungary. As I just said in the chat, we go to the scorecard and you can see the issue was It's just no one really taking the ball by the horns. Manjian top scoring, 21 off 19. 21 from 7, Prashar for me at number 6. He probably hit the ball better than anybody in that innings.
Yeah.
Manan also with a big shot. He scored 11, but when it came down to it, this 87 holds up. And looking at the extras as well, 3 wides and no ball. Kind of controversial call in the last over, but I think the umpires do get it right. And that's probably another reason that the blinders just creep over the line in match 1.
Yeah, I mean, they did what they had to do in the field. They had to be sharp. They had to support the captain. The captain knew, Ali Farasat, that they all had to be on the ball. They had to take the catches. They did. There was no misfields. There was no drop catches. And there were some good catches. Catches win you matches.
Yeah, they sure do. And we talk about the fielding and how important it is. And the bowling was important as well, because every single bowler took a wicket. In fact, 4 of them took 2 wickets. You don't often see that. But I got to say, Mohandas was excellent early, 2 for 6 off his 2 overs. So was Salman Khan. They really put the pressure on early, and they took the responsibility of getting those big players out. And although the Tigers had the hitters keep coming, none of them were able to stay long enough to kind of impact the result. Maraj Harris bowled really well, as did Callum, with 1 for 27, though he did go for a few. Ali Yilmaz closing things out in the very last over. Well, if that's a sign of what's to come, you won't want to go too far from your living room, because it was a brilliant start to this tournament. And I've got to say, Rico, great to have you back, and what a game to get things started. We'll be back, and our next game will start in just a few minutes' time. So I'll have a quick break. We're back with more ECN cricket just around the corner. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the GB Oval in Hungary. And with one out the way, it's time for match two. It's the second leg of the double header between the Royal Tigers and the Budapest Blinders. I know both these teams, every game is hotly contested between them. I know the two captains are just in the middle with Charles Croucher. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Heads. Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We are going to ball first.
Ball first. Thank you very much.
So it is won by the Blinders this time, and they have decided that they will field first. So both teams winning a toss this morning and both electing to field. Okay, the Blinders are going to have to do something about the openers, no doubt about that. Zahir Safi and Zishan Kukakel, they're always super dangerous. You combine that with the captain Mandjan at 3 and then Kaiba Delda at 4. Even without the Ahujas in the lineup, it is power packed, but the Blinders, we know that they have a lot of enthusiasm in the field. So let's see, will this series be split one game apiece, or will one team get a big advantage here on Monday morning? Let's find out. Rico Full is in the commentary box as we go over to you, Rico. This time it is the Blinders. They've won the toss and they're going to field first in match number 2.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, looking dashing, wearing the Hungarian colours there, wearing those red shoes. And just have a look at the fantasy dashboard. These two teams, the Royal Tigers, they're looking to bounce back. They are, of course, the reigning champions. In fact, they won in 2020 and in 2021, but haven't made the best of starts here against the team that they beat in the final last year, the Budapest Blinders. And it wasn't a high-scoring game, but I think all the quality was in the bowling and fielding from both sides. The opportunity here now to see if the Tigers, batting first this time, if their openers can get going. Remember the start of that last match, they ended up losing by 6 runs. They were 15 for 3. And, they need the openers to give them a start. Remember, they're without Stan Ahuja, who is one of their key batters. But in that last game, it was only really Harsh Mandian, the captain, 21 of 19. He was supported for a while by Abhitash Prashar, who made a very quick 21 of just 7 deliveries. But other than those two, nobody else really able to hit the mark. So they need a good start. I think they may take perhaps a bit more of a steadier approach and not try and go for too many of the big shots straight away. There's going to be Zahir. It's going to be facing the first delivery. Zahir Safi. With the ball, the player of the match of the very first match, Salman Khan. Here he comes. Starts with quite a wide delivery and called wide. Straight away from the umpire. Salman Khan, 14 quick-fire runs, just 6 deliveries. 4 deliveries, pardon me, and also picking up those 2 wickets. Giving himself that player of the match. This time went for the slower delivery. Single taken. Safi gets himself off the mark. Interesting to see just what the reply here is from the Tigers. They'll certainly be hurting from that defeat. It's not the way that the champions would have wanted to start their campaign. They're looking to bounce back. Big swing. Difficult one to deal with. Let's see, Mars YG is behind the stumps this time, so just rotating the keepers around slightly. Gets enough on this, sort of lays it on to, well, I'm not going to call him third man, they've got a gully in there at the moment. This one's pretty wide as well and will be called. Umpire Steve out there. Just straying with his line slightly at the moment. Well, this one has gone, and it's gone the distance. Well, watch out, watch out. I don't know what's lurking around in the overgrowth over there. I don't know if they have any snakes in Hungary. I'll be pretty careful fetching this one. It's gone in the rough. That's a big hit. And that's exactly what they needed. And that'll certainly give him some confidence. Zishan Kukiha was seemed a bit disappointed to be given these marching orders in the first one. When he snicked his third delivery behind. Remains. He went for a duck. But, this is the Zishan that we know. It's the one that I remember, certainly from the ECC. Again, just a slight delay, but the umpires just having a conversation with each other. Just checking something, I think, here with the third umpire, so that would be Charles Croucher. So I think the most important thing is the umpires, the officials do communicate well with each other. That looks like we're ready to go. Khan once more. This time gets this fuller. And Zishan quite happy just to play this one straight back. Not trying to do too much with it. Well bowled, right in the block hole. It's a good comeback, 2 dot balls after being smashed for that big 6. Short, and gets away with it. Just playing too early once more there, Zishan Kukihill. Saw that in even in the first match. I know he didn't score any runs, but I think the second delivery that he got was a short one, and he played it well early and let it hit his pads. And once again, you see there, he's swinging, but too early. The ball doesn't seem to be coming on. You should know how this pitch plays. I think that's just all about trying to get off to a quick and an aggressive start. And it's the first over. And 9 runs from it. Most importantly, no wickets down. They've negotiated 1 over of the dangerous Salman Khan. It looks like they're going with Sandeep Mondas to bowl the second. Bit short, doesn't quite time this well, and Zishan has to hurry back, and now they will take the overthrows. I don't mind that, and yeah, look, the fielder's very frustrated there, Madawatha. I think he's done everything right here. He has to have a go, because I think if he hits here, it would have been really close. Zishan was sort of left stranded. I think he was let down by the backing up, really. So that Safi does get another run. This one again, just a little bit too short, but just can't find the gap at the moment. Zishan has to hurry once more. Just needs to get that ball a little bit fuller here. Mohandas has got away with the first couple. Zahir back on strike. Better, fuller, and hits this towards the fielder. Gamagay picks it up and gets a good throw in. I do like to see that, and that's one thing that the blinders, I think, have done well. You heard Vinny saying early that they do take pride in their fielding, and you can see that they charge the ball, they attack it, pick it up, they have a shy. And this one's going all the way. Volley, Kinna Sona. Shaka Lagia Zishan Kukihill. Well, he missed out the first time round, didn't score, and we said then that he's a man that the Tigers rely a lot on. And if he's on fire, they're on fire. Well, he's certainly on fire at the moment. Maximo! It's his second of this innings. And this may be the third. There's a Gandhi ball, and it gets put away. You bowl a Gandhi ball, and it gets dispatched. And, well, you don't need to be feeding him. He's too good. And this time, he doesn't play it too early. He waits for it. latches onto it and sends it big. Back-to-back sixes. No hay dos sin tres. Tres máximos ahora. Por ese jugador. Un jugador muy bueno aquí en Budapest, in Hungary. Zishan Kukihill. A few problems here for Sandeep Mohandas. I did say he started a little bit short in this over, and now he's been punished for it. It's firmly struck, and Zishan decides he's not going to risk taking a run to Kalam Nanika. That's the end of the over. So here's a good second over. The score has raced along to 24 without loss, and a good time to welcome back into the Ice Cube, which I have to say could be a little bit cooler since it's the Ice Cube, but I'm not complaining. I don't mind at all. Is Mr. Maximo
This
Vinny.
Ice Cube actually takes heat pretty well. Yes. Hello again to you, Rico. Hello to all of our viewers. And what a start to the tournament in that last game, 87-81 to the Blinders. So they are on the top of the table, and the Tigers, not often you see them at the bottom, but they are at the moment. We also have the Cobras here. We have United Chalard, Budapest, UCB, and the Debrecen Vikings for the first time. We'll get to see them in an ECS, so congratulations to them for qualifying. Let's see how they go against some of the more seasoned teams in this format. So yeah, these two batters at the crease certainly will want to make up for failing in the first game. And we have Mirage, who started with a wicket last time. This time he gets blasted into the gap. Gamagay, he's always flying around, isn't he? Superman. And will stop the boundary, won't stop the two. Asanka is a brilliant fielder, isn't he? And yeah, very athletic. He's not the only one in this Blinders side either.
Yeah, I mean, does really well here, doesn't he? We saw one go through him earlier in the first match, but this time he said, not this time, I'm going to get there, and he does, and he flicks his back and then just keeps the batters to two.
Thick inside edge. This should just be one. So yeah, I think even 100 seems a bit light on to me between these two teams. They've got some good bowlers too and good fielders. And that probably it's lucky they do, because otherwise I think we'll see some really high scores. Yeah, probably 110 plus. I think is what they'd want with these two there. If they stick around, it could be even more than that.
Well bowled. Doesn't want to be. You can see here that Zishan doesn't want to make a repeat of last time. He's been very defensive outside the off. He's attacking the balls that he knows he can put away. Had a good start here. 19 of 10 balls so far.
It goes up in the air, and this could be a chance. It's Cullum that's under it, and he can't get there in the end. It just got a little bit further than he thought. As I think he was the man that was in the best position to take it. I mean, Willie Gamagay would have had to come a long way. If he'd entered, I think probably would have caused even more problems for the mid-off. So, yeah, tough chance, but it was a chance. And you don't want to give too many of those up to these Tigers openers. And now the next one is absolutely nailed down the ground. And that's another one that's going to whack into the side screen. Maximo! So the Tigers on the prowl. Saw a catch be missed, and then the very next ball is slammed out of the ground.
Yeah, this time it's Safi's turn to hit the big one. Brings up his first Maximo as he doubles his score just with one shot. Yeah, I mean, look, you'd expect Callum to take that catch then, because he took a really good one in the first one. We thought it may be the match-winning one. But once more, you see here another example of good quality fielding from the Blinders. They are flying themselves around, and one thing that you know is that at the end of their 10 overs, when you look back at some of these stops, that one there, well, Garmay, he made one as well. They're all saving runs, and those runs, when it's a close game like that first one, it was only a matter of 6 runs. That's when it counts. So it all ends up being very productive at the end, not just that one stop, but all the stops combined together.
Yeah.
You're talking runs and a lot of runs.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really, really important. 36 no loss after 3. I want to say a quick hello to Charlie Hunt, who's in the chat. Charlie, hope you're going well. You're probably already home, or close to being home, I guess, from Germany, going back to Spain. So I want to say great work during the week, and congratulations to Germany, who did win that series in the end, going through undefeated. Except for the one time they lost to Austria. But, yeah, Sweden, unfortunately, not able to win a game. Although they got really close a couple of times as well. Played well in patches. But, yeah, Charlie, lovely work from you. And he said it's great to see quite a few of the national Hungarian team represented in this match. Yeah, no doubt about it. And so keep up the good work, Charlie. I'm sure we'll be hearing more of you on ECN during the year. Here's Ali Yilmaz for over number 4. Starts with an outswinger, and this one's hanging in the air a long time. This is a chance. No, it's not. Actually just gets over Ali Farasat. Again, I don't think he could have done a lot more. He decided to try and run backwards rather than turn. And yeah, probably it's going to be very difficult either way. He just loops over his long arms. Couple of close encounters for the Tigers openers here.
Yeah, it's Zishan now. That's 2 opportunities perhaps that he's given.
Well bowled, full, safe, sent back. Get away with this. I'll say hello to Buzzet Khan as well, who's saying, hey, see you next week in Austria. We will be in Austria next week. Of course, the Austrian national team. Just talking about them playing in that tri-series with Germany and Sweden.
Yeah.
Aki Big Bowl. Jeez, he had a great week.
Didn't he just? And with a bat and ball.
Yeah, exactly. That's what slides across. But yeah, his hair. It's all about the hair with the key, isn't it?
I told you.
The human hair ball.
Does not change his hair.
It's a good call, I think. It's just inside the tram line when it passes the crease. But yeah, congratulations to all the players that took part, of course. Always great to see international cricket on ECN. It goes after this, and it is almost taken. And we'll have a look at this, but Welagamage, he was flying away again. He was trying to make history repeat, wasn't he? In the end, it's gone down the ground, either 4 or 6. We'll have a look at it here.
Yeah, it just seems to be too far. Look, he's 2 in, isn't he? I don't know where he started. He's actually on the line. Why he doesn't come across the line?
Yeah.
He runs in first, then has to try and get back, and he's not able to. And it ball just goes over the 6.
Wow. So yeah, you're right. He kind of went in when he needed to go more around. Still athletic attempt. Another close call. Goes against the blinders. Got a bit of game 1 hangover. And only just finished. Now this is going to be a lucky one. It's going to be 4. Streaky. Wasn't the best delivery from Ali White, to be honest. And unfortunately for him, it streaks off the outside edge. Cuatro, carreras más.
Yeah, Ali Yilmaz, like he did in the first match, his first over seems to be the expensive one. That was the attempted slower Yorker. Ends up being a wide full toss. Batter does get lucky, but they're swinging hard, both these guys here, making a really quick start. 47 on the board already. Short. Hits him on the pad and doesn't want to take the single. He's not really looking at the non-striker. Zishan has sort of already made his way down the pitch. He was sent back for no run.
Yeah, 47 for no loss after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Great to have you back. Jackets off weather here in Hungary today. And yeah, really enjoying this contest. The Blinders, they just scraped across the line, I suppose, in a really tense first match, 87-81. But you can tell the Tigers, particularly their openers, they are out for some revenge. And pretty quick revenge as well here at the start of match 2.
It's like you said, Vinny, that this second game that you know that the Tigers there, particularly their openers, are going to be up for it, especially Zishan Cookie, who only is being supported well here by Zafi as well.
Yeah, haven't been chanceless though. That's the thing. There have been some chances, and this is one I suppose you call a half chance. You might want to count your fingers after this one. It was blasted back at the bowler. Does well, I suppose, to stop it and prevent any run. As I'm seeing Mirage coming back into the attack now.
Yeah, interesting fact. Zishan was the striker there. These last 3 balls, the last 3 runs he scored, he's always given a chance. And this is up in the air. This is another opportunity. Surely this one will be taken. Oh, no, he spills it. Oh, dear, oh, dear. And sometimes it's just the way it goes. A team that were taking everything first time round can't take anything. And that's Sandeep Mondas. He'll be utterly disappointed with himself.
To use one of Corey's expression, I would have thought there'd be more chance the world would stop spinning and start spinning the other way than Mahanda's dropping this catch. He has plenty of time to look at it. Just misjudges it. And the Blinders, uncharacteristically, have let a few chances get away early in this match. Now this one is going to be Welagamage, who will handle this cleanly on the bounce though. So suddenly, this opening partnership has ballooned to 49.
Yeah, but there have been, but like you said, Vinny, there have been opportunities. When I said that Zishan, the last 3, since he was dropped to 19, 20, 21. And Safi at the same time, he's had a couple of chances as well. So there's been about 5 chances between them that haven't been taken.
Now it gets some length, and this is another one which is going to be a one-hopper to Welagamage. And so just a single brings up the 50 partnership off just 28 balls at the moment. The openers that are motoring. Both of them very similar scores, very similar balls faced. The thing is now, even you get them out, you have to deal with some other very, very good batters pretty quickly. Probably Manjit at 3, Deldar at 4. But they just have to hang on, the blinders, and try and change the trajectory of this game. Raj has been brilliant today with the ball. Yeah, this one's a bit too short though, and it's going to be out of here. Maximo! Yeah, decides to roll the dice with the short ball, and it's jumped all over. It's fetched, isn't it, by Zahir Safi, and he got enough bat to get it over Salman Khan, out of the ground, 6 runs.
Yeah, this is a super shot. He's waiting for it, isn't he, Safi? And he's banged in short. And I don't think, I mean, my examination of this pitch earlier this morning, Vinny, I don't think it's suited to the quicker delivery, banging the ball in. I think it will hold up. That's why I'm quite surprised. We haven't really seen spin at the moment. I think as a wicket where the slower bowlers will do better. And, well, that one was just there to be hit. It was struck pretty strong.
Nice ball, the over. It's played back. So a rare dot ball at the moment. The Tigers now on the prowl. It's 56 for no loss after 5.
Yeah, going away really well, these two. Just getting together there now, both the openers. Made a solid start. Real contrast to the way the first match went. 56 without loss here. And now they know that it's time for them really to start trying to put the pressure on more to try and get this to be. I mean, at the moment, they're getting at around about the 110. They want to be around 120, 130 if they can. They know they've got other big hitters in the side as well. We saw that when we saw the likes of, well, especially Abhitash Prashar. I mean, it certainly wouldn't surprise me, being that he's a left-hander as well, that he comes in next, just changes things up a bit. They've got the depth, haven't they? They can change the order around to suit the different circumstances they can find themselves in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, a lot of flexibility built into these two teams. Now, we're going to have a change of bowling. I think you called on it. We haven't seen any of the slower stuff, and I think we're going to see some now from Rahul Goyal. And Mars Banerjee, who has the gloves for the blinders in this game. It's up to the stumps, and so, yeah, obviously just trying to change the pace. I think it's a smart move, worth a try at least.
Yeah, I think this is a good shot. But the fielders have to play their part. They're going to take these catches. So Rahul Goyal. His first delivery is up in the air. Well, could it be a catch? And, oh, it's again Willie Game. He gets it completely wrong. Doesn't even get fingers to it. And that's the interesting thing. 2 of the top fielders, and Gamagay and also Nadikan, the man that have taken these catches, they're the ones at the moment that the guilty party's not taking them.
Yeah, he just misjudged the drop zone. It's not very windy, just a little bit of a breeze, but he just completely misjudged it. And by the time he realizes he couldn't take that step back, next one is going to make him pay. It's going to be Maximo time. And so watch out, because the Tigers are on the loose. Wasn't a bad ball really, but it gets a bit of length to play with. He absolutely smacks it. 6 more to Zahir Safi. And the Tigers, again, they're cashing in on some of these missed opportunities.
Yeah, they are. I mean, both these batters at the moment are living a charmed life courtesy of, well, some uncharacteristic fielding errors from the blinders. Goyal could have had a wicket and should have had a wicket with his first ball.
This one has length as well. It's going to be touch and go. Well, Gamagay is going to watch it sail over his head. Maximo, 6 more. Well, that time he couldn't really get set and get a jump on that ball. Probably wasn't going to get it anyway. And so, well, good club selection. This one just loops over Superman. And it'll be 6 more.
Yeah, the only thing I would say there, again, he's about 1.5 meters inside the rope. Be interesting to see or know if he was on the rope and jumping up. I think he would have got there. You know, he seems to drag himself in, then has to try and go back.
But the thing is, he doesn't get a chance to have a peek at where the rope is, so he doesn't really know where he is on the field. And that's why we saw him, obviously, if you're not sure, you'd rather be forward than back. You don't want to be back behind the rope, then you know it's 6. But you often see boundary fielders, they'll kind of start with their heels on the rope when the bowler's walking in, so they get a good sense of where that rope is, get a bit of a feel for it. I think if it was just inside, he would have been able to maybe catch it or jump backwards and at least keep it in play. will have a shot at doing that. So, yeah, end of another over. Pretty fruitful one. The spin goes for 16, and after 6 now, it's 72 without loss.
Yeah, 72 without loss. I seem to remember you having a chat with 1 or 2 people saying that you're pretty used to seeing scores around about 140 on this pitch. And maybe you've started something here, Vinny, because they certainly are going like a steam train. Not quite at 140 pace, more like about a 120, 130, I would say. But still haven't lost a wicket. And both these batters at the moment here are looking to rip into whichever bowler comes their way.
Yeah, no doubt. And they can be absolutely fearless now with 4 overs to go. They're already on 120 pace, but I think they want something like 15 and over from here. Climb above 130. And we have seen some very, very good games between these sides last year. The Blinders, last was the first year, essentially, in the format. Essentially, the first full year as a club. Someone Khan coming back to bowl over number 7. And this is high as well. And this is going to be touching Welligamagay. This time we'll drop it again. Oh, well, once again, I think he's just probably a little bit further in than he needed to be. But still, he got 2 hands to that. And that goes over his head, bounces and goes for 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's sometimes you have moments like this. And, well, Gamagay just can't get himself in the... It's all about positioning, and he knows it. He's totally frustrated with himself. Not only has he let himself down again, but also his team. He just can't get himself in the right position.
He's just got the yips.
Yeah.
He's a really good fielder, but he's got the yips at the moment, and each one he gets, it probably gets harder. And now this one is going to travel, and no one's catching this. Maximo, 6 more. And the Tigers, once again, the teeth are out. Get a little bit of length. And now these two are seeing him so well. They've got that confidence to drive through the ball. And it's raining Maximos now at the GB Oval.
Yeah, that is a super shot, that is. And fantastically well hit. I think that brings up his 50 as well, Vinny. I think we're just checking the scorecard. Yes, it does.
Yeah,
55
it does. Yeah, so quickly. 55 off 21 with 6 sixes and 2 fours. Oh, here's Safi. Doesn't look like he's finished. As this one is going to travel as well. Maximo, put it with the rest. Zahir Safi, the quality player. Once again, he gets something that bounces on this length. You almost feel like he could have hit this wherever he wanted. He's seeing him so well, and this score is rapidly spiralling out of control.
Yeah, both अच्छी batting है दोनों batter कर रहे opening batsman Zahir Safi, Zishan Cookie Hill. Chance देते हैं, but chance अपने जिना फरो ना जिन्हें अच्छे batsman तो बहुत punish करेंगे. And that's what we're seeing here. They're given the opportunities and not being taken, and now they are punishing you.
I'm going to read you some scores in a second. But first I'll wait for another 6 because this one is going to go as well. Well, crowd catch time. Now even that's dropped. So things not going great for the Blinders on or off the field at the moment. But the Tigers, very different story. Revenge is a best dish served fast, and that's the way the Tigers are batting at the moment.
Yeah, and this is a good moment because Willie Gamagay is saying, you see, it's not that easy.
Well, this is another one, and guess who? Poor Asanka, he's got it!
Hey, Shaba!
And he spikes the ball. Oh, he's such a good fielder, and hopefully that is the catch that he needed to get back on track, and he gets a high 5. He's frustrated as well because he knows that he probably should have held on to 1 or 2 earlier, but yeah, normal service resumes. This is what the pressure of the ECS is all about. You still see he didn't really get set under that ball, but it is the first wicket. It's Safi that will be out of sight after sending the ball out of sight a few times. He goes for 67 off 24 balls. The opening partnership is broken at 94. 94 for 1 in the 7th.
Yeah, ball बताया अपने साफी ने बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की है. ज़ाहिर साफी 67 और 24 बॉल ਵਿੱਚ ਬਣਾ ਲਏ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਹਾਫ ਸੈਂਚੁਰੀ ਇਹ ਸੀਰੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ.
You know, I mean, they're never going to move him out of that position because he's too good a fielder. But how often do you see after 1 or 2 that go down, they replace the fielder? But I think that's the catch he needed, Welly Gamagay. All right, so here's Prashar. He whacked him earlier. He's going to start with a bit of an inside-out job. He'll pull up, and it will be just a single, in fact, or will it? It will just be a single. As we get to the end of 7, the score 95 for 1. So it was a successful over, but still very, very, well, quite expensive to say the least. As we let you know about the ECC, which will be back. And, well, believe it or not, it's now less than 3 months until the European Cricket Championship. It's going to come around so quick. And, yeah, you can see here that Hungary, they're drawn in Group B with the Netherlands. They've also got Denmark, Sweden and Finland. So kind of a northern flavour to that. But, yeah, Hungary, they'll be representing it. And they love this format of the game. That should be a very, very interesting group. A very interesting tournament, 5 weeks long through September and October.
Yeah, can't wait. Cartomania happening all over again. And, well, it's a superb location, superb setting, the Cardamom Oval. And I think it's the ideal setting in Europe for a tournament like that. And all of those national teams coming together. Can't wait. It's going to be mouth-watering. Can't wait for this as well because they're going back to the spin. I think Rahul Goyal was very unlucky. He went for 16. Could have had a wicket or should have had at least one. Could have had 2. And he comes for his 7th delivery. Hit hard. But to the fielder. Well picked up. And good throw. And good cricket all round.
Yeah. Take back from Goyal as well. Hey, I was going to tell you about some scores before I got distracted with all those sixes and catches and all that other stuff.
Go on.
I'm going to have another go. Okay, so I'm going to take you back to finals day last year. This gives you an indication about where we ended up. Okay, the first game between Cobras and UCB, it was Cobra scored 127. That got chased down with the United Chalard finishing 131 off 9.4. So it was a 128 chase. And then the second game, the Blinders put 140 on the board. That was qualifier 1. And that got chased down. The Tigers chased it with over and over remaining. Okay, the third game on finals day, the Blinders made 141. And they won, but only by 9 runs. UCB scored 132.
Crazy stuff, eh?
All right. Wait for Goyal now. It's been length, and this could be a catching opportunity. And this is another one that's going to get dropped. It's going to get put down. And that's Madawata, who's into the lineup.
I think this may have gone over the rope.
It may have.
As well.
Bounced so close to the rope, I couldn't tell which way it went, but I think this one may be a Maximo, and he just taps it, and it is Maximo time. 6, and, well, Blinders have shot themselves in the foot, haven't they, in this innings? That one brings up the 100 as well. No signs of slowing down. Goyal can't take a trick. And now this is on length, and this is another one which is just going to creep over the fielder. That time it's Ali Yalmaz. Maximo, 6 more. The Tigers are batting with wanton abandon, and at the moment they're getting the job done. This score continues to climb.
Yeah, they are punishing the Blinders, aren't they? The Blinders have made too many mistakes, too many errors, and a good side, and the Tigers are a good side. They're a championship side. They are going to punish you, and that's what they're doing here. The 100 came up, the Maximo before. That's now going up to 109 for 1. Goyal, what can you do about it?
This is hit hard, and should be fielded. It is. And it's the thing, the Tigers, a very good club. They have been poked. Once you poke the Tigers, you can wake them up. That's exactly what's happened here in match 2. Let's going to talk about the final. The final was a bit more low scoring, but it still wasn't that low scoring. Blinders putting 110 on the board, and the Tigers chased it down with an over remaining. So we saw 8 innings, all 110 or more on finals day. Most of them a lot more. As this is going to be hit leg side, and this is going to go as well. Maximo! Well, I'm going to have to start resting my voice because it's going to be raining 6s at the moment. Prashar, he's timed the ball so well today. Good, quick move. Smart footwork, manipulates the line of the ball, and results in another 6 for the Royal Tigers. And I think takes us to the end of the over. So 122 for 1. The last 2 overs have been magical. 23 came off Salman Khan's 7th over, and that one a massive 27 coming off that one from Goyal. So even spin not slowing things down. And with 2 overs remaining, Royal Tigers 122, and plenty of batting still to come.
Yeah, I mean, you got a few for Rahul Goyal, though. I mean, he's gone for a lot of runs, but 37 of his 2, actually more than that. I think it's 43 of his 2 overs, but he quite easily could have had 3 wickets, Vinny. Sometimes it's the way it goes. I mean, off the first ball, I think, of each one of his overs, he should have had a wicket. And that time round, it was Madawata that let him down. But they have let themselves down here, the Blinders, and if they don't win this match, they've only got themselves to blame, really. It's not been a good effort from them. I think there was probably a ball to go in that over because Goyal
there was a wide in there. Oh, well, it's not finished yet.
It's going for his 50, maybe.
Well, this will be in the gap, and this should probably go for 4. And it does go for 4. So, Goyal, let me just get my abacus out. Actually, I hadn't gone for 27, and it was because I added it on. So actually, it's 25 off the over. So according to me, they've gone backwards, but they haven't because it was actually only 21, including the last 6. And so still magical over. 16 came off the 6th, 23 off the 7th, 25 off the 8th. And the score now is 120 for 1 after 8 overs. Apologies for getting my sums wrong, but that'll happen. I mean, the score's climbing so quickly. You know that we've actually seen 8 sixes in the last 3 overs. And, yeah, very, very fast batting. Salman Khan, the only wicket taker at the moment, but all those economy rates up over 10. Mohandas is going to come back.
He wasn't cheap himself, was he? He was pretty expensive. He bowled too short. Can he get his line right in this second over?
Went for 15, which included back-to-back 6s when he bowled the 7th. So 2 6s and 3 singles off his over. But again, knowing that big chases are possible here, Royal Tigers just have to make sure they don't give the blinders a look in here. If for some reason, maybe he can keep it into 130s. Blinders will fancy themselves to chase that, especially with some of the key bowlers missing, like the protractor for Royal Tigers as well.
What was the highest score here last year then? I mean, you've talked some 140s. Were there 150-plus scores?
I'll have to check, but I feel like there were. This one will be 6. Just while we pause to get breath, and Kukikal continues going. Maximal. This one just swings in towards middle stump, and Zishan's seeing him so well.
Yeah.
It's out of here.
Yeah, he got to his 20, didn't he? And he gave 3 chances, consecutive chances on the trot. Then he went quiet for a bit as Safi took over. Now it's his turn as he's on 44, eyeing up a 50 himself. And, well, it's another opportunity. And Willie Gumagay under it, and he's done the same thing. Would you believe it? Well, sometimes this happens. Well, I don't know what's happened between match 1 and match 2, but Willie Gumagay, things have all gone pear-shaped for him. He seems to overrun it, and then he's leaning backwards to try to take the catch. I'm going to tie his laces together so he can't do it again.
Yeah, it's always easier to come forward than back. So if you're not sure, you probably need to hang back and maybe make an adjustment forward at the last minute. But yeah, you're right. It's a bit of Groundhog Day about Willie Gumagay in this innings. At least that one doesn't go to the boundary. So we can look at Prashar. He steps across and goes leg side. And this one will take some stopping. Will be stopped. Not happy just to trot through for a single. Yeah, funnily enough, going back to last year, I actually think 144 was the highest score, but there were lots in that 120 to 140 zone. So 144 by the Cobras against UCB in match 13. And yeah, I couldn't find one bigger than that, although Royal Tigers scored 142 off 8.5. That was a successful chase. They had 7 balls to play with. This could be trouble.
Yeah, this looked a bit high to me, Vinny. I'm just keeping an eye on the umpires. I know it was a slower ball, so maybe it was dipping, but let's see it side on.
My instinct was it's no good. Waist higher above. Well, he's on the walk, so it's very hard to tell. Yeah. So, I mean, I'll probably stick with the on-field call there. Yeah,
I think because he come a long way forward, it was a slow delivery as well, so the umpires decided may have just dropped.
Zishan on 49, and he'll get his 50. And it won't be the most convincing stroke. I think it'll just be a single. So a little French cut, but still, that means both openers now reaching the half century for the Tigers in match 2. We said they wouldn't want to miss out, and they haven't. Zishan Kukikel's 50 comes off 24 balls with 6 sixes and 1 single 4. This shows you that he's been back and cashing in after getting a caught behind decision against him in the first match. And Tigers with 7 balls remaining, looking to put the foot down. This is a miss hit. But, was anyone going to catch this? Mohandas, he'll drop it. And now we might have a run out.
Oh, well, he's running himself backwards and forwards. What's he done here? Has he run? He's completed 2 runs, but we get nothing. Well, this is sensational.
Yeah, I mean,
Zishan just did not want to go. He wants to strike.
Well, I think what happened is Zishan thinks, well, this is definitely going to be caught. So, you know, he wanted to be on strike, but he would have been on strike anyway, even if they crossed. I just think Zishan was going no matter what. And look, there's nobody home. And Prashar survives what he shouldn't have. And the blinders, well, I don't even want to count the amount of drop catches in this innings. You couldn't have more chalk and cheese fielding performances between matches 1 and matches 2. And so takes us to the end of the 9th. Weird dot ball to finish, 133 for 1. And yeah, so top score here in 2021 was 144. Would say odds on that Tigers will get more than that here.
Well, I mean, we're in the last over. 6 balls to go. Predicted score 148. So the stats say they could, but it's just one of those. I mean, they've just gone off the ball slightly. I mean, you said before, the last so many balls, we've had so many sixes, and that seems to have died down back here now. But Zishan wanted a strike, so let's see what he wants to do with it.
Yeah, well, he wants to get funky, and he'll get away with this. This might have gone right through the legs, or might have grabbed, yeah, it's gone straight through the legs. So it's a real tough one for the keeper to handle, who's up to the stumps. See it's on the replay. So you see Marzi, who's behind, is completely blinded, cannot see that because the batter's moved right inside his eye line. And to be honest, you know, he's covering where he thinks the ball might go because it's more likely it'll hit a pad or hit the batter. The worst case scenario there is a nutmeg. It's exactly what happens. 4 byes to start the 10th. Now the next one is just swung away to the offside. They will think about 2. They won't in the end. And so Prashant will get the strike back.
Yeah. So Prashant hasn't quite hit the ball as cleanly as he did when we saw him first time round. But he hasn't really had the short stuff. If it's short, he's onto it straight away, and they know that. That's why the field changes. The men have gone back on the boundary there. 4 men on the boundary on the leg side to Prashant.
Oh, this one doesn't miss by much.
Good take there from, well, he throws it away. That's worth a try, but really good stop. One-handed, right-handed stop here from Mars Baiji.
This one swings. Look at it go and keep going. He had to move really quick there. Baiji behind the stumps to adjust. He does. Another rare dot ball. 3 to come. 138 on the board for the Royal Tigers. It's going to be exciting second innings, by the way. Full toss. This is blasted to Deepak's to recover.
Yeah, take the single there, which is not a bad thing. So a couple of balls now for Zishan to see if he can really finish with a bang.
Yeah, for sure. So I mentioned that 144. It's the highest score ever. Now, going back and check 2020 as well. That's the best thing about looking at our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Got all the stats there. You click on ECS at the top. You can go back and have a look. 130, I think, the year before was the highest score. And past that, it was much lower scoring 2020 series. So slightly different looking sides at that point. It's come a long way in a couple of years, Hungary. So, yeah, maybe they will hold them to below the 144 record in Hungary, or maybe not. Prashant, I just think he's been seeing them like watermelons today.
Interesting change in the field there in the offside. Not sure what got somebody in so close for.
Well, he's going to swing and miss at this, and so
they might get a run out here.
Take your time, and we'll get a run out. It'll be Baiji to Ali White. So it will be 140 even at the end. The Tigers not quite setting the high score record in ECS cricket here in Hungary. The blinders might have set a new drop catch record, to be honest. And Prashant saying, do you want to go? Zishan says, well, I'm already closer to the dugout, so I'm going to stay right here. Zishan will finish not out 52. And Prashant run out of the last ball for 40. But the Tigers, well, they were out for some revenge. And pretty quick revenge as well, as they've knocked up a huge score, 140. That's a pretty good visit in darts. It was a pretty good visit to the crease here as well by the Royal Tigers, who've thrown down the gauntlet to the blinders. But we should see some fireworks in match 2, because I can see the blinders, you know, giving everything to try and chase these down. It's a similar kind of chase that the Tigers achieved against the blinders just about 12 months ago in Qualifier 1, 2021. Let's see if the shoe can be on the other foot. They're going to have to bat perfectly. And really, it was an innings with 2 headlines. There was some really good hitting, but also so many missed opportunities for the blinders in these 10 overs.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Vinny. I mean, we saw that it started off pretty fluently. Both these batters, Safi and Zishan, got to sort of their teens without any chances. But then this is where it all went wrong. I mean, you saw that one. As a man there who we saw take brilliant catches, Nandika, he didn't even get hands on to this. And, well, you then know what happens when you miss an opportunity. Then both the batters punished them afterwards. This was another one that was so close. It was the captain this time, Ali Farasat, almost takes a one-hander. But a main talking point will be Willagamagay. Just nothing went his way. You see there, quite frustrated with that one. That one was because he came in off the line, came in a long way. He was about 4 meters in. If he stayed on the line and came across, he would have taken that catch comfortably. This one should have been taken comfortably. Sandeep Mundas, He puts that one down. And really, the blinders, they did not help themselves at all. And the one thing I will say, and it might sound strange, I think that maybe the Tigers have let the blinders perhaps off the hook slightly here as we see another opportunity missed. And by that, I think there was more runs out there. I think Zishan didn't quite run as well as he should have done. I think if he had just run better, the 150 would have been on the board, you know, and I think the last 2 overs probably didn't go for as many as they would have liked. I think if they got to the 150 mark, I think psychologically that would have been a difficult one for the blinders. But at 140, they'll be thinking, hang on, look, based on what happened last year, this is still on, you know. I think the Tigers, by just slowing down towards the end and not taking those singles, may have just left the door open for the blinders. But look, they've got to bat very, very well if they are to do it, and it's going to be some run chase. But as you heard Mr. Maximo telling you, we did see that last year, so everything is possible. And this time, even Salman Khan, as try as he did, couldn't get things going all of his way. But certainly, at one point, something did finally go their way. Well, Agamgate, he was this time saying, yeah, finally. But if you thought that was the end of the bad spell, it wasn't to be. Because, well, this time it wasn't him, that was Madawatha. But Willie Gumagate did get another opportunity himself. And I think it might be coming up here because it was a poor bowler, the spinner, Goyal, that was being let down by his guys. He went for plenty, but he wasn't well supported by his fielders. In fact, I don't think any of the bowlers really were. And after a victorious start, the blinders, they'll be pretty let down by what they've done here. And there was Willie Gumagay again, just coming in too much, seeing the ball go over his head. So it's certainly a performance in the field that they're not going to be looking forward to seeing again. And there was Zishan joining Zahir on the half century. Another one goes down there as well. And that time the bowler wanting it, really should have been left to the fielder. This one was an unfortunate one, 4 byes that go through. And there was a wicket there at the end, the run out. And it was Prasad who went. He was trying to get that extra one, but Zishan not wanting to take it on. So well done to Zishan, Cookie Hill, 52 not out of 27, and also to Safi. And those two put a very good partnership on from 94 for the first wicket. And so we have an opportunity to have a look at the scorecard. So there's your 2 openers, both of them getting their 50s, so congratulations to them. And Habitash Prasad was the last man run out there, just trying to add one more to the score, 140. So 141 it will be. Well, look at some of the bowling figures. Well, if you've got some young children, you may want to put them away for a moment because 1 or 2 of these are going to hurt. There were some expensive spells in there, but as I've already said, it weren't helped by some poor fielding from the blinders. They did let themselves down. Salman Khan, he picked up 1 wicket and he went for 32 off his 2 overs. And Sandy Mondasi was just a little bit too short and went for 28. No wickets for him. Likewise for Miraj, 21. And Ali Elmas, pick of the bowlers, really just 14. He went for, doesn't tend to come up to bowl higher up. He tends to bowl more in the mid-order. And he varies his line pretty well, and that worked well for him. But spare a thought for poor Rahul Goyal. He went for 41 of his 2, wicketless. And on another day, he could have had 3, maybe even 4 wickets. So the blinders, if they are to make it 2 out of 2, are going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to chase down 140, 141 required for them. The Royal Tigers, the champions, 2020 and 2021, they're looking to register their first victory in this FanCode European Cricket Series Budapest in 2022. And, well, to do that, they've got to bowl well. And for them, they've got to take their catches. They don't want to do a repeat of what the blinders done. And if they can finish this little mini tussle, even Stevens, I think they'd be pretty happy with that. Just leave you there with the mid-match summary. So just to remind you, it is the Budapest Blinders that are going to go out there and score 141. And well, we do know that they have got the batting to do it. So it is going to be an exciting finish to this match number 2. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we return in around about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. Umpire Shub and Umpire Steve, our men in black, have made their way out. Umpire Steve will be at the bowler's end. And it's the Tigers that have got all the defending to do here. But the good thing is they've given themselves plenty of runs to do it with. But having said that, like I was saying towards the end of the first innings, they still will want to be a little bit wary. They won't want to be giving the blinders a good start. The blinders themselves know if they can get to around about 40-45 in this power play, that they're very much in the match. But it's not going to be easy. That rate is already at 14. So it's going to be difficult to do. Bowler just loosening himself up. He should be pretty loose after the first match, but Abhitash Prashar, he was in good form in the first match. Certainly the pick of the bowlers. Picked up a couple of wickets as well. Looking to give himself a good start. And he's bowling to Kalam Nandika, who's joined out there by Salman Khan at the long striker's end. Nice start for a moment there. I thought that the umpire was wearing one of a fancy hat. I thought, okay, where's that one come from? But actually, it's now that some of the COVID regulations have been eased, you see that the umpires are now starting to take some of the umpire caps. That's a nice look, actually, one of those caps. I thought, what's the umpire's got? Umpire Steve's got a nice trendy cap on. I thought it was a bit of a festival theme. Well, this is a festival of cricket, mind you. Big swing and a miss. Good bit of pace being generated here by Prashar. Goes wide and angles it in. And it's swinging and missing at the moment with Nandika. I think he just needs to focus on, just to start with. I know it's a big rate required for bat on ball. Just feel the bat onto the ball, take a couple of singles, get a run or two on your name first. Shorter delivery or bowled. Certainly got a bit of zip and pace about him, and he's showing that on this pitch, which I don't believe does too much justice to the quicker fast bowlers. So you can imagine that on a quicker track, he'll certainly be causing a lot more problems and be getting a lot more bounce as well. Nandika is just doing dot to dot at the moment. She's painting a picture. So this one will be runs. Easily fielded there by Abdul Rahman. So first runs on the board. You can see the keeper and captain Harsh Mandian moving his troops around. I think it was very important that he and his team bounced back well after that defeat. They wouldn't have liked that. They wouldn't like the taste of defeat. And their response has been good. And that's a good first delivery to the left-hander as well. So many times we see bowlers having trouble adjusting when having bowled 4 deliveries to a right-hander. You've got to bowl the 5th to the lefty, and he's got that one perfect. Let's see if he can finish well. It's been a great over so far, just the 1 run from it. And it goes for the full one. They take on the run, and the bowler's disappointed. Yeah, I can understand that. I know in the context of what's required per over, 14, and he's only given 2 away, you probably think he doesn't need to be, but I think he knows he's bowled a good delivery there. He's got the field in pretty tight. He's disappointed that the fielders have not been able to stop that being a 1. But still, it's a fine over from him. 2 runs from it, 2 on the board. It's not the start we were talking about, saying that they need to be aiming to be around about between 40 and 45 of the power play. And they've started way behind that. This is an opportunity sometimes I always find when you've got a lot of runs on the board. If you do get a good over like that in first up, the fielding side, I think this is where the captain could be a bit smarter. Say, you know what, I would normally bowl this bowler, but because they need so many now, this is the time to try somebody. maybe a slower baller, just to try and change things up a little bit. Instead, he's gone with Abdul Manam. First ball hit pretty well, and then take a single. Still plenty of talk out there. The captain, he's being very precise about his field. He's sort of got that line of 4 on the offside. They all walk in together. It's well bowled. And then I'd say sort of third, very short third man. He's almost sort of in between short third man and gully. And the men out at the moment, one of them is on that offside, long off. So that's your 6 men out on the offside. And the other man out is sort of mid-wicket area. And you've got a man on the 45 and your mid-on in place. And this one's been cracked out of here though. Well, none of those fielders are going to do anything about this. That is big. Probably one of the biggest 6s we've seen today. And he certainly latches onto this pretty well. Goes for the slightly slower delivery, but he gives him the length that he wants, and he's able to swing and get right underneath that, you see. And this time someone can't says, that's more like it. That's what I'm looking to do. Gives that one a good crunch. In fact, that's Nandika. Apologies. And he goes again, and this is big. Bolle, Ginna Sona, Ginna Vada Shaka. Well, if I said the one before was probably one of the biggest of the day, well, that one definitely is. Well, look at that. He's almost like you called him up, you pulled it all back, and then you let go, and he's fired into action. Well, that was turbo power. That is big. That is a Bizaway Super 6. Well, even Maximo's on the mission to try and find this. What a lovely shot that is. And the umpire, Shub, says, okay, leave that one. Leave Vinny Sandhu to fight the crocodiles and the snakes and whatever it is in that pool behind us. We'll just take another kookaburra. Here we go. Come back, Vinny, wherever you are. And this time, he bowls it not into the batter. Doesn't give him the line outside the off. He's reaching for it. Good ball, that one. The batter has a quick look at the umpire, but that's perfectly fine. You can see he's just winding himself up. He's throwing everything at it. So this one may be called. It is called. Good work from Harsh Mandian. Behind the stump, standing in for Stan Ahuja. And he's done a good job, I have to say, behind there. This is another good take. Not easy with the ball dipping low like that. Good movement, good balance. And I like the roll there at the end as well. And finishes with a dot. And that'll be the end of the over. So that's a bit more like it, but still they're behind where they want to be. But at least 14 come with that one. And 16 without. Well, I'm pleased to report that Vinny Sandhu, he did come back. The Snakes did let go of it. Well, that was big, right?
I had to ask very nicely. The pool cleaner gave me the ball back because it went over the fence, it went over the sight screen, went over everything, and it kind of lodged up the hill which leads to the swimming pool. So that one almost got wet. I'll tell you what, that ball is getting a bit hot. Maybe the ball wants to go for a swim. Okay, I know it's the bikini end, but I didn't see any bikinis. I just saw the pool cleaner. And look, probably one of the more tame pool cleaner related videos you'll see on the internet, but still, we got the ball back, so that's the good news. 16 for no loss after 2. Start of a new over. It's going to start with a couple of wides. Probably a good one to get Cullen back on strike. And yeah, it's really muscling a few. Now, this umpire, I've got to tell you about this umpire. This is Steve Anthony, and we call him Hulk Hogan because he looks a bit like Hulk Hogan, but he has cut his hair, Steve. And yeah, there we go. You see him just getting into his work. He's got his kind of, looks like funny hat day. I think you said it before. Yeah. But it's nice to see the umpires able to handle stuff a bit more. There's the Hulk. And occasionally he'll do the Hulk Hogan kind of...
really?
Yeah, the little signal at the start of the game.
Looking forward to it.
He's a lovely guy. Geez, we've got some really good officials here in Hungary. We saw James this morning and Shub and now the Hulk, Steve Anthony. As we see Prashar coming in again. This one doesn't really bounce. You can see Callum at the moment, supposedly a bit of a one-trick pony as far as trying to hit that same shot. Why not? When he hit it so well, Prashant saying he just missed by that much. And Tarek saying that in the chat that he saw a TV show in Australia, was talking about European cricket and that viral video last week in the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in a second. And he's gone. So he walks it at one too many times, and Prashant might have missed it by that much, but now he's knocked over the castle. Nandika hit a couple of big bombs, but his contribution's over at 13, and the Blinders lose their first wicket in this chase. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, this is he's just done by the speed, isn't he? It's too quick for him, and he's just not getting the bounce that he wants. And you can see that one. It goes back to what I was saying before. The ball seems to really skid through. Normally, I think you would expect the ball to be coming up a little bit higher when it's pitched there. It doesn't, but I think when you're just swinging blind and hoping for the best, sooner or later your luck is going to run out. So 13 of 11. But tell me one thing. So you went over there.
Yeah.
You saw the pool cleaner.
Saw a pool cleaner.
Did you ask for a pool pass?
A pool pass?
Yeah.
Does that mean I'm allowed to go in?
Yeah.
I do notice a bit of barbed wire. That's why I didn't go and try and chase it myself.
Vinny,
He seemed very, very nice. He seemed like it wasn't the first time it had happened, but that's a big hit.
That's a huge hit, mate.
I'm trying to work out how. It's probably a good 95 metres or so from the bat all the way to there, maybe even a little bit more. But yeah, got it back and didn't complain too much. Returned it, so that ball goes back into rotation. Anyway, we're going back to that TV show. This is why I haven't really had a chance to talk about that. I might wait for Prashant to continue his over. Sanke Walegamage is coming out at 3. He's happy to push his first one just for 1. It was Andrew Gaze in Australia, who was a former NBA basketballer and captain of the Australian national basketball team for a long time, but it's actually an Australian football show after the final bout, so it's called Bounce. And yeah, they were running the clip from the Czech Republic where the batters scrambled 3 byes despite not hitting the ball and the ball being taken by the keeper. So if you haven't seen that, I'm sure you'll find it on social media. I've had people messaging me from all around the world.
Yeah.
I've been looking for it. I've been finding it on social media when I have had the chance to log on. I think I called one of my former teammates in South Africa just to say hi, and he said, "How was those 3 byes of those guys got?" So it's going all around the place. Swing and a miss this time. Salman Khan. It's Maiden Waters asking. She doesn't want to know how it's the bikini end. Well, that's just sometimes the players. They affectionately
dress in bikinis.
The bikini. No, the players call it the bikini end. I like that. Although this guy, I'm pretty happy he wasn't wearing a bikini. The guy that I asked for the ball back. I couldn't believe how far it travelled off the bat, though.
You were gone a long time.
Yeah, well, I was kind of got my Hungarian phrase book out, but then luckily he spoke perfect English and he just tossed the ball back. When I pointed out where it was probably 5 metres short of being in the pool.
Yeah.
We'll see if we get any balls in the pool.
Hey,
this
listen,
week.
I have a question for you after this ball.
Wait for this. Salman carves this away and he'll get 4. So he kind of gets front on in this shot and then lets the ball come to him. It's a swashbuckling kind of square cut, I suppose it caught in the end. And a handy boundary for the Blinders. And look, this is a mountain of runs, but if there's ever a ground score quickly on, it's here.
Yeah.
We've seen that when batters get in, we can see some really big overs. I mean, in Prague, we saw hardly any magical overs, 20 plus. Maybe you'd get one in innings. But in at this ground and in these conditions, you can easily see 3 or 4 on the bounce. And the score can climb really quickly. So last ball of the over, and then I'll take your questions. Prashant. This one hits him, I think, on the pad, but it was a bit high and probably down leg side. The Hulk is happy to think there's a bit of bat in that, in fact, as well. So it'll be a run, and it's the end of the 3rd over. The score is 24 for 1. All right. Do you remember your question? Or you forgot?
I know my question. I know that last year when we were in Malta, when I think July, when we had that heat wave.
Yes.
He had a bit of trendy swimming trunks.
Yeah.
So have you still got those with you?
I do.
What were they called?
They call them budgie smugglers, and I got them. We actually all got them. The Australian Inter cricket team in 2019 when we were playing in South Africa, we had these. We called them.
So bring them tomorrow. Bring them tomorrow then.
I'm not going to wear them on the camera.
Not on the camera.
If the paparazzi get me, it's different. But yeah, I think didn't I show them in Malta? But I wore them outside outside my trousers.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Listen,
won't be turning a swim down in these conditions.
If you can get in that pool, it'd be spot on.
29 degrees. It's not even noon. Okay, this is a chance. It's in the air, hanging a long time, and this will be taken. Well, this has been the difference between the two teams here in match 2. Salman Khan tries to go over square leg, but he gets a bit of a top edge. It hung in the air, and that was a nice catch taken by Abdul Rahman down there at deep square. So a wicket for Gautam as he comes into the attack, and the blinders in the chase still a long way behind the 8 ball. 24 for 2.
Yeah, good catch taken. Picks it up well, doesn't he? Doesn't charge in headlessly, keeps an eye on the ball, comes in as he has to, takes a good catch. And, well, that's a nice start for the bowler as well. Sai Gautam gets a wicket straight away.
I want to say hello to Mark Ahuja, who's in the chat. Missing you here, Mark. I'm sure we'll see you at some point during the week. But Mark saying that Zishan and Safi have both hit 6s into the pool a few seasons back.
Oh,
I want to know, well, Mark, while we got you in the chat, of course, Mark is a very, very key figure in Hungarian cricket, has been for quite some time now. Mark, how do you get on with the owner of the house behind us? You can see the house right there. How do you get on with him? Are we on good relations? Hopefully. Seemed friendly enough to me.
You know,
didn't seem like the first time he had to throw a ball back.
If they open those patio doors, we could commentate from there. That would be a good position.
That's what you said straight away. Yeah.
That'd be really good.
All right.
And there must be a cold fridge in there as well.
To continue.
We could take it in turns going in the pool.
Could commentate from the pool. Why don't we cut out the middleman? How much of our equipment is waterproof?
Electrics and water probably doesn't work so well. We could
I've seen all sorts of things. There's inflatable everything now.
I know the cricket is hot, but we don't want to be sizzling.
I've seen card tables. You play poker in the pool now. Waterproof cards and kind of an inflatable table. It's not great when it keeps floating away though. But the next ball, Gautam. Yeah, it's good bowling. That's exactly where he needs to be. Getting a little bit out of the way movement, getting away from the bat.
Hey, listen, it's got to be that time of day. You know, I like to have a moan now and again. But obviously, being back in Spain, had a lot of, and it's been great because a lot of our regular customers coming back after COVID, Irish and English. What's going on with England at the moment? Things you can say and can't say. I mean, I'm going to, because we're not. Okay,
well, here comes Rico's moan.
Here's my moan.
New daily segment.
It's my moan.
Just swings a bit too far.
This will be a wide. So that gives us a chance. Okay. Here's my moan. First of all, okay, and you know, you cannot now in England say breastfeeding. You cannot say breastfeeding.
Are you allowed to say it on the air?
You have to say
you know this goes to England,
We're not in England.
Okay.
We have to. Well, Pete, if you're watching from England, back me up here. You can't say
breastfeeding.
You've got to say chest feeding.
No, you're making this up.
I'm not. This worse.
You're not going to get me on. You already got me with one prank last night.
No. This is true.
Right, this is driven. Just be one.
And the other one, there's loads.
Hold on.
There's loads.
That's even worse.
No, there's another one.
Hold on. There's going to be a run out here. Wow. Mind yourself. This is gone, I think, by some distance. I think Agamage knows he's gone.
Did you see?
Well, I was only glancing at that. I can tell that's out. So I don't know how they even went for 2 in the end because it seemed like just like a regulation 1.
Have a look at Zishan trying to field this. If we got him on camera, I know we haven't. He tries to flick it up with his foot, gets it all wrong, and
I think he wants to check if the ball hits the stump. I think the ball does hit in the stumps. See, look. Yeah, to me, the ball bursts past the fingers and hits the stumps. I don't think the hand and the stump ever actually come into contact. Look, see. To me, I think that's out. Just the way the stump is knocked from the right. But I don't know. It's a good question.
Have a look. The hand is in front of the stumps.
So I reckon, look, the ball hits the stumps. See, see where that ball hits the stumps? That's why the stump bounces that way. I think it's out. But, I mean, maybe there's an element of doubt there.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult because of the angle of the camera. So it's all down to what the umpires and, of course, the third umpire.
This is my point. The hand doesn't disturb the bails on the way through. I think they've given it not out. So benefit of the doubt. Yeah, for me, I think that Agamage is a bit lucky to survive that.
Yeah, you can see the bowler here saying, no, I didn't touch
Yeah, because I don't think
you can see he's saying, look, I didn't touch it with my hand at all. Yeah. Look, that's the foot field. He tries to flick it up.
Yeah, see, the bowler knows if he's never touched the stumps. But,
watch this. Watch this.
I know.
He tries to get funky. Look, it doesn't come up, but it's still...
He still almost gets run out. Say almost.
Yeah, okay. And you know the other thing you can't say?
All right.
You cannot say dwarf.
Okay,
you got to say
Little person?
Socially
No, hold on.
challenged little person.
No, that's
That's what you gotta
actually
say.
way more offensive.
I know.
What you
Tell
just
me
said.
about it.
All right, here's the next one, and it's
Full
going to be
toss.
it's going to be almost an amazing catch. That wouldn't have been a catch from behind the stumps because this is a big no ball. And so, yeah, it will be. Yeah, it will be a free hit coming up, and I don't know. They're not trying to cross back, are they? Because they did get a single, so it won't be Farasat on strike. It'll be Welly Gummagate to face the free hit.
That actually would have been an amazing stop from the keeper. Yeah, you say that you're okay with it, but you can't say Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. You've got to say Snow White and the 7.
No, I haven't heard.
Little
Okay,
people.
whoa. We're going to get this Rico's moan is going to get us cancelled. This is a free hit, so it's going to go for 4 leg buys, I think. Wait for the. He says it's off the bat.
No, it's off the bat.
Yeah, let's have a look. Well, I'm just seeing everything wrong, am I? Or am I? Let's have a look.
Yeah,
I don't
inside does it.
There's no bat in that. That's a kicked 4. We saw plenty of in Prague. I'll tell you what, Shoop, if I'm ever on 96, I'll be really, really happy to take 4 that way. And he just booted that off the back knee for 4. Bowler will be happy, saves the figures.
Oh, now the cat's
here we
on the
go.
floor. It's all happening.
All right, hold on
Anyway,
a second.
people to back me up on the chat. I mean, look, it's
right.
going crazy.
Whoa.
What's happening in the UK?
All right, here's the last ball of the over. I still think you've got that very wrong.
I haven't.
All right, here's the next one, and it could be a catch. Oh, it's in the danger zone, and it's going to be 6. Oh, that's unlucky, isn't it? That's Manan, who takes a good catch, and then he was just hoping. He sticks the landing, and he hopes he's inside the rope. As when he looks back, he's not. And so what could have been out, if the boundary was 1 metre longer, will be 6. Maximo to finish the 4th. Good effort here. He's about to throw it away, but he knows he's landed, so he thinks, all right, well, maybe I'm inside the rope. Unfortunately, he wasn't.
Yeah, but this is where the fielder there, I mean, that is Abdul Rahman.
Yeah.
Rahman has to be saying to him, look, you're probably going to go out the rope.
That's
As soon as soon as you get there, just push it up to me.
Yeah, but by the time he pushed it, he already landed. So he already knew he'd landed, so he kind of said, okay, where's my feet? All right.
Yeah.
So much to go through here. 39 for 2 after 4 overs.
Why am I sinking
you said
here? I'm
that
sinking.
You have to say little people. We're sinking in the grass. No, I think you were meant to say little people, but what you said is socially challenged little people, which actually has nothing to do with their height. So to any little people out there, we really appreciate you. And even Rico, who's a bit of a little person. Look, there he is. He's sinking even lower. And anyway, Rico's moan. Tell us if you'd like it to stay in the broadcast.
You don't just say little people.
Good to have you back.
You don't just say
I feel like you've been making lists for 2 weeks. Yeah, you know what? The other thing I don't like.
You got me for 4 weeks.
You can't even say this anymore.
You got me for 4 weeks, buddy. 4 weeks. There's plenty more where that came from.
Wow, okay.
Hey, you just clobbered me.
Yeah, sorry.
I
lost my spatial awareness.
I've got the evidence. This is a commentator abuse here.
Wow. A few people asking, has Rico already been in the fridge bagging a couple of cold ones? Very possibly. Here's the 5th over, and it starts with a wide. What else do we have that over? We had a bit of everything. A 6 that could have, a court that was a 6. We had a run out that wasn't a run out. We had a beamer. We had almost an awesome caught behind that wouldn't have been out. We had 4 runs that I think came off the knee. This is the kind of action you'll only get here on the European Cricket Network. We head into over number 5. Oh, and this one doesn't bounce again. These cross-bat shots, not easy to play because I don't think there's a lot of bounce in this pitch. So I think that batters, when they look at this back on the videotape, they might say, look, this is the kind of ball you're better at trying to hit with a straight bat, even though it looks short enough to pull, but just not that many balls get up. Say hello to Taranjit Singh. He's saying it was 4 off the bat. Well, no doubt you'd say that, Taran. Agree to disagree there.
Hey, Taranjit, how are you, my man? Hope you're well. Hope the family's well as well.
Another swing to leg. I can't get going. A bit like Gooch in the last game. He's frustrated. We saw Gooch retire himself out at one point. And I don't know if you do this with this match situation, but if you're the blinders here, okay, if this is out of sight, this chase, and maybe it's not just yet, considering some of the hitting they've got to come, but when you get to that point, you still need to try and get as many as you can, because this net run rate separated the top 3 teams last year.
Yeah.
And that was the difference between the double chance and no double chance. Ultimately, the Cobras, they went out in one game. This is in the air. Zishan's going to come in, and he's not going to quite turn it into a catch. And good effort. This time going with the hands. So the Cobras, they had 5 wins, just like the top 2, but of course only the top 2 get the double chance. They were 3rd, and they actually lost narrowly in the Eliminator despite scoring 130. So, yeah, if it gets to the point that you don't think you can win, you don't give up. You've got to minimise the damage and still try to get to something like 100 plus here. So it doesn't really get up. And it was off the leg, or the bat, as Taranjeet likes to call it. And so this will just be another dot ball. Malekzada has been pretty good for the Tigers with the ball today. And so, yeah, Helix saying that in Australia, they want to stop using the term mate.
No.
That'll be difficult.
And why is that then? What's the reasoning behind that?
I don't know. I mean, I always think that, you know, offensiveness is in the intent, in a sense. It's not necessarily in certain words. Though some words do carry it. It's a case-by-case scenario, but I'd say I'm reasonably politically correct with my beliefs, but reasonably is probably the word.
Yeah, I think it's I don't know. I mean, people are just getting a little bit too carried away. I honestly don't feel that the people that a lot of these changes are geared towards are the people that are complaining and making issues about it. I think there's just other people who probably think, well, got nothing better to do.
Oh.
This one is edged and it flies past the keeper. So Harsh Mandian can do nothing about this. He applauds the bowler. The bowler's not going to be too happy because that's a couple that have gone past here now.
Big swing. This would have been an all-time catch from Harsh. Just needed a little bit of extra length in the arms. He's in a pretty good position to take that, but it's just outside of his grasp. So it will be the end of the over as well. It's 46 for 2 after 5. So, yeah, plenty of batting still to come, but yeah, just off the pace at the moment. They're going to need, what is that, about 95, I'm guessing. 95 off the last 5 overs. We have seen games won from this position. I mean, I remember PSV Han Munden chasing down 100 in the last 5 overs against SG Findorf, who actually were runners-up in the inaugural ECL in 2019. That was in an ECS Germany game in 2020, but it is pretty rare. You need someone to get on a heater. And what a story it would be for Willie Gummagate if he could be the man to do it. But right now, it does look like it will be the Tigers getting some revenge. But don't turn off, though, because we could still get some more Rico facts before the end of this game. As we get Zishan, who starts with a wicket. That's going to make it really tough now. It's a good Yorker, and it just slips past Willie Gummagate. And I guess a little punch for his trouble from Zishan. Again, these guys that know each other really well. And okay, Zishan is and Willie Gummagate, teammates, of course. Sometimes at the higher level. This time he slips through a Yorker first up, perfectly placed. Maybe got a little bit of bat on that on the way past. Maybe not. But it is the 3rd wicket now. Blinders 46 for 3.
Yeah, good bowling. Right up there, and both the batter and the bowler just having a bit of a word with each other. And he says, "Hey, I've knocked you out. I'll do it again if you want. Come here." And that's nice. I mean, of course, wherever we travel, all these teams know each other pretty well. You probably see that from the way they set the field and they set the traps to certain batters. They play each other all the time, of course, play each other in the league as well. And one thing that I always admire, always love, is the relationship the teams have and the sporting way that they play the game. And it's what it's all about. It's all about growing the game in Europe and putting it on the map, getting it better and bigger all the time. And that's what we're seeing. And this man's seen plenty of cricket as well. And it's Mars Banerjee also, when he's not playing in Hungary, he also works for part of the European Cricket Network, and he's a key part of our team. Now it's his turn to be a key part of his cricket team here, the Budapest Blinders. They need something special.
They sure will do. Let's see if Marzi can get going here in game 2. This one is down the leg side. It's wide, not handled cleanly by Mandian. Just get the 1 extra, so 2 wides the total. So, I mean, there's to play for in a sense, even individually. Someone like Mars getting out there and first morning of a new series, you want to get some runs, even if it's not enough to get your team over the line. It just gets you feeling good, gets you feeling confident going into the games to come. This next one's a wide. I feel like now I want to ask you if there are any more, because you gave us 2 examples. I think chest feeding sounds weirder to me than just saying breastfeeding, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't want to go into the reasons why they're making these changes because that opens up a big can of worms.
I
But
do want to hear, but all right. Got any others for? Got any others?
I mean, the ones we all know about is blackboard. We can't call a blackboard a blackboard.
You told me that.
Chalkboard.
I didn't know that.
The nursery rhyme, a lot of nursery rhymes. Baba Black Sheep is another one that has to be changed. You know, I think it's Rainbow Sheep now. Baba Rainbow Sheep. So it's you know, yeah. I mean, the list just goes on. But you hear these people talking about these things, and you think, wow. And you know, the problem with it is, for me, is that it means that you could be having a perfect, innocent conversation with somebody or with a group of people, and then you could use words which, to some people, are offensive or politically are not correct anymore. I don't know where the world's going with this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that one's been banged in, and that's an indication of this pitch. I don't know if we can see that ball again. This just goes to show what I'm talking about. I don't think there's much bouncing. This has been banged into the deck, and it's hardly done anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's why it's hard to go. Those cross-bat shots, I think. Better off kind of standing up playing with straight bat. Don't have too much time to think about it though when Zishan's steaming in, and then he's got that slower ball as well that he can employ. So it's been a good over at the moment. Things grinding to a halt for the blinders. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to watch your kind of metamorphosis into cranky old man in real time, working with you over the last couple of years. Just wonder where we'll be in about a year's time.
I'll give you one more. This is a complete change of subject as we've seen another wicket goes. That's a good catch again from Harsh Mandian. I think he's done really well behind the stump. For the captain who's had to take the gloves because of a late injury to Stan Ahuja, he's done absolutely brilliantly. This is a good catch. He's moving sharply to his right. The ball's probably dipping a little bit as well. Good catch taken, and another well-deserved wicket there from Zishan. Hasn't he been on fire? Really good catch. I think that's one that you'd appreciate, Vinny. Look at this one. He has to move a lot. Stays pretty low. Good glove work.
Yeah, again, trying to go across the line. Just didn't click, did it, for Farasat today with the bat. He becomes the fourth man to 449 for 4. As one of my computers overheats. Probably a sign that things are pretty hot at the moment. This reminds me of this last year, actually. Well, Maiden Waters, thanks for clarifying. She said that. You know, some of it's more inclusive language. My issue would be that breast refers to a part of the body, which is also, doesn't matter what your gender is. Everyone has that part of the body. You know, so maybe a bit old-fashioned to refer to more male. I'm going to stop talking now. I'm going to go to the 7th over, and it's going to be Akramullah Malik Sada to bowl.
Yeah, we just. Look, I said let's move on to something.
I need to go
this
for
is
a little walk.
I don't understand this one. This one, I don't know what people in the chat are talking about at the moment. We'll talk about some of these, but this one is one that gets me. That one's going to be called a no ball. Because of the heights, I think both the umpires looked at each other and called it straight away. The bowler's not 100% sure. Let's have a look.
Yes,
that's got to be called.
100%.
That's got to be called.
Remember, it's waist or higher now.
Yeah,
that's going to be waist or higher.
Yeah, one thing I don't get is, and obviously we do a lot of flying. Why is it that they announce the gate is open, they push you through, and then they leave you standing in the stairs for half an hour? Why did they do that? Why can't they just leave you sitting and waiting comfortably, and then they call you, you go through.
I'm glad you asked. I mean, I think I was on 59 flights last year or something.
Yeah.
Do you know that the way that they board the plane, there's groups, there's different ways they do it, and it's not always the same. So sometimes they try and get all the window seats on first, so those so it's not necessarily how far back in the plane you are that boards first. Sometimes they've got all windows, but obviously it's complicated because then if people are sitting together, they normally get to board together. But there's some science behind. There's a lot of science behind airports. I'm quite interested in that, you know.
I mean, I had 2 flights coming here, and both flights operated so differently. One was like everybody on at the same time. The other one, they looked at where you were seated, and had certain people going first.
Oh, what a good outswinger that is from Alexander. Yeah. In some countries, and half you have to stay behind and get the plane going. You have to give it a push start. Some of the aeroplanes I saw in the Czech Republic, because there's 3 little airports near it, you see some really tiny planes. Yeah, that's a good point. I always wonder people that are lining up for the gate, that haven't been called yet.
Yeah.
Are they worried they're going to miss it?
But the best one for me is like yesterday at my first flight.
Yeah.
They're calling
Where did
us,
you fly through?
They're calling us through. So from Alicante to Amsterdam first. So
Yeah.
they're calling us through.
Yeah.
And where the plane should be, there's no plane. So you know that they're calling you through for
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
And then the plane comes, and then you're all on the steps. It's very
Yeah.
hot. It's very warm. Everybody's coming off
We
the
got
plane.
delayed 45 minutes yesterday as well,
Yeah,
actually.
you did as well. Yeah.
Had a 1 hour flight from the Czech Republic. They'll probably talk about 8 hours. Well, he goes for this, but he hasn't quite got it. Might get away with it, but might not. The fielders are herring in, and what a good effort that was from Abdul Manan. He went full length, and then it went so high that Baiji will get 2. He's off the mark in game 2.
Yeah, this is a great effort. I like to see this. I mean, even though in the context of the match, it's probably not going to make a huge difference, but I think you gotta have your same standards no matter what the match situation is. That's a good effort, really good effort there from Abdul Manyan.
Yeah, I want to say a quick hello to Sam Collinson, who's watching from the UK. Nice to have you joining us. That's not which part of the UK. Always a big fan of that part of the world. All right, this one is a bit straight, and once again, he's not quite out of the middle of the bat. And this time, it'll be dropped again. Very similar sort of a catch that we saw go down long on. This time, it's Kaiba Delda, who's looking straight into the sun. You've got to watch out for the obstacles. As, Marzi can't quite find the timing yet. I think this is the kind of ball that when he's in good form, he clips it over the rope. What have you got there? Maybe like some sort of nest.
Yeah, what's that? Can you imagine a lot of wasps that flew out of there all of a sudden?
Now, you're always wanting some obstacles on the field. That'd be a pretty good addition. He tries to go leg side again.
Can you imagine if a mole popped out of there? Just hey, what's going on? Who's knocking on my
I've got to
door?
say, well done to Malik Zada, who's been very, very good keeping it tight. Doesn't have a wicket. Could have had one. Had a couple of half chances, I suppose, this over that he created. And so, there's one more ball in his spell. I want to say hello to Danush, who's calling Rico the GOAT. He's the greatest of all time. Don't know about this innings. Oh, this one he's going to go, and a third time. Is he going to get lucky this time? Zishan is coming in, and once again, well, Mars Baiji is the master of the mishit this over, because that's 3 times that he could have been out, but he hit it just badly enough to not quite get to the fielder. So spare a thought for poor Malik Zada. He could have had 3 wickets that over, gets none, but still has kept things really quiet. Just run a ball off his bowling. 12 coming off his 2 overs, 7 overs down. And the Budapest Blinders are 55 for 4 coming up this afternoon. More cricket coming your way, and it's going to be great to see the Debrecen Vikings for the very first time in an ECS match. They qualified in a playoff against the Budapest Kings, and so we'll get to see them batting first. Good, confident move from their skipper to have a bat against a Cobra side led by Sheikh Razik. We called him Slick last year because he was really slick. Good pair of hands, very good batter and bowler. Plenty of familiar faces in that Cobras lineup. That game will be coming up in about half an hour's time right here on the European Cricket Network. I want to say a few more shout-outs. I want to say hello to Tarek as well as Neville, who's joined us. And Tarek's told a joke in there. He said, why didn't the cricket team believe their captain? And the answer is he had a very silly point. As we see a ball that hits the pad. And maybe the day's coming you won't be able to say silly point anymore because it offends silly people.
Yeah.
We try our best to not offend anyone. I think that's a good call. I think that's just missing leg stump. I think that's what I mean. You always have to take intent into it. I think, you have to be understanding. And different parts of the world as well, different. Same words may have a different meaning or they may take it a certain way. This one's another one on the pad. Scramble through for a leg by. Mandian probably rethinking his decision to be wicketkeeper as he has to field a rifle of a throw from about 7 metres. So I won't say the word, but the abbreviation of Pakistani in Australia, that word is just an abbreviation, like saying Aussie. But if you go to the UK, it's very offensive.
Yeah.
And so that's just an example of different parts of the world. People may be offended at different things. This is down the leg side. It's off the glove, of Baiji. And Manji, I think that was a tough chance, but I think it was a chance. It wasn't called a wide.
Yeah, it just comes out as he hits the deck, doesn't it?
Yeah, and definitely grabs the glove. He gets 2 hands to it, Mandian. Unfortunately, can't hold on. Slower ball picked, and it's swatted. Once again, it's an opportunity, but this time it'll be taken. So Baji just struggling with his timing, a frustrating kind of stay at the crease for Marzi. But he's going to have to go. Kukiko once again, that slower ball doing the job for him. And now that's a third wicket for Zishan, who's really turned it on here in game 2. He's got 3 for 4 off his 1.4 overs. And the Blinders falling a long way short in this chase. They had their moment, but there has been a bit of a reality check here in game 2. And that wicket leaves them 58 for 5.
Yeah, good catch there from Deldar. He picked it quite easy. Saw it go up in the air. He knew he didn't have to rush in. He stood his ground first, assessed it well, a couple of steps and take the catch. And yeah, Wolfie Mars, he goes without really getting going. Wasn't able to get his big shots going. I think a couple of times he was looking at his bat there as well. I saw him having a chat with the umpires about maybe wanting to change it. Didn't materialise, and he makes his way back. Disappointment for him, but I'm sure that through the rest of this series, we're going to see the best of him with the bat. He's a destructive batter. Zishan, he's on fire.
Oh, Yilmaz gets an opportunity. This one I think will be called a wide. So a rare run off the bowling of Kukigel. Also want to say hello to some familiar faces in the chat, to Naveen Padmaraju. Hello to you. He's saying hello, Vinny and Rico. He's part of the PCC winning side, Prague Cricket Club, that won the ECS just a couple of days ago. And so great to have you, as well as Javed Iqbal, who was the Bohemian skipper. As we see another one blasted leg side. This one will be for Yilmaz. Will get off the mark with his first legal delivery. A rare boundary off Zishan. Probably a consolation one. See, again, it was that slower ball picked and hit. And I think the fielder probably stops this more often than he doesn't, but this time it gets away from him. Last ball of the 8th on the walk. Very, very close to hitting the stumps, but it doesn't. Almost a 4th wicket, but Zishan Kukigel will finish with 3 for 9 off his 2 overs. Very, very good all-round performance for him this game, as well as the half-century in the first innings. Probably pretty good shout for the player of the match, I would imagine. 8 overs down, 63 for 5. Who else we got? Yeah, Javed Iqbal. Good to have you, Javed. He's a fantastic cricketer as well, as is Naveen. See there, most of the bowlers, 3 of them at least, very, very tight, run a ball or less. Just Manan and Gautam. Their overs a little bit expensive, but they certainly had the insurance with 140 on the board. But yeah, keep the comments and questions coming in the chat. I know everyone's pretty excited to have you back, Rico. As always miss you when you're not here. But obviously, everyone's having to manage their lives, I suppose, with ECN on so many weeks. 44-week season this year. We should have over 1,000 matches. Oh, I'd love to go close to the 1,200 plus we had last year. We may not get there, but the 1,000's a pretty good target, I think. To pump out 1,000 cricket matches in a year is something quite special and unprecedented. Khyber Delta gets the bowl here in the 9th. First one sneaks down leg side. Pretty good bowler, Khyber. Probably not a huge fan of running straight down the wicket in front of the umpire. Probably won't get a decision. But I want to say hello to everyone, and I'm going to try and make a special effort to reply to as many as I can. Vishnu asking, how come we haven't seen Ghani for the Blinders? Yeah, good point. Hit him on the pad, but I think this is angling down. But Yapas Ghani, saw him playing in the first match this morning, but that's not in the 11 this time. So we saw him with the gloves this morning, but this time they got Mars Bayaji behind the stumps.
Yeah, and Maruwatha coming into the side as well. So Deldar just going through the motions here now, and it's you have to say it's an emphatic comeback, isn't it, from the Tigers? I mean, they would have been disappointed losing the first match, especially in the way they did in a topsy-turvy sort of game. Well, this one was hit back. I think, was this a bump? It's hard to tell. We'll see it again replay, but the bowler seemed disappointed, so maybe
I got
not.
a feeling it might be a catch, but I might be wrong. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was a catch. Yeah, great camera work there by the guys. Delta, that was a spicy one, but he could have had a wicket.
Yeah, disappointed with himself not to have taken it. And, well, this one was a bit more feisty, a bit more effort into that ball. So yeah, good comeback here. So both these teams, we know that they're going to be contenders really for this series. a win apiece. I would say that's probably fair, Vinny, you know, and based on what we've seen so far.
It'll be a big margin. Delta gets it full, gets it straight. And this will be a single. And so, yeah, see Gooch on strike. And look, it's a bit of a tough one. The Blinders batting order, they're always willing to shuffle the deck. I think that they consider themselves kind of a team batting unit. And so you might see different players in different positions depending on who's hitting the ball better. I know that it's a good opportunity for Gooch to hit a couple of big shots and get some confidence with the bat. 8 balls remaining. And, well, he'll get runs. I won't say it'll bring him a lot of confidence. Just squeezed out off the inside edge. This is one. This is the kind of shot. Okay, maybe it's not going for 4 last week, but it's that kind of a shot that with the grass is a little bit, lower. Sometimes they can run away a bit further. And, a few people giving us a few weather updates in the chat as well. What it's like in their part of the world. Until right now, up to 29 at a few minutes past noon in Hungary, and this will be out. So it will be all over for Yilmaz as Delta gets his first wicket of the series. I think he's a pretty good bowler. I mean, we even saw him at Khartoum, stepping up with the ball, especially at this stage of the innings. He's normally full and straight. That's what he does here. Another wicket falls. Yilmaz goes for 5, 67 for 6.
Yes, we've seen a lot of this today, haven't we? Where the bowlers, they've got the length right, they've got those Yorker length, the full length delivery in, and they've knocked the stumps over. I'm pretty sure that when we look back at the wickets that have fallen in these 2 matches, majority of them are clean bowled, and that's credit to the bowlers bowling a good line. And also, we've seen a lot of good variation from the bowlers as well. It just goes again to I think, underline the fact that every time we come back, and this is the 3rd time, of course, in Budapest, that teams are learning all the time. The fielding is getting better. And bowlers, they're starting to use a lot more variations in what they're doing. We've seen the slower ball. We've seen the few knuckle balls out there as well. But more importantly is that full length delivery, attacking the stumps, getting the wickets. So well done to Deldar. So he picks up a wicket. As we go into the final over, and it's going to be Imad Khan to bowl it.
Yeah. So chance for the Tigers to throw the ball. A couple of different options. So yeah, let's get ready for the 10th over.
And that's gone. And Gooch going for the big shot. And that's sort of the way the day's gone for him, really, with the bat. Just not being able to get going. And when he's a happy man out there, Imad Khan gets a wicket off his first ball. Good work again behind the stumps there from Artmadian.
Yeah, he's pretty happy. As he might not always get an opportunity with the ball. He slides this one across. Gooch just trying to whack it. And yeah, he walks, doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. He will often do that, Stefan Gooch. And yeah, fairly simple one. Mandian holds on to the catch behind the stumps as the Blinders, they've lost another wicket. Now we're into the 10th over at 67 for 7.
Yeah, another batter makes his way out. This time it's going to be Sandy Mohandas coming in to replace Stefan Gooch. Just being caught behind by Harsh Mandias, the captain. He's certainly going to be very happy with the display from his team, the Tigers, this time round, and he'll be hoping that they'll go on from here. Remember, got a couple of key players also to come into the side. I mean, Ketapal didn't play. We know that he's with bat and ball, such a big player for them as well. One of the leading wicket takers as well for the Royal Tigers. And I'm not sure if we're going to see Stan Ahuja, but certainly his brother. We'll see him coming into the side as well. So still got, like I say, plenty of depth and plenty of players, good players, to see further on in this series.
Yeah. So yeah, disappointing kind of contest, I suppose, in match 2, but you know, can't take anything away from the way the Royal Tigers batted. And also the Blinders think they'll be a bit frustrated with their fielding efforts in this game. And his next ball is down the grounds. Goyal getting a bat. He's out there with Sandeep Mohandas now. And so just 3 balls remaining in this one, and we'll get a time for, not sure how much time we'll get for lunch. I want to say big thank you to Mita, who's doing all the cooking for us this week. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
It
Is
is
that
normally
right?
part of our crew.
Wow.
Yeah. So well, she's on the board now, Hungarian cricket. Congratulations to all the new board members. They had a fresh vote this week, so I know that Stana Hooger is retained as president, but a few new faces on the board. So, yeah, Mita knows our operations pretty well, but she will be working for the local organising committee in this time around, and being in charge of the food, I think could be the most important job. So, looking forward to seeing what she comes up with. I think she's a great cook.
If they keep your belly full, then you'll be loyal to everyone, wouldn't you?
All right, here we go. 2 to come. Let's plays this out for once this game, finishing with a whimper. But tell you what, the first half of this morning session was anything but pedestrian, wasn't it? We had a real thriller between these two teams, 87-81 in the end. As it is, they'll split the points. I think the Royal Tigers, because of the manner of this victory, they will go to the top of the table. So they go bottom to top, just like that. But both these teams taking some points away from first morning, so they can say they have something for their efforts. Here's the last ball of game 2 from Imad Khan. It'll be a dot, so he passes fairly harmlessly. It'll be 140 to 71 in the end. 69 runs. Normal service resumes in match 2, and the Royal Tigers, they get some revenge pretty quickly on the Blinders, who blinded them with a good performance in the tournament opener. Probably a fair result. I think that both these teams get a win apiece. I think they're very competitive with each other. But unfortunately, match 2, a bit of a blowout. The Tigers are doing the job without some of their stars as well. Noah Hooger's in there. No Abhishek Kedapal, the protractor, not able to be in the lineup today. But, I mean, some positives there for both teams. Also, some things that both teams could probably work on. So, highly entertaining start to this series, I think, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see this time round, it's the Royal Tigers. They're congratulating themselves. They needed to bounce back, and they did. So the spoils have been shared here, as they say, between the two teams. So congratulations this time round to the Royal Tigers. And well done to the Blinders for winning the first. And, well, two new teams come into action. It's a good opportunity for us to see the team making their debut. The Brisbane Vikings. And they're looking to take on the Cobra Cricket Club. Now, Cobra's, I think, 2020 runners-up. Finished 4th here last year, so they're looking to do better. But you said last year they were pretty unlucky, weren't they?
They were 3rd, only on net run rate. They won as many games as the two teams just saw in the group stage. But just watch out for some of those names. Jogi Segal, he's given up the captaincy now. Sheikh Razik will be the captain. He's listed 3, and he really whacks them. But, yeah, I mean, the Vikings, unknown quantity a little bit. Their captain, Rakibul Rifat, he decided he wanted to bat first. So that's a good, confident move for them. Let's see how that goes, as that game will be coming around in around about 15 minutes' time. It'll be the Vikings that'll be on the charge against the Cobras. Let's go back to some of the highlights of this second innings. It was a mountain of runs to climb. And, well, we saw a couple of hits earlier that would have gone over some of the highest mountains, Rico. This one almost got wet as it went all the way over the camera tower. Had me asking for the ball back. Apart from that, it wasn't a lot to shout about for the Blinders. Once the wicket started tumbling, they tumbled pretty regularly. I think they knew a fair way out that they weren't really in this game, and they'll be a bit disappointed, I think, not to at least put 100 on the board or something like that, because I think the manner of this victory means their net run rate takes a bit of a hit, and we know how important that might be. This was a strange moment as well, where it could have been a run out. In the end, they thought that the hand disturbed the stump. This one was a beamer. This was all happening at the same time. At the same time that you were giving us your thoughts on society and the direction that it was heading. And I think that when it came down to it, the Tigers, they had their moments and went against them as well. That one, at least he does catch it, but he steps over the line. And a couple of streaky ones at the end. But I think the Blinders, like I said, some things they'll be happy with, some things they'll want to work on. It's early days in the tournament. But the rematch of last year's final certainly didn't disappoint, even if the second match did a little bit. Zishan, just the old bolt and punch later on. You can see these two teams. There's a lot of relationships between these two teams as well. Baiji just kept teasing the fielders. He had 3 of these that almost carried but didn't quite. And ultimately, he couldn't really get anything going despite those let-offs. And a bit disappointing, I think, for the Blinders. They weren't able to put more of a decent score on the board here in match 2.
Yeah, I mean, only 2 batters got into double figures, Nandika and Walla Gamagay, but nobody else was able to. And you see just another one from Mars Wolfie there by Jeep, this time straight into the hands. Just wasn't getting his timing right, but it was all good bowling, all good fielding, like you say. They are a good outfit. That's why they are the #1 team here in Hungary and have been for many years to come. But they got some good challenges. The Budapest Blinders gave them a very good match first up, winning the first one. And I think I'm looking forward to seeing the Cobras as well, because I think this year they'll certainly be up for it as well. That was a good moment there for the bowler there, Ahmed Khan, taking the wicket off Stefan Gooch. He was absolutely delighted with himself. And then they were all delighted there at the end. As we start to have a look at this scorecard. But once again, Vinny, it was just nobody really got going. We know they needed a good start, but the first over, and let's go back to that first over, only 2 runs coming from it from Abhitash Prashad. I mean, he bowled brilliantly in both matches. He's going to be a key player in this competition.
And he batted well as well.
Yeah.
I mean, look, they get away with kind of 11 wides in this innings as well because they had the runs to play with. But I think no one really getting going, which is what you needed to get a serious challenge in that chase of 141. Nandika ends up with 13 at the top of the order, 11 to Welligamagay, but nobody else in double figures. It was just one of those innings where they just couldn't get any kind of acceleration through it, and the target was so big, the required run rate just kept climbing. And well, I still think something to take away for both the teams out of the first morning, and I know that they probably will get another tussle at each other later in the week. Kukiko with 3 for 9 was outstanding. Add that to his half century in the first innings. Probably player of the match honours for him. There were also wickets for Prashad, who had a very good morning. Gartham with 1. Also Delta and Imad Khan even chipping in at the end with a couple of wickets. Malik Zada was the unlucky one, I thought, as he bowled 2 very good overs. Didn't take a wicket, but only went for 12 runs. And so 71 for 7. So pretty much halfway from where they needed to be. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the afternoon session. Debrecen Vikings will be on the rack for the first time. A tough one first up against the Cobras. Well, let's see if they brought the anti-venom. It should be a really interesting afternoon session. Join us shortly for more cricket on ECN. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. Back with more cricket very shortly on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Hungary. Hello and welcome back to beautiful sunny Hungary. We're halfway through opening day of the 6-day European Cricket Series, and now we get to see our new team for this year. They are the Debrecen Vikings. They qualified over the Budapest Kings to be here, so they have one match T10 experience at least. We're great to see them out there against a much more seasoned side in the European Cricket Series. It's Cobra Cricket Club who are their opponents here in matches 3 and 4. Starting with the toss for match 3, Charles Croucher is with the two captains.
Okay, your call.
Heads it is.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
Okay, we would like to bat first.
So Rifat, the captain of the Debrecen Vikings, has won the toss and he has elected to bat first. Good strong move from him, and look, they've got nothing really to lose. I think often teams take a little bit of time to get up with the pace, but certainly they have some winning form coming in, and it's a great chance for them to show what they can do with the bat. Let's see what their approach is, because sometimes teams that are new to the ECS, they go one way or the other. They go too crazy or they get a bit conservative. So I'm really curious to see how they go about their innings, and it's always great to have new teams involved in this European Cricket Series. The Cobras, though, last year they ended up in 4th place. They were 3rd after the group stage, but then lost the eliminator, a high-scoring one to UCB. And I'm looking forward to seeing the man who's the new captain this year, Sheikh Razik. We called him Slick last year. He was, and he pounded a number of half-centuries, scoring in quick time. Also pretty handy with the ball, so watch out for him. I think he could be the key to the Cobras' performance here. As we get into the start of match 3, the afternoon session, let's go back to Rico Full, who's in the commentary ice cube. Well, hopefully it's a bit cooler in there than it is out here at the moment, Rico. I can tell you some toss news from match 3 is that the Debrecen Vikings have won the toss. They're going to bat first. Over to you. Let's get a look at some more cricket.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there. Vinny Sandu. Oh, it's not that much cooler here. Things are frying. We've just had to relocate slightly, get our equipment out of the sunshine, but we're all back up and running, and I'm certainly looking forward to this match. Two teams, well, one team that I've not seen before, the Cobra Cricket Club, and certainly meant to look out there is Yogi Sagal, Mohamed Sawan, and also Sheikh Razik. If they get going, I think we can see some more runs on this hot sunny day. It certainly is a day designed for cricket and a day designed for high runs, and I think on this pitch, certainly looking at the way that the pitch is played, if you get yourself in, then really you could go on to score big runs. And well, it's a very warm welcome also to the Debrecen Vikings. They're making their ECN debut. Wishing them all the best, and their captain Iqbal Rifat will be hoping that there can be a good positive start from them. And I like the move also from them. I think it's very positive to win the toss and decide that you're going to have a bat first. And let's see if that positive approach does reflect on the way that the team do perform. As the team make their way out. The umpires with this match, so men in black. It's going to be James and Jury. And must admit, it does look absolutely fantastic out there at the moment. I mean, we see that's the bikini end, as we're calling it there, the house with the pool. And down the other end, you see that fantastic banner around these grounds. It looks absolutely immaculate. It really does. And I have to say, you know, I've been saying there's a lot of places we've been, Bulgaria, Romania, then Landskrona and Stockholm, and I'm coming back to here. And isn't it just great to see all these beautiful locations, these beautiful grounds, and great cricket being played as well. And once again, like I always like to say, it does show that the cricket in Europe is coming up all the time. We saw the T10 internationals as well, and that was fantastic. And Charlie Hunt, part of our team, was there doing the commentary along with Max, and also Mihail did a fantastic job there. And congratulations to Germany. They're seeing a lot of junior cricket being played in Spain as well. We saw that teams from Madrid, the Costa del Sol, went and joined Mallorca in the junior tournament as well. And I know that well, the German women's team, the Eagles, they're out as well in Rwanda. And best of luck to them as well in the cricket that they're playing. So it's a fantastic time to be involved with European cricket, and good luck to all of those teams that I mentioned, the juniors, the women, and of course the men as they play. And I know that Hungary, fairly soon after this series, they've got some internationals to play as well. So certainly plenty of activity in European cricket at the moment. And plenty of opportunities for European cricketers to make their dreams come true. And maybe this is what the Debrecen Vikings will be hoping for here. We should get ready for the start of this match. The Vikings batting first. And it's going to be Matur who's going to be bowling the first ball. It's nicely timed. Gets himself off the mark straight away. And, that certainly will make him feel good. Sani is up and running. Sani gives an opportunity for his partner, Saad Akib. Two opportunities, both these sides, like the Royal Tigers and the Blinders will play 2 matches. It's the back there of Yogi, number 25, certainly one to watch. Comes Matur one more time. Defensively played. A little bit unsure whether to take the single or not. He had made a good choice as Mohammed Subhan came in quickly, sliding in, making the stop. Sun just eased off us slightly as a bit of cloud cover comes over. Half-hearted appeal, nothing from the bowler, more from 1 or 2 fielders behind the bat. Not out. And once again, opportunity to thank everybody that's been very actively involved in the chat today on YouTube. And if you're not on there already, why not? Go to the European Cricket channel. This one's up in the air, he just pushed it and lofted it up. Should be a straightforward catch, and it is. No mistakes from Sanjay Kumar. Didn't really play this with too much aggression, did Akib. And I think that's why he ends up giving a simple catch of the 3rd delivery. And here we go without troubling the scorers, unfortunately. Just see there, he sort of, I think it's almost yorks himself with it, but chips it up in the air. And the simplest of catches from Sanjay Kumar. I say simple, as we've seen already, especially with that performance from the Blinders in their second match. There's no catches are easy. And just ask Welligama Gay. He had a nightmare out there, but this one he just gets himself nicely settled, gets well balanced, and they take the catch. So Cobra Cricket Club get the first breakthrough. And well, there's the man who gets the first wicket to his name. Ashutosh Mathur in the action straight away. That will bring Tahir Hafiz. Yeah, slightly unfortunate there. Akib. I think he just got a little bit more muscle, as you say, into the shot. He probably would have got it over the fielder. Inside the power play, so that man is inside the ring. Just long on and square leg back on the boundary. Left-hander. Gets the first ball through. Batter not really offering much to it, just quite happy just to see it go through. 1 wicket, 1 run, ball to go. The perfect start so far from Cobra CC. A big swing, is he going to get lucky? And he does. A great effort there from the fielder, diving, one hand outstretched. He was hoping that this would fall kindly into his hand, but the batter just manages to get enough onto this. I suppose that's the difference when you give it a bit of welly. He gets a bit more undershot, and Rasik, splendid effort, but not able to get there, and the batters take 2. So 3 for 1. It's a good start there from the bowler, Mathur. And a good time before the start of the second over to welcome back into the Ice Cube, Mr. Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Just looking at Debrecen Vikings, their abbreviation DEV. Reminds me a bit of the old Capital Dev about them. Some Andy viewers might enjoy seeing that up there. But yeah, I mean, confident start with the first ball. I like the shot that I saw. But yeah, tough over in the end, just 3 runs and 1 wicket. Chief Sunny is still there. And looks like he'll be facing up at the start of the second over. They lost a key product in the first. And it'll be Venkatarajan to continue for the Cobras. And if you missed last year's series, first I can tell you, you missed a lot of action. But what I will say is that the Cobras had a very good week. They were 5-3, so they won 5 of their 8 group games. They finished in 3rd place, though, because of their net run rate being a little bit behind that of the other 2. This one leaned on. They run, but they take a late decision to go. And, yeah, you'll see here, I think Hafiz, he would have been run out by some distance with a good throw. Sani just pushed and ran, and Hafiz took a long time to get going. And so, yeah, I think he was a bit lucky to still be there. He will survive and takes us to the next delivery. He's on strike. Pushes, and now, again, he doesn't run. I think often I talk about teams that are new to the competition, being a bit inexperienced, and you need to have some urgency in your innings. These are the sort of ones you need to be going on from the get-go. So he doesn't even look at his partner. He just kind of puts up the big stop sign. Does Hafiz. But I guess still there, I guess. Yeah, but you need to have that urgency with the running from the get-go in 10 over cricket. Now he gets a 4 delivery, swings and misses. So, a bit of a tough time of it early. But, so it's great to be back in Hungary. I want to say a big thank you to all the helpers on the ground, providing us a fantastic lunch. Rico's just enjoying his at the moment. I'm getting a bit of a nice coffee to go with it. So, yeah, feeling very spoiled. This one he goes for it, and it could be out, and it will be out. Simple catch. And it's Sheikh Razik that takes it. And he's a brilliant fielder. That one didn't really test him. Hafiz trying to get on with it. Trying to get over the mid-off, I think, but he just mistiming it. It was a simple catch. That's well done. Makes that look easy, Razik, because he had to come in slightly. So the Vikings having a tough time of it early. Now they've lost 2 wickets and the score is 4-2. So Venkatarajan making a very good start to his tournament as well. So both opening bowlers have wickets. And yeah, the Vikings, who qualified for this tournament as the 5th team, they had to beat the Budapest Kings in a playoff. And they did that. And that's why they're here. So steep learning curve for them early. This is the captain who's coming out now, Rakibul Rifat. And yeah, he looks like he's ready for action. So again, sometimes you see teams that are inexperienced just making a few, what I'd call rookie errors. I suppose like turning down the run showed that he was probably not aggressive enough, and then taking on that shot, probably the other way around. Although if he hits it, I'm sure he'll be happy with the boundary. Not easy with a left-hander slanting across you. Venkatarajan has 1 ball to go in this second over. The opposition skipper. Catches him in front, I think. Don't think there's any bat in this. Well, the keeper really likes this Pandey, but I've got to say, obviously we're a long way away. It's a strange one. I thought LBW was a shout first up. Oh, yeah. Oh, now having the second look, looks like it might have been. Look at this. Is there an inside edge on this? Oh, I've got to say, it's just with the benefit of the review, which of course can't review things like little edges and things like that. I think that's Debrecen pretty lucky not to have a 3rd wicket against them, because I did pick up maybe a little deflection. As it is, they survive, well, kind of, to the end of the second over. It's 4-2 after 2. Tigers and Blinders splitting the points this morning, so they're both off the mark. These two teams chasing their first points of the series. United Chalard Budapest, or UCB, they are the 5th team in this tournament. They were the team actually that beat the Cobras in the Eliminator last year. UCB won 4 of their 8 matches. The top 3 won 5 of their 8 matches, but despite that, UCB did win the 4 versus 3 game last year to at least make the top 3. This one's in the air and it's going to travel. So Sani hasn't had much of the strike at all. He goes bang Maximo. The first boundary of the Vikings ECS career, and it goes for 6. What a good shot that was. Just picked up off a length. And that's one way to get things moving. They laboured for 4 runs through the first 2 overs, but the first ball of the 3rd goes for 6. Very, very good shot. He gets something on his pads and he just tucks around for 1. So, I mean, you can't be too perturbed by the early wickets. You have to keep attacking. It's a bit counterintuitive, but I think you have to. And hope that someone comes off. And Sani, he's only faced 4 balls, but he's by far looked the most assured of the Debrecen Vikings batters. There's Martha, who's bowling out here in the 3rd. This one just beats the bat. That crashes into the pad of Rifat. I want to say quick hello to everyone in the chat. Tarek's always talking about maybe an Asian Cricket League. Oh, we'll probably still call it the European Cricket Series if we were to go somewhere else. I think it's a tried and true structure now of cricket. We've been pumping out for a couple of years. Watched by people all around the world. This one's lucky to get away from the fielder. And then he throws. Oh, this could have been pretty interesting. I'm thinking about it a second, but it's never on. The batter kind of jumps to avoid the ball, but you're still at risk if you haven't already made good your ground. So have a look at this. Bowler kind of gets in the way as well. He probably spots that throw wasn't on target, so he was in no immediate danger of getting run out. So Rifat is off the mark now in ECS cricket. Arthur, he's a player we saw a fair bit of last year. They've got some good bowling options as well. See, Pavani Adapaka was one of my favourites as well. For the Cobras. Of course, Sheikh Razik is a guy that I'm really looking forward to seeing again. We called him Slick Razik, because just kind of assurance about everything that he did. I'll say hello to Shohas Farhad, who's watching us from Prague. Well, Shohas, it was great to watch you do your thing. Leading wicket taker, I think, in the tournament in Prague in the end, playing for Bohemians. This one ties him up. It's one of the worst appeals I think you'll see this year. I think it hit him on the hip. I'm going to put a replay up. Not meaning to shame anyone, but this one, well, I don't think that was going to be out, even if Rafat probably isn't going to be slam dunking too many basketballs anytime soon. 13 for 2 at the end of the power play. Pretty quiet going, although we did have a sign of what's possible with that Maximo from Kshif Sani, who lifts them to 9 off the 3rd. That was after overs of 3 and 1. Wickets falling in each of the first 2 overs. To be fair, the appeal wasn't as bad as I first thought. It was just really bad, not really, really, really bad. I thought it was, from my angle, it might have pitched about a metre outside leg stump. But, of course, not troubling the umpire too much. Venkatarajan is going to come back to bowl at the 4th over. Into the power play. I think they still have a fair few fielders up, and I think that's smart. This one always bunted back to the bowler. Yeah, I mean, they've gone for 4 outfielders. They can have up to 5. Yeah, I would have probably liked to have seen them stick maybe with the 2 outfielders, maybe 3. I suppose to Sani, he has already shown that he can bang the ball, so maybe then a little bit more defensive to him. I'll probably try and maybe attack Rifat a little bit more if he gets on strike. Pretty good delivery this one. Sani deals with it. Technically, he's looked up to the mark so far for the Vikings. I want to say hello to Kawaja Shan. Hope you're well. Nice to have you with us. And to everyone else in the chat, Helix. And I already mentioned Shohas has joined us. He qualifies for the Czech national team this year as well, so I'm excited to see him on the international stage. It's way by Rafat. They don't get through the first that quickly, so they'll just have to settle for the single. I know that Khawaja is asking Shahid Afridi in the chat if he's the Shahid Afridi that was playing for MSC Frankfurt in the European Cricket T10. Mini boom boom. Back in the ECL. This one played down the wicket just for one. Yeah, so the Cobras, nice chance for them to work their way into the tournament as well. I mean, they'll be big favourites over the Vikings, just because of the experience I think that they've got. Already seen them playing in 2 European Cricket Series before this year. Runners up in 2020. And yeah, 4th last year, but that doesn't really give an indication of the series they played. It's a bit crazy to think they were 2nd last, despite winning 5 of their 8 games in the group stage. And this is a pretty high delivery. I think it's going to be called a no ball. I don't know if it was an attempted slow ball or not, but he's not the tallest man. You'll see when this flies past him. Yeah, I think that's a good call. And so now, Rifat can go full Incredible Hulk and try and smack this one out of the ground because it's a free hit coming up. I think it might have been a slow ball attempt from Venkatarajan. And I think on a taller man, probably wouldn't have been a no ball, but I think it was. This one is going to be wide of the mid-wicket. So we'll grab a couple, I think. Could throw off balance. But they do grab 2. Rico in the background telling me apparently you're not allowed to say tall or short anymore either. I tell you what, you're going to get us cancelled. You need to maybe just have your lunch. Stop piping in. Right, here's the last volley over. He wants a run, but he's not going to get one here, Rafat. So Sani will face up. And it's the end of 4. The score is 19 for 2. Yes, Sani only facing 9 out of the 24 balls. So, just a reminder that our journey is taking us all over Europe, and we'd love for you to join us on our travels and our adventures, because we have this series, of course, a 1-weeker, and then we've got Austria next week. That should be really interesting as well. 5 sides in Austria ready to go come next Monday. Then we'll be in Italy for 5 weeks. It's our Italian summer. Join us. So we go to Milan, Brescia, Bologna, and Rome, and then the Super Series also in Rome, which will be the best performers from the first 4 weeks all together. The prize there in the Super Series will be a spot in ECL 23, the Champions League of European Cricket in Spain. And then Germany through August, starting in Dresden for 2 weeks, and then Krefeld in 2 weeks, where we just saw the T20 International Series over the weekend. From the start of a new over, it's Vishnu Vasudev. That's going to start with a wide down the leg side. Helix is asking, are we near a train line? Well, thanks for asking. We absolutely are. And you'll hear the train coming kind of to the left of screen every so often. I got used to it last year. Driven down the ground. Sani will get 1 here. Yeah, hello to Joe Wegasani as well. I know that, Rico, you were off last year when we were in Hungary, so Joe did a great job with me, and he had a lot of interesting facts as well, of course, because of his part of his other business. He's a tour guide and had a lot of interesting facts about the history of Hungary and this region. So it's always great to have Joe working for us. So expecting to hear him when the night cricket comes back a little bit later in the year as well. Hello to Paul McHale, who is happy that he's watching ECN today. Hello, Paul. Hope you're well. Play full toss. And this will be played away to point. So yeah, thank you for all your wonderful comments. I know that a couple of slight interruptions for some people on the YouTube stream today. If that's the case, just let us know exactly how many and how often, and we can keep an eye on that for you. So it's been a transition at the moment, as this one's in the air, and this one really should be taken, and it will be taken. And that's Osama Mohammed that takes the catch at long on, as Rifat tries to elevate, but he couldn't quite get the power required to get it over that man. So it's a kind of challenge delivery. I think if you get this just right, probably goes for 6, but you can see the bat turning his hand slightly, and it goes higher than it does long. In the end, just a couple of metres outside the circle, where it's taken by Osama Mohammed. We've seen some balls misjudged in that part of the ground, so maybe that wasn't quite as easy as it looked. But what it is the third wicket. The Vikings now have lost a third at 23 for 3. Well done to Vasudev, who has his first wicket of the series. And the Cobras at the moment, they're feeling pretty confident. The Vikings, a bit of an unknown quantity at this level, but I think whatever happens in their first game, they'll be a lot better for the run. You can see Rifat just tries to go downtown and proceeds in hitting the ball pretty much straight down the throat of Osama Mohammed. But you can see where he took the ball. He had to make a long way in, but because the ball was so high, he had time to get there and get set. So, new batter comes to the crease, and it's Hasib Ahmed who will come in at number 5. Couple of balls to go in the 5th. So, just back to everyone watching on YouTube. Thanks very much for your patience. I do appreciate it. Just giving a few instructions in the chat if you are watching. But of course, to all of our viewers on FanCode in India and the surrounding areas, always wonderful to have you joining us as well on ECN. I think the other thing that the Cobras want to keep an eye on is the time here. Kind of a bit of dawdling about this inning so far. I suppose the thing working in their favour is there haven't been too many boundaries. Just the 1-6 so far. Tasani, who's still there, but he can't get enough of the strike for his team at the moment. Ahmed on strike for the first time. He plays this down the ground, but cut off by the bowler. Vasudev keeping things quiet. Tarek is asking if we did have some cricket in Asia, what countries would I like to commentate in? Well, how long have you got? Down the ground, full toss. This will just be 1. Uh-oh, they're going to go for 2. Good throw, has him in trouble. I have a feeling he might be gone here. I think they're going to have a look at it on the LRS. My feeling was the bat comes down after the stumps are broken. So I reckon he better be in with his feet, otherwise he's going to be in trouble. Let's have a look. That's a great replay we're getting. And, yeah, just as I suspected, he is out. I just saw that live. The stumps were gone before the bat comes down. There's a little bit of a plonk, wasn't it? Batter's looking concerned, and rightly so, because it will be a run out to finish the 5th. And that's a disaster for the Vikings. Sani was the set batter with 13. He's run out trying to pitch the strike back, but he was going to the danger end. He was running towards danger and he found it. So he will be run out for 13. The score will be 24 for 4 after 5 overs. And, well, as far as Hasib Ahmed is concerned, well, he would be happy to get his first runs in ECS cricket, but it won't be a memory that he'll cherish, because as he attempted a second, he's run out the set batter, Sani. And then really, Sani took that on. You see, have a look at the run in between the wickets. If we get a chance, you'll see that Sani, 28, he's looking for 2, and he's the one that decides he wants to go, but he kind of goes without a last look, and he finds himself just a step short. So the score is 24 for 4 after 5. New batter comes to the crease. It's Usar Gori. Returning from his lunch is Rico. And hello, Rico.
Good to be back. Yeah, thank you very much to the Federation, particularly to Metadab. That's been doing the lunches, as you said earlier.
Delicious.
And it was absolutely delightful, wasn't it?
Now, I haven't seen this number in a while on the batter. I'll try and get a shot of this for you in a minute. But first, we're going to go to Adapaka, who's a pretty good bowler. Had a lot of success last year. Got a slip in place for him. So just keep an eye on him, Rico. I know you're seeing a lot of these players live for the first time. Of course, some of you know from the ECL and the ECC for the national team. But Adapaka, just a handy little spinner. And the reason I was talking about Gori is because he's got number 666 on his back. Which might be a sign that he wants to hit a lot of big hits, or that he's, let's just say, well, I won't be saying too much more about him, to be honest, because he's just trying to swing that one for A6. And unfortunately, he's got nothing on it straight through the gate. So 6-6-6. It's hot in the kitchen, hot out in the middle as well. And now the Vikings have lost a 5th wicket. Atapaka didn't take too long. Bit of turn back though, to be fair. Crashes into middle and off. And so 5 wickets down now. Debrecen, they are 24 for 5.
Yeah, just straight through, wasn't it? It wasn't a good shot. He goes on the back foot. And one thing I was always taught as a young man is when you have a pitch like this with the ball, I mean, it's not, the bounce is not unpredictable. It just stays lower than you think. You don't go back foot unless you're a very accomplished batter and you've got yourself in. And well, he goes back there, and as soon as he goes back, you know it's going to beat him. Gets another batter going out there now, and it's going to go on cut. Uzgul.
What I will say though, is a bit of turn there for Pavani Atapaka. Yeah, so now we'll see if Uzgul can produce something. This is bowled as well, and this one snuck in, and it's just flicked the off stump. And wow, Atapaka on target. This time he just clips him, but it's still just as good. Bowled and bowled, wrecking the innings in the 6th. And now the Vikings 24 for 6.
Atapaka, well, he's on a hat trick. That's 2 in 2. Can it be 3 in 3? I know that was a hat trick last week, wasn't it? In the Czech Republic. We waited a while for one, and there's an opportunity here. And who's to say he's not going to get it, especially if he keeps that line, that ball right up there on the stumps. Now, look, one thing I will say is quite often we do see, unfortunately, the hat-trick ball ending up going down on the leg side. Let's hope he's not going to let himself down. A new batter that takes himself to the crease is Arib Azar.
Atapaka. We'll see if we could get another hat-trick. We did have one fairly recently in the Czech Republic. Naveen Gunasekaran, who took a hat-trick as part of his 6 for 5. That was the 11th hat-trick of the year. And so we're about to see if Atapaka adds his name to that honour roll. Here he is coming to the new batter, Azar. Hat-trick ball here in the 6th. Oh, that was pretty straight. How's that missed?
Well, it was pretty straight, just a little bit down the leg side, wasn't it? Was it the turn? Yeah, the turn takes it away.
It's as close as you can get to a hat-trick. Well, he kept pushing it further right. He hit middle and off, and then he hit the leg, and then the next one just missing leg. This time, pushes it to the left. Amit Pandey behind the stumps, taking that one with ease. Yeah, so you got to worry about where this innings is heading at the moment. Arib Azar having his first bat in ECS cricket. And he'll get away with this, should get a run, although they're going to have to work hard. Pandey had to work pretty hard as well. Had to field that one high and to his right, but well done to Azar. He's off the mark.
He gets off the mark. Finding it hard, aren't they? Their debut. I think it was a brave move to bat first. I think it's the right move as well. I don't think I'd criticise that from the captain. I think he, in fact, just wanted to go out there and maybe get the nerves out and over with straight away. But finding it hard going.
So just some great names in that hat-trick list. Just going back, remember Ben Kinman's one, hat-trick number 3? With the caught and bowled and the amazing catch by the keeper.
Yep.
But we had a bit of a hat-trick drought at the start of the year. It was the 4th of March before we saw one. Considering I think we started on the 30th of January this year.
You know the one I like?
What's your favourite?
Chris Batten. You know why? You know why? Because remember he's, is it his nephew?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Bulgarian Express.
Bulgarian Express.
So he's the CDS
How many
Express.
wickets did he pick up?
Yeah.
None.
None. That's right.
And then his old uncle comes off the bowl and he takes a hat trick. So
yeah,
so
and a pretty good hat trick.
It was good. I tell you what, he got the ball to swing around big.
Yeah, it was a good hat trick. Took Vivian Kingma as the middle leg in that as well. Ball that needed a flagpole to hit. This is a wide, so they'll take that.
He also had what I still believe in one continuous play, the longest ever hat trick. Remember that one? That was at the ECL, right?
That was the first one on the list, Adil Divan Ali.
Yeah.
Because, unfortunately, Dawud Muhammad, the batter, took a ball in the jaw and basically hit his stumps with his bat.
That was the second wicket, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the second wicket.
Then there was a long delay.
Long delay, yeah.
And then, very next ball after that delay was the 3 and 3, the hat trick. Yeah, I still think that was the longest in a single piece of play without any end of day interruptions or over to over.
Yeah, Yeah, because obviously we had longer hat tricks. I think Merv Hughes took one in each innings.
Yeah.
At 3 different overs because it was a finish of a first over, the first ball of a new over that finished in innings, and then first ball of the second innings back in 88, 89. That's nice to get that on a board up. I'm sure all the bowlers will be hoping to get on that. The other on a board, which Gunasekaran found his way on, was the 5-wicket hauls on a board. We've only had 2 of them this year. In fact, he took 6. It's our first 6-wicket haul this year, 6 for 5. Very, very good figures indeed. Speaking of good figures, though, the best ever figures on ECN, they were taken by Stefan Gooch, who you saw in the first game. But he's not even a bowler. That was so crazy about it. He's a part-timer at best. He had a real day out in the series back in 2020, taking 6 for 2. He's never stopped talking about it. Hardly seen bowling since. I think he's protecting his stats.
Yeah, I was going to say, why would you? You don't want to. Every time he comes on the bowl, he knows people are going to be talking about those figures. So he's thinking, I'm not going to have people talking about that. I mean, first ball get hit for 6.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
I remember Michael Slater took a wicket playing Test cricket, and he hardly ever bowled. And I think his bowling average was 4.
Yeah.
So he took 1 for 4. He just get set for a nice couple of balls of this over. And 1 ball to come, I should say. 27 for 6 at the moment. I mean, you couldn't give him another bowl. He didn't want it. He wanted to be the best bowler in Test cricket history. As we see a dot to finish the 7th. So Vasudev, pretty good spell from him. He takes 1 for 7 off his allotted 2 overs. And it's 27 for 6 after 7. And just reminding everybody that we have lots of ways you can follow the action on European cricket. And I know that a lot of people do like to follow us on the socials, and you'll see some entertainment. I know that in Czech Republic we talked about that kind of clip going viral during the week, and that's just popping up everywhere. I often say you just won't find this kind of action anywhere else. You can join our Telegram channel as well using that QR code or the number on your screen. We're also on TikTok now, so if you haven't already, get around us on that. And the YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, great place to get your cricket entertainment as well. Just subscribe to our channel, and you can also get involved in the live chat, as a lot of people are doing at the moment. We appreciate you being part of our community. Mohamed Burhan is going to bowl over number 8. He uses a bit of a closer. Starts with a wide outside the off stump. Also want to say hello to our officials. We've got James Lloyd, who's back after doing the first game, and he's out there with Guri Takaks. And Guri, it's his first game of the series. You can see him as well. So now we do get a legal ball in the 8th. Just played away for 1. So yeah, at the moment they're struggling a little bit to get any kind of production. You can understand that. Obviously they're not really accustomed, I suppose, to playing at this level. And I think the run out of Sonny has hurt them a lot. Yeah, I like this approach though. Unfortunately, we didn't even get them 1 run here. We just had that 1-6 in the innings. We haven't had a single 4 at the moment. And apart from Sonny, who ran himself out for 13, we had a score of 5 from the captain, Rakibul Rifat. But then apart from that, nobody else has gotten past 3. And unfortunately, this is another one to add to the list. It was a simple catch that was taken. So Hasib, a bit like the rest, can't get too much going. So a wicket falls. Burhan gets his first for the series. And the score now is 29 for 7.
Yeah, just not going the way, of course, they would have liked. Herbie mentioned already that they decided to have a bat. They thought, well, let's go for it. Let's try and get rid of those first-time nerves. Of course, team making the debut early on just hasn't worked their way. I think we will see them improve. We've been there before with new teams making the debuts. It's never easy, but we've seen. I mean, there's been a few of those highlights, haven't they? Like you said, Vinny. I think Kasani certainly showed that he's a pretty capable bat. An unfortunate run out there as well. But they've just got to be maybe just a bit more positive. But at the moment, I think Cobras are just showing their experience.
It's a pretty good shot. Let's see. That's Azhar bases up now, but I mean, you do need to try your best to keep things moving. And yeah, that wasn't the worst start at all. In fact, I think they're going to call this a dead ball because that's the wrong striker. Was on strike then. So, yeah, they nixed that ball, I'm pretty sure. Which is probably the right thing, or I don't know. It's tough. I feel like it won't make a difference in this situation, but normally, I mean, imagine a wicket falls off that ball.
Yeah.
You kind of got to respect the wicket.
Yeah,
Of course, that was a bit of confusion from the catch being taken. I was going to say it's a very good shot from new batter. This was almost a run out, but they're going to get 2. Don't know how. Yeah, never had the ball there. So, yeah, it's a funny one, that one. I've seen it happen to all levels of cricket as well. Wrong striker taking strike. Of course, in ECN cricket, and soon to be all cricket.
Yeah.
If you get caught, then you do have to go back to the end that you were at, or the new strike will come into the end that the batter hit the ball from. So at the end of the 8th over, it's 33 for 7. It's a nice bat sliding. They'll give it that much.
You know, you're talking about these rules. Now, these new, I shouldn't say rules, I get told off. You always get told off. And now rules are laws. These laws come into place on the 1st of October.
I always think it's funny that we call it laws in cricket. Because you shouldn't go to jail for...
But there's one I don't like. There's one I don't like.
Okay,
and this is one that... have you... I mean, you probably haven't because you're not mainly a bowler. But you know when you're a bowler, you run into bowl... They've always got some batters, this is the batters at the strikers end, that have already started to come down the wicket and are ready to, as soon as you bowl, to run. Yeah, because they want to get the non-striker on strike. Yeah. Now, I've done it plenty of times. As I'm running through, I've seen the guy doing this. I've just chucked the ball straight into the keeper's gloves. Boom, bails off, out. Right? No ball called correctly because I've thrown the ball.
Yeah.
But I've got a wicket because you can be run out of a no ball.
Yeah,
now they're taking that away now. They're taking, you can't do that now.
I haven't seen that. Yeah, I think it's, I mean, how far are they out?
A long way. I mean, if you're going to throw it over their head to get to keeper, they're already running as you're bowling.
Who are these people you're playing against? I mean...
No, it does happen. I don't think they should take that away. They're taking that one out.
I just think there's better ways to do it because you could just bowl a wide or something. You know, if they're running so far, they're going to keep running. So by the time we get to the crease, just bowl around them. Take the wicket.
No, you can still get a pad or something on a ball if you're going for a wide.
You're not bowling wide enough.
And but don't forget, you're playing also on a... hang on. Well, there you go. We're talking about wides. Look what you've done now. You talk about wide. This was a filthy, dirty wide. It just stays on the pitch. This was the gundiest of Gundy balls. And only just stays on. Nothing the wicketkeeper Amit Pandya can do about that. Yeah, that's what I like. All the other ones. I particularly like the ones with the wides, where if the batter moves outside the off stump before the bowler's ball, then moves back again, the line stays there.
Line stays where they pushed it. Well, it doesn't say anywhere. It's an imaginary line.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Yeah. So the umpire says, right, you had your foot there a minute ago.
So I don't like that.
The line, you don't like it?
I think it's just it's another thing for umpires to have to consider. I don't like moving the line at all. I'm the other way. But I mean, I watch a lot of this cricket, obviously, because I always think, how far do you move the line? Now, it means if you're going legs up there, that tightening up leg side wides, I think that's a mistake as well. I think it just gets too judgment-based and you get too much inconsistency. Now, he tries to throw the ball and throws his glove instead. I want to know how this happened. Look at this. Pandya has thrown this, tried to flick this ball back, and he hasn't just thrown the ball at the stumps, he's thrown the keeping glove at the stumps as well.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Oh, throwing the kitchen sink.
But he almost gets it thrown back to him, and he says, I ain't got my gloves on, don't throw to me.
Vikings need something to happen, and not too much happening on the scoreboard. I've got to say, it's Tarek's opened a can of worms with man-cutting thoughts. I'm not going to get into that at the moment, but we'll wait for one. Normally you don't have to wait too long.
Yeah, but I like that as well now. It just comes as part of it. I mean, everybody will still refer to it as man-cat, but it's just a run-out now.
Yeah, I mean, it always has been, but it's moved back from unfair play. But the funny thing is, it was only moved to unfair play in the first place to try and say, look, guys, the batter's doing something unfair. They are leaving early, so we're going to put it here. And now everyone thinks it was an unfair play because it's unfair for the bowler to do it.
Yeah.
So it's actually the opposite. So, yeah, it's a weird one. Anyway, we'll wait for one before we start talking about that topic. Let's get people fired up. Bit of limbo about this leave.
Yeah, just want to follow up. I mean, some
Go
people
on.
may be wondering, the one I was talking about, if you throw the ball, it
Yeah.
used to be you could do it. It
Yeah.
was called a no ball, but
Yeah.
if you got the batter run out, it counted. Now, it just called a dead ball.
Yeah.
It's a dead ball
And
now
I think
straight away.
this is what the people behind the laws would say. They would say it's unfair to try and run out the striker because he's allowed to come out of the crease to face the ball or play the ball. This one's pretty well handled by Sanjay Kumar. He's always an entertaining player, and he's going to entertain us with an overthrow here. Really, the ball needed something in, and this is entertaining as well. The batter thought he did the right thing, getting through for the overthrow, and then when the throw comes back in, oh, he had to do a bit of the old. That's Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future 3 when they're shooting at his feet. It will be 2. The Vikings staggering forwards. A big swing and a miss.
I know the one that you probably like, the law. You know, we've seen quite often where the bowler's normally a slower bowl and the ball comes out wrong and it ends up staying sort of just off the pitch or whatever, and the batter before is not allowed to hit it. And now they're allowed to hit it. As long as some part of them stays on the pitch, they're allowed to hit it.
Yeah. I actually think you should be able to chase the ball off the pitch. It's not your fault it got bowled there. This is going to be caught. What a good catch
Great
that
catch.
is. And you better watch out for this guy because we haven't seen the last of him as well. It's Mohammed Soban who has entered stage left, and he takes that one high to his right. And what a fantastic catch. We've seen a few go down today. That one was hit pretty well. I think his bowler, Osama Mohammed, is pretty happy about it as well as he reels it in. And the ninth finishes with a spectacular catch. Vikings losing 8th wicket. It's the end of Azhar for 8. Score is 44 for 8.
Yeah, lovely catch. I love to see this. I like to see fielders throwing themselves around and taking superb catches like this. And of course, when you've got a beautiful day like today, it's hot, it's sticky. The ball never seems as hard, does it? And when it lands in their hands cleanly like that, you take a glorious catch. And that's a highlight that certainly he's going to look back at. And you mentioned before, Vinny, that he's an outstanding fielder. Just have a look at this. He's been pretty well hit. He's timed that quite well. But, well, the timing of the dive and the catch was exceptional as well.
Yeah, time. That's exactly right. He timed the jump perfectly. So, into the 9th, 44 for 8. Final over coming up. There just hasn't been enough bat on ball here, has there? Throughout this innings from the Vikings so far. This will be played back, and they won't get a run here either. This is Mohammed Burhan, who is coming on to bowl the last. We've just had the one double figure over. In fact, it was the 9th that went for 10. Also, they lost an 8th wicket there. Now Burhan gets his opportunity to finish his spell. Took 1 for 7 in his first over.
Come on, let's support the debutants. Let's see if they can get to the half century. That'd be nice.
They'll be
wouldn't
better
it?
for this experience as well.
Yeah,
I'm
of course
sure.
they will.
Yeah,
It'd be great if they can get to a 50 here.
certainly. At the moment, they're over 7 Gozos in their first innings in the ECS. Remember Gozo, I bought out for 6. I know that you know that one really well.
You're just picking on them because they refuse to pick you.
Well, then, because they won a game the next day. I was starting to try
I
and
know.
have contract negotiations with
That's
the
a-
ambassador from Gozo. Yeah, big swing and a miss. So, yeah, it's between a rock and a hard place at the moment for Debrecen. It's well bowled as well. Got ball one side of the wicket.
He's moving it away. I mean, the batter's just got to stand still. He's giving himself too much room. He doesn't need to. The ball's moving away from him. So stay where he is. See
Ball,
that?
though.
Yeah, it's good delivery, but he's moving away. If he stands still, he's able to play this on the leg side. But in the end, and also if he stands still and he takes a step the other way, he may have even got a wide for that.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
So come on, 4 runs gets you to the 50.
I actually got 45 off 9.4. But my scorecard's been playing up today. Couple to come. And that one is going to send the Bales to Wales because that's flown miles in the air off the stumps. Burhan breaks through. And so now that's 9 down. A lot of swinging, but not a lot of contact. There's just been 1 boundary in this innings. That was the 6 in the 3rd over. Gopal Saha, unfortunately, he has to go for 3. As he falls, the Vikings are 45 for 9.
Yeah, swinging the bat, hoping try and get some sort of contact on it, not able to. And gives an opportunity for somebody else to come out and have a go. And it's Suleiman Mohammed who comes out. Looks like a fairly big, strong chap. I'm sure if he gives it a thump, and the ball will stay hit. What we've got left now, 1 or 2 to come.
Well, if he does come out and hit a 6 first ball, I can guarantee he won't be batting 11 next game. So let's see if the Vikings can put together another boundary. It does look like a big unit for sure. So here we go. Last ball. Ah, it's not the worst. Get some bat on it. Should get one. Go on, throw it. He does. And he doesn't throw it that hard. So now
it's
probably
still moving
run
his
out.
ball.
I think he's probably out at the end.
I couldn't even see him. There's so many red shirts. I've never seen
Everywhere.
so many red shirts.
Have a look at this. So they get one, and look, they'll get the one regardless. And then it's just basically playing for his average here. Yeah,
He's
I
in.
actually think
I
he's
think
home.
he's
Yeah, he
in,
gets
yeah.
home. So, I mean, regardless, it'll be one. I don't think it's run out. So the score will finish, I'm going to say 46.
Yeah.
Potentially all out, potentially 9 out. But now the Cobras, I mean, they were an impressive side last year. They were pretty unlucky to finish in 4th place. I think they'll want to send a message to some of the other teams and knock these over as quick as possible. Of course, we know net run rate might be important. It was last year when 3 teams were tied on 5 wins at the top of the ladder. It was the Cobras that didn't have the best net run rate last year. They had the worst out of the 3. That put them in the eliminator, and ultimately they wouldn't survive to UCB. So I think they'll remember that, Cobras, and they'll be pretty keen to knock these off in quick time. Well, always exciting, Rico, when we can see a brand new team in the East, the ECS. Debrecen Vikings, they were out. And, well, apart from a couple of confident shots early on, it was mostly trouble for Vikings on their ECS debut as the Cobras went about the work of making the dismissals. And, yeah, they're even trying to make some that weren't quite there. Pretty enthusiastic bowling and fielding display from the Cobras here in match 3.
Yeah, I mean, the Cobras, they showed their experience, didn't they? I mean, they're a team, as you say, Vinny, that have been, well, probably unfortunate last year, the year before. They were runners-up. They've got a good pedigree about them, haven't they? Got some good players, some good bowlers, some good fielders as well. That was the only boundary. It was a big 6, and we did see a maximum in the innings, but after that, they just kept losing wickets. And when you have a look at that scorecard, apart from Kashif Sani, 13 that he put on, there was no other player who got into double figures. In fact, after that, it was the extras that was the next highest scorer, with 11 wides coming in that one. So that's one thing that the Cobras know that they can personally improve on when they're next in the field against better teams. 11 runs to give away in T10 is well, it's quite a lot of runs. Remember, you have to bowl that ball again. Well, this was the man who was looking to get a hat-trick. Certainly enjoying himself out there, wasn't he, at Parker? Got 2 in 2. And it was very close with the hat-trick delivery as well. And what wasn't close was that one, because, well, there was not too many that went to the boundary, but that one did, but it goes down as wide, and that was a great catch. That's lovely to see, finding himself about. And what wasn't a good sight, though, was the wickets that just kept falling for the Debrecen Vikings. So the Vikings, well, they're probably in sleep mode here today. But they've got an opportunity. Remember, they get 2 matches, but this one is not over yet. We have seen stranger things happen. 46 they ended up with, 46 for 9, so the last one was not out as we suspected. So 47 will be required by the Cobras as we have a quick scan through the scorecards. And Sani, 13 of 11. He was the only man that made any real input in that scorecard. All the rest there, the next highest score was 8. And that was Arif Azar, right down there towards the bottom. A few ducks there to go in the pond somewhere. But it was a good, solid performance from the Cobra Cricket Club. And we'll have a quick look at the bowlers there as well. But one thing that they will want to work on is those extras. I know that 4 of them, or 5 of them I should say, came from that one delivery. But they can tidy things up a little bit there. But they really weren't challenged too much with the ball. If you have a look at the bowlers, I can tell you that I think there was 2 wickets there for Hadpaka. He was good, wasn't he? And just having the one over, picked up 2 for 1. Also 2 wickets there for Mohammed Burnan. I think he bowled well. I liked what he did, and early on, Mathur, well, he started it, didn't he? Getting that wicket early on. And Venkatarajan, another one, bowled really well. And really, it just, like I said before, it's a dominant performance from a team that have been around a while, a team that are looking to come back strong after they would see that last year for them was a bit of a disappointment. But they're looking to get off to the perfect start, and if they're able to, if they're going to do so, they need to get 47 here, and they should be out there in probably about 10 minutes time. So join me, Rick Godfull and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu as we return for the conclusion of match 3 here. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series in Budapest. It's lovely and sunny. It's a great day for cricket, so join us in about 10 minutes time. Bienvenidos and welcome back. Bienvenidos a campo aquí en Budapest. Eso es de European Cricket League. Y hay dos equipos ahí. Un equipo nuevo. De primera vez hacemos en este partido de European Cricket. Debrecen Vikings contra con Cobra Cricket Club. So the Vikings, it's been a difficult debut for them. The first time we've seen them in a European Cricket Series. Batting first, they scraped to 46 for 9. And they know now that they're totally up against it. Key thing for them really is to try and take this as deep as they can. Of course, you've heard myself and Vinny talk a lot about net run rate, and you know from following European Cricket Series, when we travel, net run rate can be so key. And the man with all the sixes on his back, 666. The Debrecen Vikings. I must say, I do like the look of these shirts. I like the colours. I like the stars. Yeah, can he make an impact here? Gory wasn't able to do it with the bat. So maybe he can with the ball. Got a long run up, so expecting to see a bit of pace here. And he comes charging in. And starts with a wide bit of a, or maybe too much away movement for the young bowler. As he strolls back to his mark. Bowling to Yogi Segal. Mohamed Saban is the non-striker. And this one a little bit closer, but still wide. He's just not following through for me. Just seems to be falling away when he's delivering. I think he needs to be just following through his run up. He's one of those bowlers that as soon as he bowls wants to put the brakes on. I like to see him, he's got this long run up. I like to see him follow through a little bit, keep going towards. See there, he just stops dead. Another wide. So he's got a good run. He's sort of got a nice steady run, but just watch here when he bowls, he just like there puts the brakes on straight away, and then that. Two things here. A, puts a lot of pressure on that right knee of his. So for me, he's got to just follow through, run towards the imaginary first slip, and that will help him get the ball going in the right areas as well. This one's slightly slower delivery. And the other thing is you've got that such a long run up that unless you're following through, you're not really getting the full benefit of that at all. I mean, you might as well be bowling from just about 4 steps, because he's not getting certainly not getting the impact, not getting the reward of all the effort that he's putting in with the run. Gory looking for a breakthrough, looking for an early breakthrough. Nicely timed and good bit of fielding. Good backing up there as well from Hasib Ahmed, just in case the bowler missed it. Yeah, I mean, he's a young man, and he's sort of person that you just want to have a chat with, just have a work with him in nets, because take it from me, once you get older, that strain on your knees will take its toll. You see there, he just jolts as he puts that foot down, and really also foot, I mean, those feet are so close together. Once he's bowled, there should be a big wide step there, and should be really launching into a sort of springing up in the air and landing and then following through with it. But it's got his line right here now. Still just 5 on the board. Still got 3 balls to go though, because he started with those 3 wides. This one he bangs in. Changes his line slightly. Dot ball. Let's have a look at this field. The 2 men that are allowed out inside the power play. First 3 overs. Long on and long off are on the line. So other than that, there's 4 more bodies out on the offside. It's well bowled. Good line again, but just a little bit too deep, the fielders. He has a shy, and the bowler, well, he wants to try and use his feet to stop it. That would not be advisable. especially when he's landing on that knee quite heavily anyway, when he's bowling. Takes a knock on that knee, and I don't think he'll be bowling too many more. Let's see if he can finish well here. Ball to go. So at the moment, he's got to run a ball, even though he started with those 3 wide deliveries. Umpire just resetting the bells once more. What a beautiful afternoon it has turned out to be. Just slightly cooler now. Once the sun disappears under some of this afternoon cloud that we're getting, with just a gentle breeze, which is, well, certainly something that the players certainly are appreciating. Welcome to the home of Hungarian cricket. Yeah, this GB Oval. Once again, goes with a similar shot that he played before, straight to the hands of the fielder. Just not able to get his body in the right position to try and avoid the fielder. And the bowler, well, he wants to keep bowling. No, you can't bowl, it's over. Give the ball back, give it back, be nice. He's saying, do I have to? I've just got into my flow. Well, that's why he's got all the 6s on his back. That's all he goes for.
Well, maybe it's to remind him after 6 balls to stop bowling. So 6, 6, 6, that's enough.
That's 6, 6, 6.
And speaking of 6, the Cobras get 6 off the first over. Not a bad over from Glory at all.
No.
I think we knew that it might not be particularly easy for the Vikings to keep the Cobras down. The Cobras did very, very well last year, but a bit of toss news from the last match of the day. Cobras winning the toss and batting. So we'll see them batting 2 innings in a row this afternoon, so they can really try and get those bats moving. Jogi Segal, Jogi Bear, as we like to call him. He was the captain last year. This time, he's a specialist opening batter, having handed the reins to Sheikh Razik, Mr. Slick. Out there with Soban. He's the second over, and it's Sunny that's going to bowl it. And the first ball is going to be deposited over long on Maximo. Well, we saw Sunny hit the only 6. He was in that area as well in the first half of this game. But now he's offered one with the ball. Low full toss. Well put away, just well timed by Segal. He's away with a Maximo.
Yeah, full toss. We've seen that this type of delivery, this type of full toss has picked up a number of wickets. It's where batters' eyes light up and they're trying to hit the ball powerfully and end up putting it straight into somebody's hands. But that was just all about the timing. Lovely shot. Yeah, it's a good comeback from the bowler.
Yeah. I mean, you got to try and get something out of the game, and you got to also have one eye on the next game, I think, if you're the Vikings. And they know they haven't done enough to win this game. But you can see they've been quite competitive with the ball so far. Yeah, that was a good delivery from Sani. So let's see if they can challenge the Cobras and make them work hard for these runs.
Pitched up, and that's nicely played. That's a lovely shot. It's all about placement. He just works this ball inside out. Have a look at this. He knows where he's got to play it. The bat comes sort of close to the body, and then on the away outward movement as he makes the contact, finds the gap beautifully. 4 more runs.
Yeah, good batting through the line. Bit upish. That was into the gap. So you can see kind of the way the Cobras are approaching this, and they're under no real pressure with the bat as well, but there's no wild swings here, but they're still picking up runs with orthodox cricket shots.
Yeah, one thing though, the Cobras, going back to what you were talking about last year, continue after this delivery. It's a slower one, and it gets dispatched. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shakalagya. It was right in the slot, and though it was slower, the length was just where you like it. And he just clubs this. Perfect timing. He goes all the way over, 6 more runs. And, yeah, I mean, what I was going to say there, Vinny, is one thing that Cobras will be aware of. They don't want to take too long doing this, because they, of any team, would know about net run rate. They will.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no doubt about it. Next one to be called a wide. That's, like I say, steep learning curve. But look, the Vikings, it's great that they've qualified for this competition. And the way you get better is playing against better teams. I think that's something that we've seen time and time again in the ECS. So, of course, this is their first outing. And I often say this should be the worst game they ever play. Because if not, that shows they're not improving.
You know, so it's not a dig at them at all. I just think that they'll learn a lot from this. I think Sani, even the way that he kind of ran himself out trying to pinch the strike, you know, probably for a good player, which I think has got potential at this level, probably just a little mental error. Last ball of his over.
It's a good finish. It's that bit of swing, a bit of way swing. And very soon, very quickly learnt a lesson of where he needs to be pitching and not. End of the over. And, has to retrieve his caps. Score moves on to 23. So those Maximos in that one. Means that 17 come off that one from Sani.
Yeah, so 23 after 2. And they're halfway to the Vikings score now. As the table, Cobras are looking to jump. And, well, with the kind of win they're getting right now, they could immediately go to the top of the ladder after this game. Because at the moment, looks like they're going to do it with a fair bit of time to spare. And Vikings, they'll get another crack in the fourth game, last game of the day. And so, well, 6-6-6 coming back. Glory for a second over.
It's just in the air, doesn't quite get the timing right. Oh, well, I thought for a moment the fielder was going to follow this ball over the rope.
Yeah, but luckily he did get it just in time.
Okay, hang on, we've got to do our trick again here now.
Got to say.
Okay, so the next ball.
Yeah.
Well, the next
Because we've got
one,
ice creams, because we've been given ice creams. So, yeah.
So the next one, if it's an even number,
Yep.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Odd number, it's you.
Okay, I'm on a 1 here.
Okay.
Do we count it wide as a 1? Yeah, anything.
No, anything
Next
on the
delivery.
bat. Anything on the bat. Come on.
Oh, come on.
Off the bat.
Come on. Nice and easy. Single works. There we go.
Come on.
Nice
Backwards.
and
Come on,
just
run quicker.
easy,
Run
easy.
quicker.
Look, that's great fielding.
Ah.
Now I'm going to have my ice cream. Over to you, Rico. Enjoy it. Hopefully I'll finish it by the end of this game.
Somebody get me a bowl and a spoon.
There we go. So thanks again for the ice creams. Geez, they're really looking after us so far on the food
There's
and drink
matching.
front.
Look, it's
Yeah,
matching.
let's go. All right. Now back to the creek. Go back to work.
Get
I've got my
green
ice cream
ones
to eat.
tomorrow. Yeah, I need a bowl and a spoon. One's going to melt. Okay, come on. Gory, don't bowl any wide. Need this one to be a quick one. It's nicely timed. He's got his line right here now. Just see Vinny tuck into his ice cream. And look at that. That's multicoloured. It's got all the pastel colours here. Gory. Short, hit hard, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's halfway down the track. And anything in that area, really, unless you got double the amount of pace as Gory, is not going to be effective. Not on this pitch. You've got to pitch up. And we've already seen today that success for the bowlers is when the ball is pitched up and knocking the stumps over. Gory needs to get his line right again. He did finish well that first over, didn't he? After erratic start. Let's see if he can come back with a bang. And he goes short again, but he could get a wicket. Oh, it's been dropped. And, well, the throw comes in as well. Well, he had his opportunity, and the fielder lets him down. And I was concerned. I thought that this has gone through the hands onto his face as well. It did go onto his face, Vinny. But I think he's all right. Take your ice cream out. You need some ice. Put some ice on it. Here you go, buddy. A bit of ice on the cheek. Courtesy of a lollipop. But he's all right. That's nice to see. He goes straight through his hands. So Rory could have had a wicket. So once again, the umpire's just resetting the bails. This is being well picked up. It just helps us along. Perfect timing. 6 more. Manos arriba, Mitro. Eso es 6 más. Así me gusta. And that one, it was effortless, wasn't it? It's just all about time. He sort of just helps us along. And has a look at Dana Horace and says, here you go. Take a couple of pictures of me as well. Because he makes that look easy peasy. And Gory goes for 21. Off his 2 overs. And, well, this is the 2 teams that we saw earlier. It's the Tigers against the Blinders, and of course that was one apiece. And now we've got these two teams. Remember, they will play 2 matches as well. The Democrat Vikings and the Cobra CC. They're going to be right back at it again. As you see the umpire just signalling the end of the power play. And this is Ricky Bull Rifat. He's going to come on and have a go. Score 38 at the end of the power play. No wickets down. Chops it down towards point. Very wristy action from that first delivery, sort of pushes it through. Slightly shorter, well played. We'll take the single. That. You get the breakthrough. The captain just adjusting his field slightly. He's got 3 men there on the onside on the boundary. I'd like to see maybe just take the risk. And they need wickets. Maybe have one of those 2 still inside the circle in a catching position. A bit too defensive for me on the. And that one's been played out on the offside. Not too many shots that we've seen played on the off. And that was one of few, and it was a good one as well. A little bit too much width, just rocks back. Not too much foot movement. It's all about timing and placement. And that's 4 more nicely played. The captain's got to decide what his line and what his attack is going to be here. He keeps moving the fielders. And these two will do it again. It looks like it's certainly going to be one out of 1 for the Cobras, and a 0 and a 1 to the team making their debut, the Vikings. Oh, he's got a move on there. I thought he was struggling to get out of second gear. It was like the old see it Ibiza I had. Just couldn't get into third.
I made it just in time. I'm copping a massive ice cream headache right now, trying to finish it before the finish of the game.
Right, I'm off.
Yeah, all right. Rico's going to check out. And this game will check out shortly as well. So a bit of an extended break now, 45 minutes till the next game starts. Right now, it's just 2 to win for the Cobras. I think this will do it. Not sure if we'll get to the fence. Oh, no, smart play because they're going to hold up with 1. I think Soban said, okay, hold on. I've only faced 9 balls. You faced 14. So I think he's going to get the chance to face 1 more ball. From net run rate point of view, this could actually improve it if he finishes with the boundary. So 46 apiece. As we have the last ball of the 4th over. Oh, he's gone, I reckon. He's gone. So he did get the extra ball, and well done. Well, the game could have been over, but instead, well done to the Vikings because their captain, Rakibul Rifat, has taken their first wicket in ECS cricket. And from the ashes, something rises. Congratulations to Debrecen as Cobras lose their first with the game tied. It's 46 for 1.
Yeah, Saban, OBW, I'm in front there. He went run a ball 10. Was hoping to do this with a 10-wicket victory. It's not to be. Well done to the captain. Well done to Rifat picking up their first wicket in the European Cricket Series.
Yeah, for sure. 3 changes. Cobras got Adibuddin coming in, as well as Hafiz Ullah and Zoltan Marusi in match 4 a little bit later on. It'll be 45 minutes from now, so set your watches. Make sure you're back with us for that match, which starts at 12:30 p.m. GMT. It's 2:30 p.m. local and 6 p.m. in India, 6:30 p.m. in Bangladesh. So, I mean, the Vikings, this time they'll be chasing. So I think at least with their batting, they'll have a bit of direction about what they need to do. So I think it's a bit of a risk. I think batting first. I did like the confidence they batted first this game, but I think you saw that they were kind of aggressive sometimes, over-aggressive when they didn't need to be, and then other times they were kind of needlessly taking risks. But, I mean, it's all part of the learning curve. So, like I say, match 4 will be the last game of opening day, starting in 45 minutes from right now. As now we do get into a 5th. Looks like we might not. And, yeah, look, well done to the Vikings. Just got to hope, I think, for a few highlights. And certainly it's good to see a wicket fall.
So,
yeah.
Charging in. What a run this is. And that'll be that. That's the end of it. He gets the one ball. I think there is a bit of bat on this. Just a little flick away. And no, leg byes. It's been signalled.
Oh, I'll tell you what. It's got a wooden pad then. So, yeah, weird end to the game. We had a second not taken that would have ended it. Then we had a wicket. And I think we got whoever the pad manufacturers are there. They're going to get a shout out there. Anyway, look. Doesn't really matter when it comes down to it. Seagull probably shouldn't have got another ball, if you ask me. But it will be 50 for 1. And the Cobras will do this with plenty of time to spare. Just under 6 overs, in fact. And they will get there. It looks like if that does go down as leg byes, that Seagull will finish on 36 not out. Kumar not required to face a ball. And congratulations to the Cobras. Last time we saw them on ECN, they were bitterly disappointed to go down to the UCB in the eliminator by single digits. But right now, they've sent a strong message that they're here to play. And they still have one more match today. So Yogi Bear, 32 is his final score, in fact, as the last ball was given as leg byes. I think he's still kind of debating that with anyone who will listen. But yeah, it was a fairly easy performance. We'd have to say the Cobras, they did the hard work in the field, didn't they? They never gave the Vikings too much room to move. These are the teams for the last match of the day, which will start in 45 minutes' time. Join us for that right here on the European Cricket Network. Right now, let's have a look at some of the highlights. And, well, you might as well play most of it because it only lasted just over 4 overs. Yes, the ice creams
that reminds me.
were out.
I'm going for my highlight.
Yours is
I'm going for
melted.
my highlight, my ice cream.
Yeah, well, Rico's disappeared, but I'm still here. And that was a Maximo sign of things to come, wasn't it? Some nice shots played through the line as well. They were really never going to falter in this chase, you felt. And it's a chance for some of their batters to get a bit of a sighter going into the next game where we know they'll be batting first. We wanted to bat the full 10 overs in match 4. We saw a chance go down, and it looked like that might be their only chance for a wicket. Aseem Ahmed couldn't hold on to that one from Gorey, who unfortunately for him went wicketless. And yeah, the boundaries kept flowing. When you consider in the first innings, we just saw the single 6 and no 4s. In this one, we saw quite a few. But we also saw a wicket, didn't we, Rifat? Later on in this, with the scores tied, he was able to get an LBW decision, their first wicket in ECN cricket. And then we saw one of the better timed kicked 4s you'll ever see to bring up the 50 and also to bring up the win. And they did that with 35 balls to spare. So let's have a look at some of the scorecards here. I know that Seagull with 32 not out of 15. He anchored the chase. 3 6s and 2 4s in his innings. Soban, well, he took a run of ball 10 with a boundary, but he was the only man to fall. So that was the only highlight for the Vikings in the innings. Apart from that, Sanjay Kumar came out, but wasn't required to do too much except watch the ball fly to the boundary. And a very, very simple one for the Cobras in match 3. As far as the bowling figures went, well, Rifat was the successful bowler, 1 for 8 off his over. Also, I think Gorey did some good things. Didn't take a wicket, but went for 21 in his 2 overs, as just getting the 1 delivery. Anyway, we'll take a bit of a break and set your watches. We'll be back in about 40 minutes to take you into the last match of the day. The Vikings, I'll be hoping to push the Cobras a little bit further in match 4. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you shortly for the final game of opening day right here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the GB Oval in Sotliget, just north of Budapest in Hungary. It's great to be here once again. Opening day of this 6-day series, and the action will continue. The last game of opening day coming up, it's match 4. Once again, it's the Debrecen Vikings who are taking on Cobra Cricket Club. Let's go out to the middle. Charles Crouchers with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match number 4.
Okay, your call. Tails is the call, and it's a head.
Gonna have a bat first.
So this time it's Sheikh Razik that has won the toss, and it's his first day captaining in ECN cricket for the Cobras. He's decided he wants to bat first. So obviously last game, not necessarily getting the full use of the 10 overs because of the situation. So I think he'll consider this a good opportunity for his batters to go out there and put together a good 10 overs. And look, watch out for him himself. We know how destructive he is with the bat. For the Vikings, well, it's an opportunity, particularly with the bat in the second half of this game, to maybe put together a bit more of a chase. I think maybe the fact that they'll have a target will give them some direction and give them an idea of how to approach it, maybe how aggressive they need to be. So I think it's a steep learning curve, but I think the Vikings will see a bit of a better showing from them here in match 4. Let's go over to the commentary ice cube. Rico Full, it's been great to have you back as well as we get ready for the last game of the day. It's the Cobras batting first after winning the toss. Let's get ready for more cricket.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Budapest, known for its amazing architecture, thermal baths and the Danube River cruises. Budapest is one of the most visited cities in Europe. Around 30 million tourists every year, and you can see why. Even when you spend a small amount of time here like I have, I can see the wonders of this place. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's also getting pretty well known for its cricket as well, especially here at the GB Oval, or maybe it stands for the Golden Ball Oval, you never know. Can we get the odd golden ball here or not? That will be quite fitting for the name of this ground. But it is a splendid ground, a lovely location, very picturesque, very green. And these 2 teams, the team making their debut, the Debrecen Vikings, they were hoping to do a little bit better than they did in their very first European Cricket Series match. They were 46 for 9 in that one. But this time around, not batting first. They're having a field first, so they're going to be trying to restrict Cobras, who knocked those runs off, just losing the 1 wicket. And they'll be a bit fearful of the opening batters, especially the likes of Yogi Segal, who made 32 not out of just 15 deliveries. So they're going to have to be at the best with the ball. I did like some of the bowlers. I liked the young man opening up, Gori, bowled very well indeed. And remember the captain, he picked up their first ever European Cricket Network wicket as well. So that was Rakbul Rifat, and they'll be hoping to get a few more here as well. I think they've been through the nervous bit now. I think they've offloaded some of that nervous energy. And it's always going to be that way the first time you're playing one of these series. I mean, you haven't probably played with all these cameras around, and of course a lot of people watching around the world, including their families and friends. So there's always a bit of nerves, but they've got through that now, I think. And I think they'll do a lot better here. The umpires are out there. Our men in black, and well done to them as well. Guri, Steve, Shub that we've seen out there as well, all doing a wonderful job, and of course James as well. So well done to the men in black, being well led by the tournament referee. You see him at the coin tosses as well. The sheriff to Charles Croucher, and splendid job being done here by our men in black, and it's a bit of thought for them as well. It's very warm out there. The players are telling you that. Well, the umpires, they have to stand out there a long time as well, and we're in black, so it's not easy. So hats off to our men in black, doing a fantastic job. And they lead the teams out, and it is going to be, as I said, the Cobra Cricket Club. They're going to have a bat first. I would imagine that they'll be looking to get 100 plus here. I think that'll be, the minimum is the 100. They were on course to do that quite easily in the first match. So I think the idea would be to get 100 plus on the board and then try to restrict the newcomers, the Vikings. And if they can win 2 out of 2, they will finish the day top of the table. That'll be a fine start for them. Welcome to the home of Hungarian cricket. That's what that banner says. And it is very much the home of cricket, and it's a beautiful home as well. And, lovely to have the Federation of Hungarian Cricket supporting the European Cricket Network. Here's the first ball. Short. Hit straight. It's almost like a straight pull. And was having a bit of a chat with the young bowler at the end of the last game. Hasn't been playing cricket too long, Gori. And one of the things I was talking to him about was just, as some of you may have heard me saying before, about him stopping when he's following through. And something that I think he said he was going to have a work on. So certainly will make him a much better bowler. I mean, I like the look of him from the start anyway. And it's a nice looking shot. And well, there you go, you see. We go full of the coach as well. Very different. So whereas before, if you remember back to the first match, he would bowl and just after one step, he would just stop just here, he'd stop. Now you can see he's following through. That's good. Eddie, it'd be even better if he picks up a few wickets. Not that I'll take any credit for them, of course, but I always like to hand out any healthy tips that I can. Good delivery, short of a length, get through. That's what they need to do here. I think I'd like to hear them more out there as well. From the Republican Vikings, like to see the wicketkeeper and the captain just getting behind the bowler, just creating a little bit more energy, a bit more buzz. Enjoy yourself. That's the other thing, you know. I always like to say is, yeah, go out there, give 100%, but enjoy yourself. Enjoy in what you're doing. Enjoy and believe. Come together as a team, and anything is possible. This one's just a little bit too wide. Probably would have been called wide. And the fielder just having difficulty getting hold of the ball there. I'm not sure if the applause there from Sadaqib was for the fielder or for the bowler for finally picking up the ball. Yeah, I think this was definitely going to be called wide. You can see, look how far the wicketkeeper's moved there. Nice start. His first over in the European Cricket Series. Went for 6th in match 1. Bit short again, maybe just a little bit short. He's quite a tall fella. He's got a pretty good high arm action. I think as a result of that, he does tend to, when he hits the seam, get a good carry through. Be nice to see him just change it up slightly as well. Maybe just work on a slower delivery as well and get that Yorker length in. Oh, well, this one's gone all wrong. This will be called a no ball. And fortunately, I suppose, for the bowler, he gets the batter. It doesn't get the bat clean out the middle. In fact, I think it may have just caught the fingers off the batter. It's got to sort of hit him. I think it's sandwiched his hand between ball and handle. Yeah, that looks like what it's happened. Maybe the thumb there. It's nice to see the bowler go over straight away and give his apologies. Maybe he did go for the slower delivery, or he tries to get the Yorker and it comes out all wrong. And no doubt about it being a no ball. And asking to have the freeze spray, the magic spray, out there straight away. Well, the magic spray, it's one of those magical things. Don't know what's in it, but it seems to do magical things. And Yogi there, just giving his hand a bit of a shake, trying to shake off the sting. So this will be a free hit. Corey, can he make amends? Well, no, he can't. He fires his way down the leg side. And the next ball will still remain a free hit. Good work there from Saad Akib, making a nice stop. I suppose this is the time when those of you who are mean and ruthless start to dig into me and say, Rico, what tips did you give the bowler? But no, I think it's been much better so far. Just lost his line a bit. I think the no ball obviously has thrown him a little bit. And then he goes for a short one. And that was Gandhi, and it's been put away. So again, it was still the no ball. Decided to bang this one in, but it's not the pitch to do this. It's been some places around Europe where that one would have been a wide ball. It would have bounced over the batter's head. But on this pitch, it's not to be. He does finish his over. That's he goes for, I think in the end, may have been 7 off the over. So it's still not that terrible in those terms, but unfortunately he wasn't able to finish well. It was on 2, wasn't he? 2, then the no ball. That would have taken it to 3, and they took the run as well, 4, then the wide 5, so 9 possibly off the end of the over. that will be updated for you soon enough. It's an opportunity to see Suleiman Mohammed come into the attack. Big man as well. But, well, he's it's all upper body action, isn't it? Very side on. It's going to be another extra. He's got to be just careful here, because these extras are starting to mount up already, and we've just at the start of the second over. And better just allowing this one to go through. Better delivery, better line. It's been well hit. Trying to dissect the two fielders, but they do stop it. Take the 2 runs, in comes the throw. It's a good throw. Well, I think it was more than a good throw. I think if this one was a direct hit, I think he would have been out here. Wasn't the quickest of running. I mean, they do deal with it. It's a good arm there from Gory. And have a look. I think he's struggling here. I think, yeah, if that was a better throw, as in it was a direct hit, I think it could have been interesting. And now we have another man that's down. Not sure what's happened here. Something I've missed while we were watching the replay. It looks like maybe a bit of cramp. So let's see what happens here. Just keeping an eye on this. So it's hit the knee of the. Is it the knee? Or is this a little bit high? I think this could. I don't think this is the knee. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I tell you what, we saw the freeze spray coming out a little bit earlier. I don't think the freeze spray is going to do any good here. I think they need to go for something like the old WD-40, because I think, if my memory serves me right, WD-40 is good for rusty nuts, or if nuts aren't move. What are you laughing at me for?
What a thing to say as I came back. I mean, the guy has just...
oh, dear, that's painful. Well, I tell you what, he's up and about. I told you, WD-40.
What has happened to you in your week off?
WD-40. Look, don't you know WD-40?
Good for rusty nuts.
Yeah. I'm not saying his nuts are rusty. I'm just saying that, you know,
Swollen.
it's better than better than the freeze spray. Anyway, look, it's done him wonders. He's up and about. He's a big man. It's
You've lost it on your week off. I don't know who's been coaching you. What's going on? Well, let us know what you think about that. Well, he got shy-catted. And I wasn't sure either where it had got him, but the replay confirmed it was in an uncomfortable area, to say the least. Just hope the periscope wasn't up. Here's the next ball, though, from Suleiman Mohammed.
It goes short, bangs it in. Gets away with this one. Just wants to get both the last few deliveries have just been a little bit on the short side. I suppose the only good thing about that one, it was directed outside the off stump. Maybe just need to go a bit fuller. Another long run up from Suleiman. And the two batters just having a chat. I think it's probably just checking that his partner is ready to run. Some quick singles. Suleiman, oh, he's running okay now. A little bit of stutter there, though. And fielders well picked up. Good attacking. It's nice to see Suleiman up and about. Showing no signs of that little knock.
Yeah, I mean, these two, I'm going to pick up where they left off, although Soban did get dismissed late in game 3.
Short, and it's up in the air, and it goes, I think, all the way. Yes, it does. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Gea, Chaka, yeah, just too short, and that's the thing. I mean, you might get away with 1 or 2, but if you're going to keep delivering the same sort of length, eventually the batters are going to get on top of it, and you can see that's what's happening here. And Cigar, he doesn't need too many. He's not going to miss out on too many opportunities. He's a good striker of the ball. And this is up in the air. He's going to get it over the infielder, and it's just going to be, I think, all the way. So, yes, it is. 6 more. Manos arriba. Well, I don't know what Barry has done to Diana. Well, he's certainly taking charge of the camera. There he is. Oh, Bazza. Bazza, he's done an array of jobs, hasn't he, for the European Cricket Network? Now they've given him the camera.
He'll do everything, won't he? Well, I hope he wasn't taking a selfie, because that ball flew pretty close to him. So last ball of the over for Mohammed.
Well timed, he's trying to split the two fielders. Good work from Gory once more. Certainly been a busy man, hasn't he? He bowled the first over, and I think everything that's gone that way, he's been doing the fielding.
Yeah, that's right. So nice bit of fielding to finish the second. So Cobra's 27 without loss after 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Welcome back to all of our viewers. If you've had a bit of a break leading into game 4, I certainly think that it's a great opportunity for the Vikings to test themselves against some of the 4 best teams in Hungary, which is, it's going to be challenging. We saw that already. Cobra's going to the top of the table after the manner of that victory in match 3. UCB, we'll see them for the first time tomorrow in the morning against the Blinders. So that should be a really interesting match as well. Blinders, a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde performance from them this morning, winning a close one against the Tigers, but then getting blown away essentially in match 2. So getting into the third over, and this looks like Arib Azhar, who I think from memory just got the 1 ball last time. And it was the end of the match. So to him getting another opportunity. And now Segal, he's a pretty good player. He's made a good start to this innings. He's facing up. He just wafts at this one outside the off stump. And I think that's where you got to be. I think you got to start somewhere. And for the Vikings, they just need to start putting more balls in the right area. I suppose creating chances and taking chances. That's how you're going to do well against these better teams. So yeah, you need to play well within your skill set. And then obviously you need a bit of luck to go your way as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good start from Azhar. Another good ball, and this has created a chance, and guess who? And it's dropped. Well, I don't know what's going on in that part of the ground. It was Gory. He just had to stand still. But he went walkabout, didn't he? Came in a little bit too far, or more than a little bit. In the end, I don't think he gets a finger to this, and I don't know. I'm not going to say what part of the ground that is. I mean, not really the Bermuda Triangle, but there's weird things happening aerially, because that's probably the 4th or 5th time we've seen a fielder do that there today.
Yeah, there's something going on in that part, isn't there? Fielders running in and then trying to backtrack and get to the ball and not even getting a hand onto it. 4 runs.
I've got a theory. First, I'll watch this, which is whipped away handsomely, and it's going to be 6 this time. Maximo! Well, Yogi Bear is on the prowl. This one just a little bit leg stumpish, and he summarily dispatches that away for 6. Okay, here's my theory.
Go on, tell us.
And it's a serious theory. I think because the boundaries are probably in 10 metres from where they would normally be on this ground, I think normally when you're right on the rope and you see a ball hit like that, you go, hey, that hasn't been hit very well. So you're rushing in. So I think they're seeing that's a bit of a miss hit. Wait for this ball from Azhar. This is pitched up. And this is quite out of the middle, but we'll get him a single. Yeah, so I think genuinely that the fielders, when you're right on the rope, normally if you're way further back, you see a miss hit and you quickly run in because you think you're going to turn it into a catch. But actually, because they're not realising they're already closer than they normally are. So if they just stood still, that ball's still going to carry to them comfortably. And it's not a coincidence, I think we've seen 4 or 5, maybe even 6 balls like that today down the ground where fielders have run in too far and then had to double back and haven't been able to take the catch. Full toss. This time they go offside. Needs to be fielded and is. Just 1. So 12 off the over so far with the ball to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point there, Vinny. You're absolutely right normally. And I suppose also, I mean, looking at this ground, I suppose if the boundary is back to where probably it normally is, there's probably very few that do go over you. I suppose 9 out of 10 are dropping in front. So your automatic reaction is to come in a bit.
Trying to create a catch, yeah. Yeah, I think that seriously is kind of what's happening. Last ball of the over. And goes leg side again. This time he rolls the wrist. That's really clever batting. Maximo to finish the power play. And the power coming from Zagal, who's up in the 30s personally. And that was a really smart bit of batting because he just rolls the wrist to get it a little bit squarer. And for that reason, he's able to get another 6. So clever batting, manipulating the field as well. Good power play for Cobras. It's 45 without loss after 3.
Yeah, showing that he's in some really fine form. Yogi Segal, 32 not out of 15 in that first victory against the Vikings. And here he is again now. Doing really well. He's back to that score again, 32. This time just 11 deliveries. And what that shows you there is that is a very, very good power play, 45 of it. I normally say that if you can be 40 to 45, you've done your job. And they certainly have done the job. And I was saying that they'll be looking at around about sort of 120, 130. Well, there he goes. Old Buzzer. He's got the camera in hand.
Yeah, what have you done to Diana?
Well, I don't know, but he's looking the part. There he is. Clicking away.
Knows how to handle the big equipment, doesn't he, Barry?
He's in his own little world, isn't he? Old Buzzer. He's a star performer there, isn't he, Buzzer? Mr. Multi-skilled, multi-talented.
Yep.
Barry Heaton, all the way from, well, he lives in Spain with me, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But he's born in Valencia, Levante, to be precise.
You're talking about some of the clubs around Spain and some of the success lately. I noticed that Madrid CC kids had a win. I think it might have been in the under-14 level.
It was. They were playing in a tournament in Mallorca. Against there was them there, the Costa del Soles. This one's up in the air again, and it's gaining that zone. It goes all the way over. Shaba, Shaba. Put your hands up in the air like you just don't care, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más.
Yeah, it's not a terrible ball, to be honest, either by Rifat. But, yeah, just the length allows the batter to go into his work and sends it away over the leg side for 6 more. Also brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for the Cobras. And we're just into the 4th over. Trouble afoot at the moment for the Vikings. He might be chasing a bit of leather in this 10 overs. Goes this time, but it could be a chance. And it's another chance for that same man. And this time he'll catch it. Well done by Gorey. And he spikes it. And he was so annoyed, wasn't he? And he's in his own purgatory when he dropped the last one. In fact, he didn't even touch it this time. He takes it, almost sneaks through, I think, one of the hands. But luckily, the second hand was there to take it. So once again, it is the captain that steps up with the wicket, forces the foul shot, and the Cobras lose their first. It's Segal who goes for a very entertaining 38 off 13 balls. It's 52 for 1.
Well, the captain is the only man who's taken a wicket for his team so far in this series. Picked up a wicket in the first. The only other one was the run out, of course. And then he's taken another one here. So Ruckbull Rafat, well, maybe it's not Ruckbull, maybe it's Red Bull, because there's something that he's on that the rest of his team is not. The captain, he's certainly getting the wickets. And nice to see Gorey taking that catch. I think we always say, don't you, when you get one which you don't get right, the only way to follow it up and to get your confidence back is to take one. And he takes one there. Okay, it almost eluded him, but he kept it in his right hand. And then, I think you can see that he was overjoyed taking the catch. There he is. He's just giving us all the smiles. Nice to see a young man smile. It goes back to what I say, Vinny.
Yeah.
It's a match. It's competitive. But while you're out there, if you enjoy yourself, you're going to do better.
Yeah.
And, I like to see smiles on players' faces when they're playing.
They've got nothing to lose in this game as well, the Vikings. It's kind of a gulf between them and the Cobras' first game. So just going to try and keep creating those moments. That was a good one. It's Sheikh Razik who comes in, but well, he probably should have been on strike, but he's not. So, wow. Meanwhile, at the other end, Soban says, well, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to hit a 4.
Yeah, okay.
That's Sheikh Razik. I was looking forward to seeing him bat, and I saw he was the wrong end. Anyway, I think once the ball's bowled, you've got to respect it.
Yeah, that's done and dusted. Now, I was going to say, didn't Bazza... Oh, there we go. There's a bit of talk going on here now. Well, maybe that's just the field positioning. Yeah, Barry Eden would have taken a good picture of that catch.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. What it is that Soban who's on strike. And so, I mean, I think that Soban has unfinished business against Rafat, who got him out last time.
He played good bit of timing to flicks this away on the onside.
So will take us to the end of the 4th over, and the score is 57 for 1. Well, very, very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I'm in the commentary ice cube with Rico Full. It's your first day back. You had 2 weeks off, and I bet it's nice to be back, but I also bet you had a bit of a nice time stepping away for a little bit, spending time with family.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. Obviously back in Costa Blanca, in Torrevieja, where I am. Some time with the families, with some friends as well, and also back at work as well. The old, keep an eye on the restaurant as well. But yeah, it was very nice to be back, and of course spend some time with my dogs as well.
Yeah, of course. And yes, big thanks to Danny Hudacek for his work over the 2 weeks. And we loved having his dogs as well around as part of the show sometimes, actually, Oki and Talia. So, again, once again, big thank you to everyone in the Czech Republic for a really fun 2 weeks. We have moved along, and this game moves along, and it starts with a wicket, and it's going to be Hasib Ahmed that is able to sneak this one through. Pretty good outswinger, and he gets Soban for just a handful again. And so, well, unfortunately for the Cobras, they are not as invincible as they thought, and another nice moment for the Vikings.
Yeah, well, Soban, he was LBW the first match, wasn't he? 10 of 10 balls, and he's repeated the same in the second. I think, believe that's 10 balls he's faced and 10 again. So he has to make way. The new batter makes his way out there. It's Hafizullah. I think this is probably not a bad thing also, Vinny, because it gives an opportunity for some of the other Cobra batters to go out there and play a few shots. Because if they just leave it to the main batters, then they're not going to get any sort of practice at all. So it's a good opportunity here for Sheikh Ruskik, who's out there, and he's just been joined by the new batter as well. Go out there and maybe put a bit of a partnership together.
Yeah, what a good start that is. First ball, right on the money. Hasib Ahmed. So, Razik, the man is out there. Being joined now by Ula. This is really close, you know, having a good look at it, and he's gone.
Ooh,
yeah,
well.
I mean, to be honest, he was pushed right back. There's no bat in that. I've got a feeling that's plumb. Wait for the replay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's gone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think there's any bat in it. Hey, it's high-ish, but I think he's so far back. I just don't think that's going over. And once again, yeah, back foot's fine. Yeah, I think that's tell your story walking. I don't think that's going over.
No, that's gone.
Even though it hits him at the top of the pad.
I think one thing that we've seen on this pitch, and I've been saying this all the way through today, that the ball is not one of those pitches where you can swing and miss and the ball is bounced over the stumps. If you miss it, it's going to hit. That one's going to hit. It doesn't bounce too much, and that's you see the bowler's not putting too much into it. Gets this angled right into him. He goes on his back foot. Once again, I say on a pitch like this, you don't want to be going back foot because the ball is not going to come up onto the bat. He goes back, and to his peril, he has to go. He won't like it, but when he looks back at it, Vinny, I think you'll know he's plumb.
Yep, well, we could have another hat-trick opportunity. Well, we do have another hat-trick opportunity. Could it be hat-trick number 12? Well, let's see. Hasib Ahmed coming in now with a hat-trick ball. Sanjay Kumar on strike.
Oh, this is so close, Vinny. So close. What a good delivery.
Wow, taking the game on its heels right there. It's a really good ball.
Oh, look at the movement on that. That was a beauty. Maybe that one deserved the hat-trick. Well bowled. And he ain't finished yet, Vinny. There's more wickets here to come.
3 balls. All been right on the money. Down the ground this time, though. Here's our man, Gory. We'll just keep it to a single. Got to say, the Vikings, like I said, you got to start somewhere. You got to start by creating chances. And that starts with the bowler, putting the ball in the right spot, and then holding your catches. We've seen 1 or 2 go down, but we've also seen a very good catch taken by Gory. And yeah, then the bowled an LBW. Perfect start to this over. And that will give Hasib Ahmed a lot of confidence. And now he's got a big test against Sheikh Razik.
Bowled again. Sheikh is trying to play that one out towards the point area. See there, then that gives you a good example of the bounce. You see how high that ball was. That ball, if it was on the stumps, is hitting. You see it go past the stumps, sort of, I don't know, about 4 or 5 centimetres below the top of the stumps. So if it's straight and you're in line, you're in trouble. This one's well played. The fielder has to get down. He does it now. He's playing catch me if you can. Well, he can. And he does well. I think you can get away with this on this ground, but on many, that's gone past you. It's going to be 4. And end of the over. And, the batter is not signalling a half century or anything. Looks like he wants to change his bat. The umpires will say, hang on a minute, son. Let's have a look at this first. Because unless there's anything wrong with the bat, they'd probably inclined not to allow this to happen. But at the end of the over, It is 60 on the board at the end of 5. So 120 still is the predicted score, but they have lost those 3 wickets very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, halfway point, and you just got to give some credit, I think, to the Vikings. And I tell you what, who won't be happy with that graphic is Razik, because the scoring is going to go haywire, because Soban is out, right? So Soban's out for 15. Sheikh Razik is in at the moment. He's 2 off 2, so that'll be fixed up, I'm sure. We'll probably see that disappear in a second, but when it comes back, we'll try and have it right for you. The score is right, though, 60 for 3.
Yep.
After 5 overs.
Got the captain, Fat, coming on. Red Bull, we call him. Instead of Rocky Bull, Red Bull, because he seems to be doing a lot of damage, but not with the delivery. That's down there, down the leg side. It's a Gundy ball, and he knows it.
He's got a lot of energy. He might as well chase this, because he created this. Look at that. That is a proper Gundy ball, isn't it? Unfortunately. That was more GB than RB. And it was an easy put away for the batter. 4 runs to the total. Moves up to 64. And credit, though, to the Vikings, like I said, and particularly that last over. It was a really good one from Hasib. Takes 2 for 3 in the over, and they have 3 wickets in the last 11 balls. So, yeah, like I said, 1 step at a time. If they could continue this run, then maybe keep it down to something like 100. I just think it's a learning curve for the Vikings. Well, not only today, but maybe in the rest of the series as well. And so I just have a quick technical delay. I think while that little scoring snafu will get fixed, because again, it's probably natural. But of course, first day of a new series, and this is a rule that I think all of cricket are going to have to get used to, because from October 1 in all cricket, when there's a catch, the batters will have to return to their original ends. And so,
yeah, it takes some getting used, doesn't it? Because I think it puts a lot of emphasis now, also a bit more emphasis on the umpires as well.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing that the umpires have to look out for. Before, they were looking to see if the batters had crossed. Well, that's not so important anymore.
It's a good rule. We've talked about it many times, but I think that it's one less thing for the umpire to worry about. I think there's so many things the umpires now are having to worry about. You got to kind of take a few things away. I think this is good. It makes sense. It rewards the fielding side for taking a wicket. For the most part. In the old days, umpires, pre-limited overs cricket, they didn't have to worry about things like how many fielders outside the circle every time. Even things like the 1 bounce of the over and bounce restrictions are something that came in quite late in the piece. So, I mean, always loading more things on umpires. I think to take something away, like did they cross or not, I think it just makes perfect sense. But, we're here in Hungary, and currently, we've got 30 degrees right now, so I've abandoned my jacket. I do have the Hungarian national colours on today, with the green, white and blue in that order. And we are ready for some action now. Rifat is going to continue and gets a good ball past.
Did you just say green, white and blue?
Did I say green, white and blue? Okay.
Are you getting colourblind? Those are pretty red shoes to beat.
Green, white and blue. Where did that come from?
Maybe my blue shirt.
Okay. So now
I know
green, white and red. There you go. Next ball. Not a bad one from Mr. Red Bull. He just gets knocked away to leg side for 1. One thing they've done pretty well is the boundaries have dried up, with the exception of that 1 at the start of this over. That's the only boundary in the last 10 balls. So, when wickets happen, the scoring rate slows, and when the scoring rate slows, wickets can happen. Slip in place now as well. Very attacking move. And this is absolutely walloped. And this is Sheikh Razik, Mr. Slick. And that was a pretty slick shot. He got to the pitch and he blasted that. Doesn't pull across it, hits it right through the line. You can see, Rico, why this guy had such a series last year. He was the player of the series. And, a drop catch, bit of friendly fire. And, I think his teammates better take notice. They keep slipping, though. And this one, goes past him, and it would have been out. So it won't quite go for 4. And, Sheikh Razik's not going to give you too many chances. And I thought, how's that slip still here? Well, he was there, but I don't think he saw this. I think he reacts after the ball goes past him. Tahir Hafiz.
The reaction from the keeper and the bowler is epic. I mean, if we can see the other angle again, maybe a bit later after this delivery, the reaction was just on song, symmetrical.
Yeah, this is going to be 4. Smart batting. It wasn't really outside leg stump, but he made it look that way by taking a confident step across.
Yeah.
Takes a bit of a risk, but gets away with it. And so another boundary to the Cobras.
Yeah, that just helps to keep the score accelerated. Yeah, it was a good shot. Look, he's taken a chance. If this hits the pad, you're gone. You're plumb. He's going straight onto hit middle stump. But he backs himself, and he plays a good shot. He knows that the bounce isn't there. A lot of batters would have played over the top of this and got themselves in trouble. But, well, that's nicely played by Rasik. And he's holding the innings together here now. And just getting those important shots. So look at the reaction there. Watch the bowler and the keeper.
It was coordinated, wasn't it?
Just fantastic.
They said, what are the odds of actually getting an edge? I mean, after you got blasted for 6, to keep the slip into Razek, I mean, I know you want to get him out, but, I mean, that's the hardest thing, because you can go to slip, but, you know, trying to work out where you need to stand, because a lot of the edges really fly in this form of the game. So even if he's there, it's a kind of pseudo-slip, even though he's back on the edge of the circle. Look who's back. It's Hasib Ahmed. And once again, this will create a chance. Fielder's going to have to hustle in. They won't get there on the full. Just 1. But one thing I will say about the bowling of Hasib Ahmed, he's been excellent so far. He took 2 wickets off his first 2 balls, and he went for 3 in the over. Went within a skerrick of taking a hat trick. And he starts his second over right on the money as well.
Yeah, it was trying to place and time that over the top of... I mean, he got it over the infielder, but didn't get it to go to the boundary. Getting very muggy here now with the sun gone, but it's still very warm. This is hit pretty well. Fielder can do nothing about it. It's on the line. He's jumping up and jumping Jack Flash, but can't stop this. A good firm hit, clean through, hitting through the ball and getting the result that he wanted. 6 more.
Yeah, he is such a dynamic player, and he was so consistent last year as well. He's a treat to watch when he gets going. We didn't see him in the first game. Now this one could be a chance dropped. Oh no, and now they'll have a second go at getting him out, and they're not going to get him, and they're going to give him the strike back. Well, so 3 good things happening for Razek. That ball, he gets dropped, he gets missed run out, and he gets the second run to get him back on strike. They say things happen in 3s, Rico. This was a big opportunity to get rid of a big player. Unfortunately, I just couldn't hold on to that. That was Azhar who spills the chance.
Yeah, I think this was about it. It was an uncomfortable height for Azhar. It was sort of not chest height, just too high, sort of just above sort of the neck area. This time it goes towards the man at long off, one bounce.
So this one comes in awkward height. So sometimes here, you're better off kind of bending your knees and taking it more comfortably there, because it's hard to take balls like that, and it's hard to get underneath. Yeah. Some people also say get out the way slightly. I always think keep your eyes in line with the ball and just a little bob, and then maybe that's a more comfortable way to take that catch. Again, easier said than done, because he didn't have very long.
No.
It just got big on him, I thought. I think that's why he kind of wanted to go fingers down, but it just came at him higher than he was comfortable with, and he couldn't make the adjustment.
Good stop there from the keeper. Fired down the leg side.
Oh, how many was he on when he got dropped? 21? 20 or 21?
20.
Yeah, 20. Remember that. Just telling you, remember that. Again, learning curve. And I'm sure all these Vikings watch this back, and they'll improve a lot out of today's cricket. Last ball of the over. I mean, it could have been a 3rd wicket as well for Hasib Ahmed. Instead, he'll finish with the very, very good figures of 2 for 14 of his 2 overs. The score at the end of 7 is 88 for 3. And just a reminder to everybody, if you've enjoyed today, as we certainly have, we'll be back tomorrow with more cricket, and starting with UCB, United Chalard. They will be here for the first time in the series, taking on the Blinders in the morning. And the Blinders, yeah, a bit kind of hit and miss earlier today. Then we'll have the Vikings. They'll have a real challenge in the afternoon against the Tigers. But particularly that morning game, I think UCB were very good last year. They finished 4th, but they still won half of their games. They were able to beat the Cobras actually by, I think, 9 runs in the eliminator. Went down narrowly to the Royal Tigers in qualifier 2. But they'll be here to send a message, I'm sure. Starting tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 a.m. in Central Europe, and noon in India. Half an hour earlier than probably the usual time. How do you feel about the early mornings, Rico? You okay with them?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're getting old and you're getting a bit grumpy now, you should love early mornings.
Early mornings.
Worship the sun when it comes up.
Everybody who knows me well knows I'm not a morning person, and that's all traditionally to do with what the normal hours of work would be back in Spain. But no, I don't mind the early mornings means we get back at a reasonable time. Plenty of time to go and venture and see some of the beautiful city of Budapest. That's what I intend to do. Go for some nice walks and have a look at some of the lovely sights.
4:46 sunrise at the moment. So I see you bright and early if you want to go for a walk tomorrow. And setting at 8:42 p.m. This one's a little bit short and it's pulled away. This will be 4. It will crash into the banner. And this is Rumi Ahmed who is getting a bowl. And the first one is a little bit too short. And yeah, I think that Sanjay Kumar, you could put that wherever you wanted. It's a pretty popular player, Sanjay Kumar. It was last year on ECN. Just having a little chat to the keeper saying, let's see if he bowls me another one there. See if he's learnt anything.
So that team, so UCB, it's a big swing and a miss. So, I mean, I would have said salad, but it's not salad. So, how do you pronounce it?
Chalad.
Chalad.
Chalad, yeah.
Chalad. It's going to be a wide, and the keeper doesn't want to use his gloves here. He gets lucky. He likes to throw his pads at some of these. And once again here, you need to be trying to take these in your gloves, otherwise it could ricochet anywhere.
Yeah. Occasionally, if you're lucky, you get a stumping that way off the pads. My first stumping in senior cricket bounced on my pads exactly like that. I didn't know whether to celebrate or be embarrassed. Not easy. Lakeside stumpings, take them how you can get them. So, Cobras. I wonder if they have any visions of beating their own record for high score in ECS cricket in Hungary. 144 seems a long way off at the moment. Earlier, I would have said they were a good chance to do it. Here's Rumi Ahmed. Yeah, spears this one in. Not a bad bit of bowling. Almost does the splits when he does the fielding, but it will be a single.
Yeah, that's well bowled. He sees the batter coming down at him. And rather than continue to bowl down the same line, he just fires it in, does a bit of break dancing to stop the ball afterwards.
This one's just across the line. And will be 1. So Kumar's enjoying a bit of time out in the middle at the moment. And now over to Razik. And look, he's a handsome player. I think he's trying to hit this straight down the ground. He wants to go probably over cover or straight. Knows he wants to spear in, but it was a bit of a bluff. So he steps back and then steps back again. Gets a bit of bat on it. I think this will be 2 to finish the over. And actually leg buys, didn't get any bat on it after all. So he'll remain on 24. And after the 8th over, the score is 98 for 3.
Going away quite nicely. I mean, got 12 deliveries here now to come. The predicted score 127, which is around about where it's been all the way through. They had a very good start in their power play for 45. They got to the 60 at the halfway point, so 120 there at that point. So they just they've done well, even though they lost that flurry of wickets, didn't they? Those 3 wickets fell pretty close to each other, but each batter's come out and they've just kept going, haven't they? And these two putting a nice partnership together, especially Razik. He's played some nice shots, and he's now set, isn't he? I mean, he's 23, Vinny, of just 8 deliveries, so you can see that, I mean, he's having a little bit of a rest at the other end at the moment, but when he gets on strike, he hits the ball very, very hard indeed.
Corey's going to come back for his second over. It's pretty good in the first. This time, not so much luck, or is it? Well, what a ridiculous catch. Well, you'll see it all here in the FanCode European Cricket Series. This one was 6 for all money. And there's one for the highlights reel. Sulaiman Mohammed, well, he's a colossus as it is. He does the old Statue of Liberty play. Up went the right hand and thwack. The ball was right in the middle.
Oh, what a shot that is. Gory, the bowler. He's got the biggest smile you ever see. He runs up to the huge figure of Sulaiman Mohammed and jumps on top of him, gives him the biggest hug you possibly can and says, thank you, bye, thank you. Bahut acha catch walle. Aa dekh lo. Kinna catch, kinna acha, kinna sona, ke grande, ke wai. Kidda swad aa gaya ke nahi? What a catch that is. What a moment it is for the team making their debut. Well, Deborah Singh Vikings, not too many things have gone right for them. And, well, they're probably up against it to try and get a win here. But anything is possible. But they've certainly got some highlights. And that is the highlight of the day. What a great catch that was. I think they were just checking there, Vinny,
Yeah,
that he
fine.
does stay inside the rope, but there was no doubt about it. What a great catch. Look, some things you can marvel at and watch time and time again. Look at that. He nails the landing. Look at the reaction of the fielders around him. Here's one guy coming up to him. But I don't know if
was
he's
the
got.
best.
Keep running this. I want to see the bowler. Watch the bowler
Corey
coming here.
almost puts his spine out of alignment. And no, you
There
there
he
you
goes.
go.
Oh, Japipo.
It's a hot day to run that far as well. Well, you often say it, making players' dreams come true.
Yeah, buddy.
And talk about your highlights. I mean, I think that would have landed in the nets. That was a long, long ball. And what a way to get Sanjay Kumar. And so now 98 for 4, 11 balls remain. Corey got good cardio. Got out to the boundary pretty quick, but now he's back with the ball in his hand. And Usman Mohammed will be the new batter, facing up, of course. Yeah, that's why we love ECN cricket. What a good catch.
Yeah, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Great catch indeed. And, well, Gorey, he's going to be all fired up here now. Gets his wicket. 1 for 9 so far. He's got 5 more balls to bowl in this spell.
Yeah. This is just a highlight that I think we'll see time and time again. Just making sure new batter Usman Mohammed.
Yeah, let's look at it again. I want to see it. Look at this catch. Oh, yeah. How about that? Well, that is absolutely fantastic. You can see he's pumped up. And the reactions, this is what it means to them. It's so important, isn't it? It's a huge highlight for the team making their debut. He takes a wonder catch. And, well, absolutely superb. I like the way he gets his sunnies out of the way. He said, I know he's coming. He's not going to crush my sunnies. Just takes them out, moves them out of the way. And there's the bowler there. Corey, 666 on his back. What do you think of these shirts? Aren't these shirts absolutely fantastic?
They look brilliant.
I love the detail on them. You know, the stars on there as well. I don't know what some of the other things are there, but I'm certainly going to have a close examination of these shirts. And I love the old font at the back. Republican Vikings. And, well, they need to be Vikings, don't they? With the team making their debut, they need to be at their best. If they can, I mean, tomorrow they got a huge challenge, haven't they, when they take on the reigning champions, the Royal Tigers. But certainly, that's why it's very important they can pick up as much positivity, if you like, from the team camp. Pick up some good things and focus on those good things and make those little gentle improvements to where they can be better and put in a good performance tomorrow. But certainly they'll be glad that they've got the debut, the first match out the way, or matches out the way. Gives them the confidence. They've had a chance to play on this pitch. They've had a chance to look at some of the bowlers and some of the batters. Batting is going to be the issue for them, really.
Yeah.
They're going to need a couple of batters to find the touch as we have a look at this again. And it's worth looking at
He
again
bends himself
and
backwards.
again.
So he's not just jumping up, he's jumping back as well. And kind of like Matrix style. Yeah, it was fantastic catch. And then he had a whole bunch of problems to deal with because people were coming from everywhere to tackle him. Yeah. And he looked like it was more rugby than cricket there after that. And now we've got a slight technical delay here while we get on top of that.
Tell me something.
Yeah, go on.
We've seen
Let's
so many of these magnificent catches. Are you making a little note of these somewhere so we can see all the good catches
I'll tell you something, Rico. There's been a bit of a one-hand catch epidemic recently. I don't want to say pandemic because we're past that, hopefully. But in the Czech Republic, we had probably 3 in a day of just crazy one-hand catches. So that is the kind of action that we're going to see. And really had no option there. Had to go the one hand. He's got big hands, though, and look, if you can't go with 2, you go for 1.
But the thing was, like you said, it's not the fact that he caught it.
Yeah.
He's bending backwards, so to land and keep his feet inside the rope.
He bent backwards, but then couldn't take a step back, so he had to then kind of get some forward movement after he caught it. So, yeah, fantastic effort. Anyway, if you like that catch or if you want to ask us anything at all, it's Game 4. So, put it in the live chat. Eastern European Cricket Network. Should we talk food?
Yeah, we can talk food.
Have some goulash while we're here, although it's a bit hot for that at the moment.
I've got a better idea. You talk. I'm gonna.
Where are you going? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. All right, so here we go. We've got a technical. That's right. The game's starting now. Rico was trying to do a pop-up interview with Suleiman. So, That delay was long, but
I
not quite
nearly
long
had
enough.
it. I nearly had it.
You nearly had it. I don't think he'd fit under the cube. Have you seen how tall that guy is?
He's a big guy.
He would have been pushing the roof up of the cube. Anyway, it's great to have you with us here. Day one in Hungary. And we're going into
No,
the
but
night.
tell me, we're capturing all these catches somewhere else.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Of course.
Well, I want to see a reel of them because we see so much amazing stuff out
Yeah.
there that sometimes, you go from one series to another, especially like yourself. You do so many that pretty soon you go to somewhere else and the catches you see there sort of, they take over in your mind, your memory banks of the ones you've seen already.
Yeah, I know. But don't worry, everything's noted.
Good.
And, I know that will pop up on our social media.
I want that to be my Christmas
That
present.
was a humdinger, that one. Anyway, here we go with the restart. It's pretty close, Maybe just head down the leg side. It's not a bad shout.
I think there was a bit of bat in it. I heard something.
Yeah, you think so? Convinced, but I don't think it's out anyway. I think probably was heading down the leg
No
side.
signal from the umps. Or maybe there will be.
Here it comes. Wait for it. He's thinking about it. He's trying to say.
They're asking the question, and he's saying, no, if it was, I would have given it.
Yeah. Okay. Just saying, breaker. You have any bat on that ball? And
It's a bat, he says. Yeah.
yeah, well, if he says so. He's in the best position, as you often say, Rico. He's the only man
Absolutely.
in that spot.
Don't question the umpires.
Can't tell on the replay if there's a little edge or not. Certainly did get a fair bit of pad. Next one's hit pretty hard, but along the ground. So, she'll be another 1 run to the total. Sheikh Razik has moved to 25 with that, and the Cobras just slowed down a bit, haven't they, of late. They had that boundary to start the 8th over, but since then we haven't had a boundary. I think they've got a few more planned. Muhammad now on strike, and this is hit, and it's not going to hit over the boundary. It kind of plops into the gap. I think of 2, but happy with 1. I think it's smart. I think the more strike Razouk gets at this stage, I think he's the man to really move the score along quickly.
Yeah. Hey, have you noticed the Gory is following through with his run-up now? He's not just planting himself. And
Yeah, you've been doing a bit of coaching in the meantime. I went to the nets and took a quick 3 for in my shoes. That's what I did. That's all over
a
it.
quick 3 for who are you bowling at?
Yeah. Oh, some local kids. And
Look at that. But do you see what I mean? See the difference?
It's got good mechanics.
Following through, and all of a sudden, a bit more pace about him, and he's getting the ball to go in the right areas. There you go. I've always said my coaching tips are free. Just send them through in the old chat, no problems.
Next thing you'll be trying to knock Corey out of the Spanish job. Watch your back, Corey, if you're watching. All right. Anyway, last ball of the ninth. This is a little edge, and this is going to get away from the fielder, and it's going to crash into the banner. 4 more runs. Well, he's unlucky there, Corey.
Yeah.
That could have gone absolutely anywhere. Goes off the outside edge of Razik, gets past that fielder. 4 carreras más, and at the end of the ninth over, the score is 105 for 4.
Yeah, unlucky Gory there. There's nothing wrong with the ball. It's a case of you got wickets in hand. You're coming at the end of the innings, and I think both the batters out there now and anyone else that comes in are going to be throwing the long handle at everything to try and get to see that predicted score. It's come down a little bit now, courtesy of a good tidy over there against from Gory. Not a bad spell from him, 16.
I mean, look, at one stage, they were kind of 57 off 4, and at that pace, you thought, well, hold on, this could be huge, 140 plus at that rate. So the Vikings have done well to bring it back. They've done it with some good bowling, some good catching as well, some very good catching.
Yeah.
Now we go to the last over, and Kashif Sunny will bowl the last. This is hit down the ground, and this one ain't coming back. Maximo! That one was in the air, and it was slammed down the ground. You see this pitch, not too many gremlins in it for the batters. And it's a bit lifeless, I've got to say, for the pacers. It must feel a bit like bowling machines sometime. That one, once it hit the bat of Razik, you knew that had to be 6.
Yeah, firm shot. Boom, shakalaka, and he wanted to do a few more as well.
This one won't quite go the journey, and it's knocked down. Oh, this is a really interesting one. I don't know if this is 4 or not.
No, it's not.
You reckon it's all right? Oh, now we might have a run out. Oh, well, I think he's made it
Look
home.
at the way I saw it live. I think he backflips this with his left leg and knows nothing about it. Have a look. Watch this.
Yeah, but then it hits his left foot. The first the first little Rabona is fine. The right foot's fine. I'm worried about the left. See, then he kicks it, and then, see that last one. There's a freeze frame about here. Look, this one here is the one I think's trouble, because I think his toes on the rope, and then that's such good camera work. That's 4.
Yeah, that's 4.
Yeah.
Good pickup. Oh,
Yeah. This one, nothing wrong
Vinny
with my
Sandy.
eyes.
And look, shout out to a production team
Yeah,
here,
good
Spring
that.
Productions, Martins,
And if
Andrews and
only
Richards.
Rumi Ahmed had slightly smaller feet, he would have been fine. And he's been blessed with large feet, and for that reason, it will be 4. Anyway, you know what they say? Big feet, big socks. 4 runs the total. You're very quiet.
That's important because you get more things for Christmas in your stockings.
Anyway, Sani again, and this time he knocks him over. So, the same batter was on strike, and Sani, he decides it's his turn to get in on the action. I think he'll have big responsibility with the bat in this chase. Right now, comes up with a pretty good delivery, and Osama Muhammad couldn't deal with it. So another highlight for the Vikings. We're seeing a lot of improvement, I think, in their bowling and fielding in this innings. And they've done well to come back from a real tough start as well. So that's the 5th wicket down now. 115 for 5.
Yeah, very good. Listen, what are these weird and wonderful creatures coming out of all over the place? They've got one on our monitor. Is that a wasp?
Yeah.
Or what is that?
I think that looks like a big blowfly.
Okay,
On our screen, it looks like it's trying to chew on Burhan's head because that's right in the
Should we
middle.
leave it there for a minute? Oh, look,
I want to shoo that one away.
it's on the house next door now. I'll get rid of it.
Go on.
Off you
Thanks for
go.
that.
Adios.
No creatures were harmed in that. Anyway, it's the last over, and this one is launched, and Burhan says thank you very much. It goes up to space at a furious pace and comes down just as quickly. Shakalagia Mamanama says Mas. And the Cobras, they are biting here in match number 4.
Yeah, they just slipped behind the rate where they wanted to be slightly, and now, with that one, the 120 does come up. They can maybe push on to look to the 128. Slower ball.
Yeah, slow ball, so I think it probably comes down in time. The fielder will take it. And so, yeah, I think this is gone. They might check the height of this. But I have a feeling it's a slow ball. It looks like it's going to go high, but I don't think it does go high in the end because he's coming down and there's no way I think that can be called a no ball. I think it'll be gone and just wait for the decision.
Good catch as well.
Yeah.
And I was worried when he's going backwards here. I thought, you've got to stop soon. And look, it's only a foot away from the rope. I don't think he was aware how close he got. But nice catch. All smiles once more. They've fielded well there. Just say, I'm just going to give my glasses a clink and go on saaf kar lama. Can I catch the fall liya and ka saaf kar liya. Do a catch bhi falunga. Yeah, why not? So he's just saying, yeah, I'll just give me glasses. Another clean. Now they've taken that catch and get ready for the next one. Well, why not indeed? And, the umpire's just having a discussion there. I think that's pretty. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it was a slower delivery, so it's going to drop more than a usual delivery as well. So even at the point that he hits it, it's probably, I think even then it may be waist high, but it's definitely on the down swing. So I have a feeling this will be out, but I'm not 100%. I've got a bad record of being wrong with these lately as well, Rico. Got to say, on a bit of a hot streak.
Well, I back you. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. This look, you can see how it's dipping.
Yeah, but that one doesn't give you a great look.
But look how. But if you go if you go to the side view, you see how far he's out. So that's okay. That ball is on the downward trend with its hit. I'll be very surprised if this is given out.
Yeah, the other thing is the umpires, if they're not absolutely sure, then they're probably instructed to call no ball. But I have a feeling, the longer this goes, the less confident I am. I reckon the Vikings should get the wicket here. But, yeah, I mean, they might be trying to go all the way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that one makes it look a lot higher than it would have been at the crease. Here comes the big decision. And it's been called a no ball. Well, there you go.
Well, okay. I'm not going to say any more here. And I'm 100% sure that one was okay. But hey, I'm going to go back and say what I always say. The umpires are out there. They're there to do a job.
I mean, you're bowling half full tosses. You're at the mercy of the cricket gods as well. Yeah, that's a Monday. Free hit coming up for the Cobras. Probably don't need too much help. And it's going to be edged away. This one will be a bit of a chase. And Field's not going to get there. 4 runs. Rack 'em, stack 'em. Another 4 to the total. And the score is 127 with a ball to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look at the runs, I mean, at the back there now, Vinny, that's 11 runs that have gone in that area. And in the fine leg area, he had those 5 to it as well. That's 16 runs in that area. I think it could have set the field better. Put a lot on the onside. 75 runs of the runs being scored have been scored on the onside. Only 36 out there in the offside region. And most of those on the offside have been in the cover area.
Oh, he's going to cut to 2 and he's dropped his bat and he's picked his bat up. And now someone's going to be run out.
Well, that's good from the bowler here.
Yeah, well, he kind of had to look around. I didn't see any batter in the crease. So he says, well, if there's nobody here, I'm just going to break the stumps. What I would say, look at it first. I thought he hit the batter, but didn't hit the foot marks down there. He drops his bat. Then when he comes back, and yeah, I think that will be the batter coming to the end that will be out. What a weird last ball. What I will say, just finally, that high one. The umpires are instructed, if they're not absolutely sure it's below the waist, then they should call a no ball. So it could be a case where they weren't sure, and the benefit goes to the batter. So even though, I mean, I thought that probably was dipping below, that's why they would have given that decision. So as it was, they'll finish 128 for 6 off their 10 overs. It'll be the Vikings requiring 129 for victory. Well, there's Zoltan Marosi, native Hungarian player, and I'm sure he's getting ready for some action as well, as the Cobras will be out defending their total very shortly in the Vikings. They'll want to find a bit more of an attacking flair to their 10 overs as we take you through some of the highlights of the first half of match 4. Plenty of them, including one, I think, that could be our catch of the week.
Yeah, already, and that's coming up. But early on, there was a few that went to the boundary. It was a good start, wasn't it, from Yogi Sagal again. And Soban once more, though. He seems to have trouble getting out of double figures. He got himself to 10 before he went. And, well, this was the misjudgment early on. And then this shot was probably one of the shots of the day. Just
so clever.
flicks it away.
Doesn't have the captaincy to worry about this year, Segal, as well. So just concentrating on his batting. He was brilliant. And Rifat, who's had a few highlights today. This one just went over the fielder, but just stay tuned because there was one that you won't want to miss. This one was hit high. And this was well taken by Gory. He dropped one before. And I tell you what, they're a big fan of the ball slam here in Hungary. We've seen a few of those as we saw the boundaries flowing, didn't we? This was a nice little start for Hasib Ahmed, who went back-to-back wickets and bowled first ball. It was the end of Soban. And then the very next ball with LBW, he was on a hat-trick, and the Vikings showing a fair bit of fight back through the middle overs.
Yeah, it certainly worse. I mean, they fought back well. They slowed things down a tad, didn't they? And that was at a point when, like you said, they were like rolling along on 57 for just one, and then those quick wickets that fell 60 for 3 at halfway point. So 120 was on. They did call themselves back. This could have been an amazing slip catch. There's the reactions. Oh, the reactions tell you a story, don't they? But
the slip wanted to grab his head as well, but he had to chase the ball.
Yeah,
that was the only problem there. And then late in the piece, we saw a few more boundaries flowing. Razik, sign of what's to come, I think. And, well, he had a bit of a life there and there. And then towards the end, we saw Rumi Ahmed come on. And, although he tried his best, but then this was the highlight that we all want to talk about, Rico.
Oh, what a catch. Absolutely superb. Mohammed Suleiman takes a great catch. And look, you know what? You'll see, like we saw when the blinders were out there earlier today, you see some catches go down, but we see some humdingers as well, and that was just superb. Suleiman Mohammed takes a fantastic catch. And look at the reaction there from the bowler, Guri. And he was the luckiest for Guri. He bowled well. I think he went for 16 off each 2 overs, but he quite easily could have had a couple more wickets.
Yeah, you said it. And so, like I said, you know, all you're looking for is improvement, I think, from the Vikings, and we saw a lot of improvement. That was one where the toenail went on the line from Rumi Ahmed, which was 4. And then late in the piece, there was a bit of a highlight for Sani, who I think will open up in the second innings. He's going to have to do something superhuman to carry his team to the target. He is capable. And this last one, late on, was the controversial one. Ended up getting called a no ball. Good catch taken. Can't take anything away from the catch from Onka Ozkul. After some deliberation, that was given a no ball, which resulted in a free hit. And that went to the boundary. The last over ended up costing 23. It went a bit magical and ended up with a bit of an interesting last ball where he had one batter drop his bat, pick up his bat, Not in time to not be run out, though, as that was given out. And Cobra's all smiles, and why not? They put a big score on the board. 128 for 6 off their 10 overs. I thought for a while that their Hungarian record in the ECS of 144 might be under attack, but ultimately they were able to be curtailed just enough to keep them under 130. But we have a look at the scorecards. And I can tell you, Segal was good. Segal with 38 of 13 with 5 big maximos and a 4 in there. He was very, very good early. So 38 was the top score. Closely followed by Sheikh Razik, 34 not out of 15. Scary thing is I think they can bat even better. Apart from that, we had a couple in double figures. So Balm with 15, Sajid Kumar with 14, even Usama Muhammad with 12 at the end of the innings. Ultimately, they get to 128 for 6. Bowling figures-wise, 2 for 14. Haseeb Ahmed, consecutive wickets off his first 2 balls. Apart from that, we saw 1 for Kashif at the end. Before that, Rifat, the spinner, got 1. And Usar Gori, he worked hard, 1 for 16 off his 2 overs. Rico will take a quick break, back in just a few minutes with the second innings. Until then, hope you're enjoying your evening, afternoon or morning, wherever you're watching from around the world. Have a look at some of these beautiful pictures of Hungary, and we'll leave you with that. We'll be back with the chase very, very shortly. It'll be 129 the targets for the Vikings in match 4. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, good afternoon, or good evening, or maybe even good morning, wherever you're tuning in from. Welcome back to the final innings of day 1 here of the FanCode European Cricket Series in Hungary. We are in Budapest, and what a wonderful day of cricket it has been. We've seen the reigning champions come out and play the earlier match against the Budapest Blinders, a team that they beat in the final last year, and those first 2 matches, well, they went 1 apiece, with the Blinders winning by 6 runs, 87 to 81 in game 1. And then the Royal Tigers, they bounced back, the champions in true fashion, 140 to 71, winning by 69 runs. And then we had the team making their debut, Debrecen Vikings taking on Cobra CC. And the first match there was an easy victory for Cobra by 9 wickets. The Vikings 46 for 9, and Cobra just losing the 1 wicket getting there. And it was Yogi Segal, who was the man that did all the damage there. And, well, he was in pretty good form again in this match, the final match of today. He made 38 of 13 deliveries, supported well by Sheikh Razik, the captain, 34 of 15, helping them put a good score on the board of 128. So the Debrecen Vikings certainly up against it. The team making the debut 129 required for victory. I'm Rico Full, and I'm joined by Vinny Sandu, who's popping in and out of the commentary box as we speak. And Vinny, it's been a great day here. It's been a lovely day for cricket. The sun's been shining, and we've had everything. We've been well looked after by the Federation. We've had a good lunch. We've had some ice cream.
Yeah,
and
we've seen
have. Well, talking about ice cream, we've seen a screamer of a catch as well. Taken
What a catch that was. And yeah, that was Suleiman Mohammed, who took an absolute hanger. Look, Debrecen Vikings, look, they'll know, especially after they kind of staggered to a score in the 40s in the first innings that they batted in the last game. Look, they'll be up against it, but I just hope, just like we saw improvement with the fielding and the bowling, and I think it also helped them that they had the whole 10 overs to kind of get set in the field. Only defending 40, didn't really get a good indication of what they had. We saw some good things from their bowlers. I think now it's time for their batters just to get a bit smarter. I think, particularly early on, I noticed they're running between the wickets. They weren't really urgent enough, and then they tried to make up with some really big shots. I'd say, look, don't worry so much about the target. I would say, yeah, okay, the target is 128. Look, realistically, if I was in their camp right now giving them advice, I'd say, look, let's just try and have a good innings. Yeah. Let's try and put together a good 10 overs. And it's all about steady and gradual incremental improvement. If they could get, say, something like 80 like that, I mean, then I think that shows their batting's improved a long way and that they've improved their approach. Having said that, I mean, someone like Shiv Sani, he was brilliant before he ran himself out. He hit their only 6, which was their only boundary of the innings back in match 3. So look, I think it'll be an interesting finish to the day. And the Vikings, like I say, I think for them it's all about improvement. And well, we've already seen quite a few highlights that they've brought to the table, haven't we?
Yeah, I think it's also about, I think if there were any nerves out there earlier, they should have gone over them now. Yeah. And I think putting a performance like that on in the field, I mean, okay, it's still 128 runs that they gave away, but we know it could have been a lot more. They bowled well, they fielded well, they took some good catches. They had some good team moments as well. So I think this is an opportunity for them and for their captain just to say to them, look, one game, forget the first game. We know we're well beaten that one. With this one, it's all about going out there, being competitive. Yeah. We didn't get to 50 last time. That's got to be the first mark. Let's try and get to the 50. Let's go on from there. And they'll be very much aware of the fact that one thing that they didn't do well in the first time is, like you said, they didn't take those quick singles. They didn't play some very smart cricket. So take those singles, rotate the strike, but try to apply a little bit of pressure on the opposition, but try to get a good score on the board. Because once again, even though they may not win this match, they've tried to do some damage limitation on the old net run rate as well. But the most important thing is for the batters to go out there, be positive, be confident, be assertive, play some shots, but at the same time, I think you've got to be able to play to the shots that you know you can. Don't go out there playing any experimental shot. If it's a ball that you normally put away, play your shot, go for the boundary. If it's a good ball, respect it and try and take the single.
Yeah, I agree with that advice. Just want to turn my attention to the live chat for a second, Rico. I want to say big hello. I want to say hello to PK. He was wondering what happened last over. Well, one of those balls was a no ball. There were 7 deliveries in it. It was that one that was caught on the boundary. It was judged a no ball, and that's why we had the 7 balls in the last over. Ended up going for 23. I want to say a quick hello to Emil van der Volt. Saying greetings from Emil and Hazza in Perth. Well, I assume that's Perth, Australia, not Perth, Scotland. And so, yeah, Perth's my hometown. So hello, guys. Hope you're well. And I'm really excited that you've decided to tune in on a Monday evening, I guess it would be there. I reckon it would be 9:38 at night, something like that. Beautiful time to watch some cricket from the other side of the world. And Reynold Pillay is watching from South Africa. Hello to you, Reynold. Nice to have you with us. And thanks everyone that's been keeping us up to date with what's happening on the YouTube stream today. So please keep us up to date if you do experience any issues there. To you, Ian. Hopefully you stay with us and hopefully you can keep us informed with that. But right now, we're getting ready for the start of the second innings. The chase will be 129. And yeah, look, I think a big responsibility on Sani, who actually hit the ball pretty well before he ran himself out for 13 earlier, trying to pitch the strike back. And I was saying, is that house in danger? Short answer, yeah. We already had to fish one ball out of I suppose it's their front yard, but it's basically their backyard, isn't it? Because it's not it's not facing the street. There's a swimming pool there, so they do call it the bikini end here in Budapest. That's just what they generally call it.
Yeah, well, we were told earlier that they have actually been hit straight into that pool.
Yeah.
That is a big hit.
Yeah, and we had one earlier
that almost got there as well. It was a really big hit from Kalum Nandika of the Blinders. That was about probably 5 metres short, but it still got over the fence. We had to ask for the ball back, just like I used to have to do when I was about 7 or 8. Raja saying he'd like to watch it from their backyard. Well, we had someone lurking earlier at the window.
Did, yeah.
Yeah, we had the resident of the house there.
But there's a house next door to that as well, which you cannot see on that camera. And there was a ladies, a couple sat out there earlier, and I had a quick sort of wave and a chat to them, and I said, "Are you enjoying the cricket?" And they said, "Yeah, we love it." And they said, "We love it. It's nice and peaceful," they said. So I said, "Well, it will be until they start coming into your backyard, but maybe they're not in the firing range." Well, talk about range. This is all wrong. The first delivery from Arun Venkatarajan gets this completely wrong. It's a wide, and it goes all the way to the boundary. So what a start that is. Five runs straight away without a ball being bowled.
Well, charity begins at home. So we'll take that 129 and make it 124.
Now remember, the first time around, only one boundary was hit in that their first innings, and that was a 6. The only other ball that went to a boundary was 5 wides.
Yeah. I'll straighten up now. Much better ball. It's played away to mid-off. Western Kumar does the fielding.
Where's the keeper?
Well, I was looking at that was going straight at the helmet, I think. And I just want to say also hello to Yuvraj Singh, who's thinking that you're looking really, I can't remember the actual word, Rico. He says you are looking, and then 2 fire emojis.
Really?
So I think he's trying to say you're looking hot, but I think he means that you're looking a bit sweaty. Because
no.
I mean,
he's saying
we
I
have
look
touched
hot.
30 degrees today. Anyway, here's Venkatarajan, and he gets swatted away, and this one is going to reach. No, I think he stopped that. How's he stopped that?
He stopped this?
Sama Muhammad.
How has he stopped this?
I thought he kicked it once and then kicked it back over the rope, but then
it sticks in his feet for a moment. Look
at the flying kick, and then the second kick. Yeah, it just stops, and it doesn't touch. No, that hasn't touched.
That is amazing. That is amazing. We've seen some sensational stuff at the moment.
Poor Vikings can't catch a break, can they? There's about 3 blades of grass between that and the rope.
Yeah. They're just probably looking at this one more time, actually, Vinny. But we'll see this again. It actually does stop. And what a stop this is. First, he's unlucky. See that bounce there? It hits the ground and almost stops.
Yeah.
It's a funky little sweep here. Sort of sweeping the ball from right outside the off stump.
Yeah. Getting a bit funky. Yeah. Got to say, a bit of luck as well. Look at the flying kick here. That's a flying foot stop. Lucky this grass is a little bit slow, otherwise that probably runs away for 4 normally. Anyway, this is Sama Muhammad. That does make the stop. Over to Arun Venkatarajan. Big swing across the line this time for a dot ball. And look, now's a great time. Any questions or comments you've got, send them through to us on the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network.
I was wondering where Diana was this morning. She must have come in on a camel.
It's a smart choice. It's a hot day. And
Diana Oroz, where did you park your camel, Diana?
Well, it wouldn't need to be a big camel either. Probably could ride a baby camel. As this is full in the block hole. Diana takes some great shots for us, doesn't she, Diana Oroz? I've got to say, though, I haven't done this yet, but I'm going to do it now.
Go on. Yeah.
Any lurkers? I'm calling the lurkers. I know we had one from the house before. If you're watching our broadcast today, maybe you haven't had a chance to get into the YouTube live chat, say hello to us right now. We want to say hello to you and say thanks for supporting European cricket. So my lurker call out, I'm doing it late. All right, this is on a length, and it's pounded. What a good shot that is, and it's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, the Vikings just had the solitary 6 before. And now, you see, Sani's in the mood to party. And that one was a handsome-looking shot as he picked it up over the leg side.
Yeah, it wasn't the start that the Cobra CCs wanted, did they? It was enough runs off that one. And good start. That's what they need, momentum, and it started well with the 5 wides, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then a couple of those boundaries as well. This is good. This is positive. This is what they've got to do. Positive belief. Be assertive. Be positive. And anything can happen.
15 for no loss after 1. Well, you need 13 and over. Okay, this would be the chase of all chases. I'm going to tell you a story, Rico, about another team. A little team called the Prague Tigers from from the last series. Now, they had never played ECS cricket before. In their first game, actually impressed. They chased down 101 against Vinorati, who were finalists last year in the ECS. In their second game, they got bundled out for 60. And they were the new team. We said, and that was against Prague Barbarians. We said, well, you know, this game is over. There's absolutely no chance. We've already put my lunch order in. I was getting ready to get set in that game as the Barbarians only needed 61. So he started a new over, starting with a wide. Salman Mohammed, letting his hands do the work now. But anyway, then they kept the Prague Barbarians 34, and that's something that no one saw coming. So look, we've already had one over of 15.
Yeah.
And I know there are a few gifts in there, but if you can put together, you know, enough of these double-figure overs, then you can do this. If you can build a partnership. And that's what you need to be telling yourself. Just try and get to the next obstacle, which should be to about 26 after 2 overs. As the sight screen blows over.
Well, I tell you what, if you may not have seen this victory coming. Well, we didn't see this coming as well. Gus will win from nowhere.
I mean, that's got to be distracting.
And I tell you what, one person who didn't flinch is Diana. She just stands there. Look, she's looking back now and saying, what happened there? I said, it is behind you, right behind you.
Yeah, it might just be better to leave it down, I think is what they're saying, if it's a blowdown risk, or maybe we need sight screen attendance. And
well, do we see it coming down there, maybe? There we go.
Wow, it's got these holes in it to try and stop that from happening, but yeah.
No, those holes are from cricket balls that have hit it.
Well, they're very accurate, if that is the case. Oh, geez, I love Mondays. This is a proper Monday. Welcome to Hungary, Rico.
I love it. This is what it's all about.
Where fielding straight is an extreme sport. And yeah, it looks like we're good to go again. That gust of wind came from nowhere.
It was very welcome, though, I have to say.
Well, I think the batter, that happened right at the moment the ball was bowled as well. So that's got to be annoying. So, well, Vikings probably feel like everything's going against them in this game. Anyway, sight screen's up. Operational again. And this one is down leg side for another wide. So I want to say hello to a few lurkers, including Ben Blandford. Hello, Ben. Where are you watching from? He says can't really chat when he's watching on the TV.
Hello,
totally
Ben.
understand, Ben. But we're glad that you're watching him. And maybe, if you can get into the chat one more time, let us know where you're watching from, Ben, because I'm always curious to see where our viewers are watching from. We've got viewers all over the world. Hello to Fangirl as well. And Wazza is lurking in Australia as well. To Tarek, PK. And we mentioned Reynolds. Thank you for your support of European cricket. Here's the next ball from Osama Mohammed. And this one is a kind of defensive shot. Again, I don't try and run here, which I suppose I get, but it's going to be very hard to chase these down if you're not taking a few risks between the wickets. Hello to Andy, who's in Spain, who's lurking also. Yeah, Mondays. Seen a bit of everything today.
I love them.
Yeah.
I love them. Yeah, this is what it's all about,
It's
isn't
raw.
it? It's raw, yeah. That's what we are. We're raw.
Oh, look at this. I guess we'll take some catching. Well, form an orderly queue. The keeper's after it, and he takes the catch. Well, that's top-class wicket-keeping from Amit Pandey. And, yeah, I mean, it's actually Sheikh Razik that has the gloves, pardon me. I was like, what's going on there? That doesn't look like Pandey. And Razik has the gloves this time. So, yeah, won't see him with the ball. He decided pretty early that that was his ball. And, yeah, it's not bad in breezy conditions.
Does very well, actually.
Yeah, so Sheikh Razik made it look very, very easy. And what he did early there that was good is that he just called and made a confident call. And he knew, even though he had to travel a long way, that he had so long to get under it, that he would be able to get there with 2 hands. So first wicket falls at 17 for 1.
Yeah, that's a very good catch, isn't it? He makes it look comfortable. The key part is he sees it early, goes after it early, and he gets there quick enough to get himself into good balances. Nice the way that he uses the hands there, or the gloves, if you like. And I don't know if there is such a terminology, but it's soft gloves, isn't it? He doesn't like thud at the ball. He lets the ball come into his gloves nicely and neatly. Good work, and nicely done indeed there. Sheikh Razik having a good day, isn't he? He's the captain. Did well with the bat as well. And now he's put an end to that a sprightly start, you'd have to say, from the Vikings. But the first wicket is down, and it's Hafiz, who has to go for 3 of 5 deliveries.
Yeah. So let's see if they can get anything going here. Just the 1-6 in the innings. No other boundaries in the first over and a half. Rumi Ahmed comes to the crease at number 3. And we will continue with Osama Mohammed. Nice to see. That's Zoltan Morosi, a Hungarian young player. He's fielding at point at the moment. It's fairly straight, worked away to the leg side for a single.
Yeah, partnerships now, and that's what they've got to think. Okay, wicket's gone, and now it's again, rebuild again. Get this partnership going and try to give confidence to somebody like Chris Sani that he's got a batter at the other end that can support him. And as he gets better and builds his innings, that he's got somebody who he can rely on at the other end as well. He played, just drops the pad on it. Quite happy to take the single. The field is very spread. Yeah, I suppose you can afford to be very defensive when you got the runs on the board like that. 129, 130 needed, and that rate is creeping up to around about the 14 mark. So already you're at a point now where, on average, every over you need at least 3 boundaries. So hence the field as it is. Everybody right on the 30-yard circle, and I'm pretty sure at the end of the power play they'll split well out. Tries to give himself a bit of room to try and manufacture a shot outside the off there, looking to try and get the ball between point and backward point. It's not to be. End of the over, and it's a successful one. 34 runs from it, and picks up a wicket. As that wind just picks up again, this time the side screen stays upright. It's not a cold wind at all. In fact, it's on a day like today, when you've had a long, hot afternoon. Remember, these two teams were out there early as well, so it's the second match they're playing. And in these warm conditions, I think when you get a breeze like that, it's welcome relief at times, especially if you're in the field. That's the tables at the moment. So you can see already that if it could be a back-to-back wins here for Cobra, they will go right at the top of that table. And that's the place where they'll want to be.
Here's the start of the third over. And it is Venkatarajan continuing the left armour. Yuvraj Singh saying, Vinny and Rico, we should play a 1-over match. Let's see who wins. Well, right now, I don't know if I'd last an over in this heat. I already know that you're melting. Think of all the times. Remember when we had snow a couple of months ago?
Oh.
We've come a long way, haven't we?
So you're coming a long
you know
way
what
from,
would be
from
great?
Bulgaria,
It's
yeah.
just something in the middle. Prague was actually pretty good for a lot of it. Okay, this is hit offside, and this will get to the boundary. And Sani, he's got a lot of responsibility, but this time it was Rumi Ahmed that shows that he can bat, and he lofts this over cover. Really nice looking shot. His first boundary.
That's a lovely shot. Probably just a little bit too short, so the batter had time to adjust. There was a bit of movement in the ball, but it's from what he's bowling, he's going to get the ball much fuller right up there.
I was going to mention Ben Blandford is watching from Maroochydore. Do you know where that is,
From
Rico?
where?
Maroochydore.
No idea.
I can tell you where that is. This is just chopped to the offside, and a bit of a chance. This would have been gone if it had hit. It's the keeper, Sheikh Razik. Now we've spotted that he's in that position. You see, he would have been gone by a step. And Maroochydore is a country town in Queensland. Queensland's the northeast state of Australia. And so I can't say I've been to Maroochydore, but I've heard some good things. Hello, Ben. I'm really glad you've decided to enjoy us today on a Monday evening. A little bit short, and this one is out of the ground. Well, just Maximo Hafizullah. Maybe it was going to be a case of whatever you can do, I can do better. It's hard to do better than Suleiman Mohammed's first innings catch. This one, he's not far away, but this one does carry the field to 6 runs.
Yeah, he's not as tall as he or Suleiman. If he was, he had a chance. But that's a cracking shot. It sounded beautiful as well. As the ball onto that willow echoed across this majestic ground here in Budapest.
Next ball sneaks through. Yeah, so Maroochydore. It's a coastal town in the Sunshine Coast area. It's pretty close to our tournament referee where he's from in that area. Charles Croucher, the sheriff, he's with us. So now last ball, the over. Look, already I'm seeing improvement from the Vikings. And these two the potential to build a bit of a partnership. Last ball of the power play. Just comes back at him slightly. This one won't beat the mid-wicket, so it is the end of 3. I think Karajan got a bit of tap there, didn't he? He finishes with 1 for 27. The score is 31 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a big improvement. I think it's all about being positive as well. And I think Sani's the key here. Just going to be talking to every batter that comes in. He'll be talking to Rumi Ahmed and saying, come on, we've seen it before. We know what they got.
Yeah.
Let's just stay together. I'll play a few good shots. If you get a bad ball, put it away. And we're there where we want to be. Okay, that rate has climbed up. It's climbed up to 14, but they've only lost the 1 wicket at the moment. And we know that a couple of good overs on the spin, and you're right back in this match. Bit of a discussion there about between captain and bowlers, who's going to bowl the next, and then getting the field set, because, of course, the power play is complete now. So now 5 men can go outside that 30-yard circle. Just having a quick scan. And you can see that they've got cover. Somebody sweeping on the offside to extra cover. 2 men straight. Mid-wicket and square leg are back as well. So that's your 5. 3 on the leg side. 2 on the off. Long off, long on. Waiting for the straight hit. Let's see if it comes. And it's going to be Hafizullah to bowl. And just changing things up a bit. This is something where I don't think we've seen too much of today. The old slow stuff, slow spinning. And nice to see a bit of spin being injected here. I know that we did see it earlier on from the blinders, I think it was. And it was when it didn't really quite go to plan. Goyal was the man who was very unlucky. Rahul Goyal could have had 3, maybe 4 wickets. Ended up going for, I think, 41 runs instead. But sometimes that's the way it goes. You need fielders to back you up, and the blinders weren't able to do that in their second match. This hit well, and the field has been set perfectly. Just 1 bounce as the throw comes in. Go take the single. Just maybe trying to push it through a little bit quicker than what he needs to here. Hafiz maybe wants to just hold the ball back a bit, Ula. Yeah. Now this is why, I mean, that delivery there is why I think the slower bowlers will be effective here. The ball doesn't come up, and batters choose to go back, and then they've got to play. They've got to get bat onto ball, otherwise they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Most things are drivable off the length if you do make a confident step forward and stay balanced. This is a good shot as well, though. He just pushes this through the offside, and this one, well, I think this is fine. I only have one concern here. It's his non-ball touching hand as he goes down.
Yeah, I think the ball probably stops. So
he's fine
anyway.
here, but look at this. Look at the right hand that he uses to kind of. Oh, sorry, it's actually his left hand. No, I think he gets it away okay. Yep. Yeah. You see, and then it touches the ground. So yeah, wonderful fielding. Just shows you the Cobras. They've got a mountain of runs on the ball, but they're still trying really hard to save everyone. Good fielding.
Yeah, that's the way you got to be. It's, no matter what the amount of runs that you're defending, that you apply yourself the same every time you go out there, and that's what the Cobras are doing. And the umpires just have had a look at that one more time, and they're quite happy with it.
Am I wrong again? It's 4 runs?
No, yeah, okay.
Okay, cool. Here's the next one. This one pops up. Oh, almost.
This is a beauty.
Another wicket.
Look at the rip on this, Vinny. Real good bit of turn on this delivery, and it has the batter inside out. This is a great delivery. Yeah. Perfect length. Watch this.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of put the batter in no man's land. For the over. And
gone.
Will be gone, yeah. Well, we had one pop. This one doesn't pop. Goes pretty fast. And Sonny, he's going to be gone off the last ball of the 4th over. That's good reward for Hafizullah. He's bowled a pretty good over. And he went for 3 runs and now gets the big wicket of Kashif Sonny for 17. So that's twice that Sonny's been a teenager today. He hasn't been able to break out of the teens. And he just kind of went after this, but didn't keep it down. Didn't really get it over the top either. And so that is the 2nd wicket now. And at the end of the 4th over, it is 34 for 2. Good catch as well.
Yeah, good catch. You see what he leans back, doesn't he, when he plays the shot, which means the ball goes aerial. If he goes forward and leans into the shot, I think he would have kept it along the ground. It's disappointment. Sani goes. And that's the breakthrough that they wanted. And you can see that some of the players taking the opportunity to take drinks on board. I think that's sensible.
Yeah.
In conditions like this.
Yeah, I think so.
I think whenever there's an opportunity, as long as it doesn't hold up play, I think there's no issues with it at all.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic catch, and I totally agree with you. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Great to have Rico back in the commentary cube today. We've had a beautiful first day in Hungary. Thanks for your company. Well, Ben, who's watching from Queensland, saying in a few minutes it will be midnight. We're here, so it'll soon be Tuesday. I can tell you that we will be back tomorrow when it'll be Tuesday morning here. And it's starting with an instant clash between UCB and the Blinders. United Chalad, that is a team that ended up finishing third last year. And they've got their own history with the Blinders because it was the Blinders that knocked them out of the series last year in a very high-scoring match on finals day. And the Blinders then ultimately would make the final but would lose to Royal Tigers. So maybe another kind of revenge-tinged grudge match coming up tomorrow. Although I will say that the players do get on really well, but they've all got their own stories. Now we're going to get the Hungarian Zoltán Marosi to bowl, and well, we don't have a wicket first up. In fact, we won't, unless the Hulk's going to catch it. He was the only man, the square leg umpire, that was going to have a chance to catch that. Yeah, Marosi's an interesting one for me. I'm really excited to see him out there for the Cobras. He's a young player. I think he's going to enjoy this opportunity. And he's only a youngster as well. He's only 16 years of age. It's his first time playing in televised cricket, so isn't it great to see some of that native talent on show?
It's a
good
big
time
lad,
to bring him into the game
big
as
lad
well.
For 16, isn't he?
I know. I had to check that. It's yeah, wishing Zoltan all the best with his ECN adventure. Almost created a wicket first ball. There's no one in the circle. Now he's going to get to bowl to the Vikings keeper, Saad Akib. This one for toss. Hit, but now there is a man there. A bit too late though for Zoltan. It'll be a dot ball.
Yeah, I like to see that. It's not afraid, is he, Marosi, to give it some flight?
Yeah, Akib. Pretty fancy in the gold helmet. Now he gets a full toss. Now it blasts through that man. That short mid wicket. And that is Adi Budin, who can't quite handle it. Creates a single. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously something we talk about. Trying to develop young players from a variety of backgrounds. And obviously, it's always super exciting to see youngsters getting involved, no matter what their background is, obviously, but probably extra special to see the Hungarian getting an opportunity here. And this time, this is in the air. It could be a chance, and it has been caught. What a ridiculous catch that is.
No way.
What are we watching? Vasudev, and he stays in the rope as well. And he was falling back, and he just had to make sure he didn't touch the rope. I don't think he does, Rico. I think that's out. And Marosi, what a way to get his first wicket in ECN cricket. A blinder of a catch taken by the young Hungarian, taken, I should say, by the fielder. Vasudev, the wicket will go to Marosi. Check this one out.
Oh, this is sensational. I mean, it would have been a wide probably. Hits it pretty well. Look at this catch. You will not see better than this. One-handed, absolute sensational.
Ooh.
Look at the way he keeps his eye on where he is. That is such a good catch. He quite easily could have, if he just concentrating on the catch, he would have gone over the boundary here. He takes a catch. He's got the alertiveness to stay inside. This is wonderful.
Yeah, I love the word alertiveness. But what I'm going to say is he always has to do a push-up to make sure that his shoulder doesn't come down on the rope. He has to kind of absorb all of that pressure with his hands. What a fantastic catch.
Amazing.
I mean,
absolutely amazing.
What is going on here? I mean, we had 3 of these kind of catches in Prague. We've had 2 absolute stunners today. Doesn't get any better than that. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, my word. That is sensational. Vinny.
And the one thing that was good is he could see where the rope was when he was coming down. So he could see what he had to avoid.
Yeah.
Because by then he'd caught it. And this is the first one, Rico.
Okay.
This is a pretty good one.
Sorry, I'm just making sure the right batter goes on strike because they're crossing over here now.
I mean, that was a pretty good catch. I mean, more than a pretty good catch. So you put that one together with the other one.
Yeah.
What an exhibition.
Yeah, well done to our production partners there, Spring Production and Andres, and also Martins and Richards that are here today doing a fantastic job. And, well, they're making these dreams and these memories of these Hungarian cricketers come true. And, well, we got 2 magical. You know, just imagine that. I mean, if you're on the field of play, and I mean, I'm sure you've done many great things when you play, Vinny, myself as well. But they've never been captured Can you imagine with these are captured, you will show them again and again and again to everyone and everybody that you know. You'll become boring, but so what? Because it's magical, it's sensational. And you can say to people, you see that? That was me. Well, that was a Superman catch, and it was absolutely superb. We've seen 2 fantastic catches here on either side of this ground, on this boundary. They have been world class. I don't care who you are or where you're watching from, you won't see better catches than that.
Couldn't agree more. That's why you stay. People are saying which one's better. Yeah, I don't know. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I think the second one might be better just because... Oh, nah, changed my mind. I mean, both of them needed...
Let's see them. When we get a chance, let's see them both again.
Both of them needed skill to stay in the field of play, but they were different types of skill. I mean, one of the first things from Suleiman Mohammed, he couldn't ground anything. So you see, he couldn't ground anything. He had to just try and, like, pull his momentum back without landing. So that was brilliant. But I think the landing is a little bit easier for him than here, where... But then in his benefit, he could see the rope. When he comes down, he's like, oh, there it is. Yeah. You've got to avoid it.
They're just 2 tremendous catches. They both are spectacular in their own right.
I think we'll have to do a which one is better of those
let
two.
Our viewers have a think. Yeah, let our viewers say what they think. But for me, they both were sensational in their both right. You saw one which is clearly going over somebody, and you're really right on the rope. And you see that one where you've got a bit of room to play with, but not a lot. 2 great catches.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. As we see a wide next ball. That's what we love about the FanCode European Cricket Series. You never know what you're going to see. And that was something I think we'll remember for a long time. Like I say, we had 3 of those in Prague not too long ago. They're all beautiful in their own way. This is a little, gives a bit of an edge, or maybe grab a bit of pad on the way through. It's on the replay. We've got Adibuddin. Now, yeah, a bit of both actually. So a bit lucky he got some pad on that actually. This one's lifted up, and this should be a simple catch, and it's taken. So the wickets keep falling now. Soban is the man at deep mid-wicket. He holds on to that. So Akib's going to have to go for 2. And the Vikings just hitting a bit of a speed hump through the middle overs now. That makes it 39 for 4.
Yeah, well, this was more straightforward. But he thinks, well, hang on a minute. Everybody's taking spectacular catches and rolling around on the ground. Well, I'm going to do my bit. Takes the catch and he does a little roll as well. There you go. Look, okay, he says, there you go. I can do it as well. Subhan. Well done. Another man who's having a pretty good day, isn't he, Mohammed Subhan? And a nice smile on his face. So, well, they're playing their part in this match, aren't they? They're playing some positive shots. And like you said, Vinny, there's a huge improvement in the way they were in the first match. But they're just in danger here now, though, with just these wickets falling a little bit too frequently off just fraying away some of the hard work that they've done at the beginning here. I mean, the target of 129 doesn't look on, but they certainly should still be thinking about finishing in a respectable score of about between 80 and 90, really. That's what they should be eyeing up here.
Yeah, true. Very, very exciting.
This one is down the next side. It's one thing that you will say, and it was very similar in the first match from Cobra CC, is the extras. I think in closer matches, the extras that they're giving away can haunt them, and that's 9 extras now, 9 of them in wides. And that's one thing that they can certainly improve on.
Yeah. Like I say, all these teams, they'll walk away with some things they've done well. They will also be able to pick up on things that they can improve on.
Adibuddin still not getting it right. You saw there just a moment ago that I think it was Joggy Sakar just going up to him saying, try holding the ball this way. I think the complaint from the bowler was that the ball was moving around too much, and Sakar was just trying to help him, saying, well, look, you could hold it across the seam, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I think he's just going down the wrong line here more than anything else. That one's better. It will be fielded. Man coming in from the boundary. Just keeps it to 1. Well, let us know, folks, what your opinions are on those 2 super catches that we've seen in the contest between these 2 teams. Been absolutely sensational. And what your opinion has been of the first day in Hungary. What a great day it's been in Budapest. Many more to come. Well bowled. Full straight. Played all around that. Did arm it.
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings, the test will be depth, I think, with these teams coming up from a lower division. We saw that. Saw some teams play well from lower divisions in Prague. Taps across and loses this stump. So, yeah, it takes a bit of a risk. Again, I don't mind that. I mean, he's trying to make something happen. He's trying to open up that leg side. And I think that the lesson here for bowlers is even if you see a batter do that, I mean, unless you're bowling at a Glenn Maxwell or something like that, I think your best bet is just go with the stumps, because if they miss it, it's outside their pad line. There's plenty of balls that you don't catch up with. And this is one of them from Hasib. Had a good game with the ball, unfortunately, with the bat. His time is fairly brief. He becomes the 5th wicket to fall. The score now is 42 for 5.
Yeah, Eddie Buddin. Not being put off by the movement of the batter. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Vinny. I mean, batters will try and do all sorts of things to put you off, to try and get you to do something different. And credit to Eddie Buddin there. He said, okay, you can move around as much as you want, but I'm getting this ball right up there. And, well, if you want to show me all your stamps, then I'm going to knock him over. And he does. And good bowling from him. He's got good figures as well. That's his 2nd wicket in this over. 2 for 4 so far. A ball to come. And he's going to be bowling at Guri, the opening bowler. So bowler to bowler. Big swing. But, well, we will get a single. That's not the best of fielding for a man who's maybe just showing a little bit of fatigue there. Joggy Segal. Totally missing that one there. Would have been seen that one again. That is the end of the over. Well bowled to Eddie Buddin. 2 for 5. And his first over, 43 for 5 now, 6 overs down. Looking to get to a reasonable score. Remember, they struggled to get to the 50 first time round in the first match. They finished 4 short on 46. So that would be, like we were saying, the first task. I mean, they would love to do it in this over and then try and get to a score between, well, I would say ideally if they could get to 80 to 90. I don't think that's going to be on unless we see some big hitting. But it's a man that they could target. It's the youngster again. And, well, this is well bowled. He looked like he wanted to come down the track and take Morosi on, but decided against it and just played a sort of nothing shot. You've got to commit yourself, and you've got to be 100% as well. Can't be undecided. And big swing here once more. I think this is the one where you're much better off stepping across the other way, because if you miss this, well, you know at least you will get a wide because the ball is going down the leg side. But, big swing and a miss, 2 dots. Well, this one you don't want to miss because that was right on the stumps, and it's been well hit and well fielded there. He maybe should have been looking to get the 2, but settle for 1. Yeah, that was a better delivery. And after bowling 2 outside the off stump, gets this one a lot straighter. Morosi. This one, yeah, that's what I was talking about before. Instead of moving away from the ball, either stay where you are or step across and take the wide. And Morosi gets a good bit of turn there, actually. Not enough to disturb the batter, but enough to worry him. This time, plays against the spin.
I think he's bowled really well, Morosi.
Yeah.
I think it's great. It's got all the attributes to be a good leg spinner. I think probably when he bowls to better players, let's say if he was playing international level, going to go up a notch. I think he's probably got to get a bit quicker through the air for the most part. But I do like that he does toss it up. But I think that you need to be able to vary your pace. So that's probably one little thing that he maybe can work on. But I think also it's working for him at the moment, taking the pace off completely. I think good players will probably find a way to get down to this and get it either on the full or on the half volley. And once again, he's just sliding into the pad, so Corey can't get this one away. This will be the end of the 7th over as well. 46 for 5 as we head into the last 3 overs of the day. I mean, this ball would have been a wide if the batter had got inside it. Instead, he just got in the way, didn't he?
Yeah.
And, well, we hope nothing gets in the way of you joining us for day 2. More round-robin action. Of course, this series is 5 days of round-robin matches. The teams will play each other twice. That's the first 20 matches. We have finals on Saturday. So join us, UCB. Join the party for the first time tomorrow against the Blinders. And we've got the Vikings Tigers in the afternoon. Join us from 6:30 a.m. in GMT time. That's 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India. I can always give you some more times. 2:30 in the west coast of Australia, 4:30 on the east coast. I think 6:30 p.m. in New Zealand. I'll have to check on that. And 12:30 p.m. in Bangladesh. Much earlier if you're in the US, probably in the middle of the night sometime. But you can join us when you wake up as we get to the 8th over. And yeah, the Vikings, I think already you'll see they'll make more runs in this innings than they made in the previous. I mean, again, I think when these, especially the teams from a slightly lower division come and play in these ECS tournaments, a lot of it is on the top order to fire. And you can see there were signs, especially early, that they could kind of go at the pace required, just not long enough, unfortunately. And they lost their key batters. It's been pretty slow going since.
Yeah, Adibudin. 2 wickets in his first over. Trying to add to that. Obviously, it's quicker delivery.
Adibudin. Yeah, pretty good ball. It's manoeuvred away, square of the wicket. That's 4. That's a really good shot for Gorey. I don't know how he got that there, but he has. He gets it to the boundary, takes this off stump, just goes inside out and kind of slices it away. That's a really clever bit of batting. And also it brings up the 50 for the Vikings, the first time they've reached that mark. So again, the improvement continues.
Yeah, good landmark for them.
Good stuff. And this time he whacks it straight. Could be a chance. And Sanjay Kumar didn't look particularly interested about that. And in the end, I think it might just get a little bit of the thumb and the forefinger. This one was hit pretty hard. So gaining in confidence. I mean, Sanjay does pretty well to get to the drop of that ball, but he's just not in a position to get his hands in place. He spent all his energy getting there. So back-to-back boundaries and good stuff from Gorey.
Yeah, Sanjay Kumar says, hey, Anka Payana Emia. He said, I don't want these sunglasses anymore. He puts them on the top of his cap. Maybe that will help it.
Surely third time it's going to be out, and it won't be out. And even more than that, it's going to be 4. I think it's another finger-tipper. Hafizullah will just unfortunately get a little bit of skin on this, and the result, a 3rd consecutive boundary. What is going on? This is a team that didn't even hit a single 4 in their 10 overs earlier today. Now they get 3 back to back to back.
Yeah, well, I wonder if Hafizullah is going to take his sunglasses off as well. I think he may as well. That's what Sanjay Kumar was saying. Tumi anka lala, anka nahi kam karti hain.
Swing and a miss this time. And it's the end of the over. So the good run has to come to an end. But Gorey moves up to 14. And he's got Sonny in sight, who was the top scorer in this inning so far. He scored 17 off 13 with 2 big maximos. Gorey with 3 4s. Has him within his sights at least. You see some really tight bowling through the middle overs. Usama Muhammad, as well as Hafiz Ullah and Zoltan Morosi. Hungarian really impressed me. 1 for 7 off his 2 overs. Very good effort from him. So we've got the last 2 overs of the day coming up. And it looks to me like we're going to have Mohammad Soban getting a bowl here in the 9th.
Yeah, Soban just looking at his little warm-up deliveries there. Probably going to bowl a bit more off spin, bit of off spin maybe.
Yeah, I'll just give a bit of maybe advice or kind of mindset advice to the Vikings maybe after this ball. But I will say that they have had their moments in patches today where they've been competitive. I just think that they haven't been able to sustain it over a whole innings and definitely not over a whole match against this Cobras side. As we see Soban getting hit back over his head. This will probably just be 1 to start the over. So, I mean, that's the thing. They're not going to have any easy games. If they're waiting for an easy game, the Vikings, bad luck. You're not going to get one. But what you can do is be competitive for longer periods. So their good cricket is as good as anyone's cricket, but they just got to do it for longer and find out a way to sustain the pressure. I think their bowling and fielding was much improved in the second game. It's a bit tougher, I think, on the top order, because you look at the top order of, say, the teams we saw this morning, the Tigers and the Blinders. They know, okay, now I'm going to be attacking. If I get out, I know other guys are going to come in and combat just as fast. So it's probably not that easy for the top order of the Vikings. But I still think if they can stick around for a while, they can kind of get those 100+ scores that you need to win cricket matches on this ground. Wishing them all the best, though, of course. We'll see them tomorrow against the Tigers in the afternoon session. And remember, they already had to work pretty hard to be here. They had to win a playoff T10 match against the Budapest Kings. That was just a week or two ago. So, won their way into the 5th slot for this tournament. This one's a big swing, little inside edge. And Sheikh Razik says, oh, can't do too much about that. This will be a run. But, I mean, getting to the last over now almost. Rico, how have you enjoyed your first day in Hungary so far? I know you haven't seen so much of the city because you've been working, but what do you think?
It's been a great day, and see this delivery first. It's been well hit. Of course, it was always nice to see players that we've seen before. Of course, I've seen the Royal Tigers at the ECL, and also some of these players at the ECC, the European Cricket Championship. And remember, that's coming up again in September. Looking forward to that. It's always good to go to a place where you've seen some players that you know already, and they're always talking to you about how you must come to Hungary. And here now, and seeing where they play, seeing the facilities, seeing the ground, and seeing the development. That for me is the big thing. You know, it's I know you've been here before, and you're probably noticing and seeing the development, not just within the players, but within the infrastructure, within the federation. And that's what the plus point for me is knowing that in these partnerships between the federations and the European Cricket Network, that the game, the sport is developing in the country, not just by the players on the field of play, but all round, you know, from the match officials to what the federations are doing, to the women's game, to the junior game. It's all fantastic. And we're seeing funky cricket like this as well. Well, it's showtime here at the GB Oval. What a lovely shot this is. And yeah, like you said, getting better all the time.
Yeah.
Now getting funky as well.
Yeah, how about that from Rakibul Rifat, who,
I told you, Red Bull.
Yeah, well, that is Red Bull style, isn't it? By the way, they should be giving us money if we're going to keep mentioning them.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm going to go back to the Kong Strong people of the Czech Republic for their energy drink, which I think is illegal in 68 countries. Anyway, once again, I think, guess what? He's throwing the bowler. So, I mean, these are little lessons, I think, that the Vikings can learn from. I mean, the way he executed that shot was really good. He didn't try and hit it too hard, Rifat. And what they'll often do is force a field change. So if they're playing without a fine leg, it basically forces them to have a fine leg in there, and it opens up a gap somewhere else. So, I mean, 69 at the moment, 5 to come. This time he hits through the line of the ball, thick outside edge. And that's reasonably well fielded by Morosi, and to deal with a bit of a tough bounce. So we said we want to see improvement from them. In the previous game, they were only able to make 46 of their turnovers already. They're up to 70. So I think that improvement has been noted. Also, I think more of their batters have looked more comfortable. Now it's smart batting to take a wide here.
Yeah, another wide. But look, I was saying, yeah, totally enjoyed it. Been fantastic. Loving Hungary. I can see just why it is a country that so many people love. I can see why it's a country that's also been linked to being like the Paris of the North, they say, the north of Europe. But one thing, also looking forward tonight, is sharing a palinka with you tonight.
Oh, no, don't even say that word.
No, we got to do it.
Don't
what do you
say
mean,
that
don't
word.
say it. It's the national drink here.
I'm aware.
But
I had it last year, and that stuff will start your car. You've got to be kidding me. It's Monday.
Of course, I'm talking about the fruit
Might be easy for
brandy.
you swanning back in after 2 weeks off.
Bazza will have a palinka with me. I'm
Gotta
sure
be
you'll have
very
one. Won't you,
careful
Bazza?
with
You'll
that
have
stuff.
a palinka. A national drink. Come on.
I heard
Yeah.
that stuff can take your eyebrows off. It's very strong. This one gets through him for a dot.
Yeah, well, if you don't
Different
know what...
flavours of palinka. Did you know
Yeah,
that as well?
it's a fruit brandy distilled from various fermented fruits such as plums, apricots and cherries. Palinka has been protected under European law, can only be produced in Hungary from fruit grown within the country's borders. So we're going to have one tonight. I don't care. Come on, we're going to have one tonight.
Just give me 1 day off. Right, here's the next one. It'll be he
Well,
misfields the unmisfieldable, but it will be a single. And so now we're ready for the last ball of the day. End of very entertaining, bright opening day in Hungary, full of highlights. Just had the one real close match first up. Yeah, matches 2, 3 and 4. A bit more one-sided, but still plenty of highlights. Here is Osama Mohammed, last ball of the day. Slower ball and just knocked out for one. So they'll finish on 73. So the margin will be 55 runs. And still, I think the Vikings can be quite happy that they have shown some improvement. As far as the Cobras, well, it was back to normal business for them. Change of captain, Sheikh Razik, leading them in this series, taking over from Yogi Segal. But you got to say, a team that were too good to come fourth last year, the Cobras. And still saw them probably not quite in top gear. They still had plenty to beat the Vikings this afternoon, beating them with almost 6 overs to spare in the first match and then 55 runs in the second match. Pretty comfortable day for the Cobras, who have the day off tomorrow. We'll see them again on Wednesday, Rico. Yeah. And just a reminder that tomorrow we have more cricket coming your way, and starting with UCB, with a team that knocked Cobras out in the finals last year, taking on the Blinders. And then in the afternoon, we'll see the Vikings versus the Tigers. It all starts again tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in the morning Central Europe, and noon in India. And I know we had a few issues in the YouTube today, but trust us when we say that looks like they should all be resolved tomorrow, so you shouldn't get any interruptions. But yeah, this Hungarian series certainly getting off to a banging start in match 1. And the Vikings, I think they'll be a lot better for the run, even though they don't come away with any points from opening day here at the GB Oval. Going back to the chase, and we saw quite a bright start, in fact, from the Vikings, which started with a bit of a gift, but then some good shots early, just had them on the pace, even though it wasn't really sustainable, as they ended up well short of the target.
Yeah, I mean, the first over was fantastic, wasn't it? 15 runs from it. That's where they needed to be. That's what they had to do. But then we saw Usman Mohammed come into attack and gets a wicket straight away. And it was a good catch here from the keeper. Sheikh Razik, the captain, makes a lot of ground, takes a nice clean catch. And they just needed to break that partnership because it was looking a bit uncomfortable. And but the shots kept on coming. And we saw that Rumi Ahmed, he played some nice shots as well. Made 8 of 8. And well, he couldn't quite do a Suleiman out there on the off, but we saw one catch which was just as good, wasn't it, from Vasudev. That one is coming up in a little while. And well, this was another catch as well. Just on the ball, aren't they? They're just they're varying things around. Here it is. Here we go. You want another super catch? There we go. We slow it down for you as well. That is absolutely fantastic. And well, it's certainly been memorable for 2 very good catches today. And so as I was saying, it's all about keeping them together. And then, well, one fielder says, well, everyone else is taking brilliant catches. I'll just make mine look a little bit better and get a little bit of rock and roll going as well. We're talking about rock and roll with the stumps. We're doing a bit of rock and roll as well. And a number of times they were being knocked over. And if one thing today, that if there's any sort of advice you could give to any younger members that be watching today, and it's very simple. Bowl straight, bowl at the stumps, because if you do that, batters will make mistakes. They'll make, well, maybe go down the wrong line, maybe try and hit you too hard, and you'll give your wicket away. And that's what we saw today. A lot of wickets being taken with bowlers knocking the stumps over. It was a good performance, wasn't it? And well done, of course, to the team there, the Cobra Cricket Club, because they will now go at the top of the group, winning both their matches here today. They've got a day off tomorrow, so they've got plenty of positives to reflect on. The one thing I think their captain will still be talking about and be talking to the players about those extras. 13 extras again there. I think there was quite a few extras in the first one, again, over double figures. But this time around, if you look at that scorecard first, Kashif Sani makes a good start, but he needs to go bigger. He needs to get out the teams, like you said there, Vinny. But it was nice to see that Red Bull, Rifat, the captain, was able to play good innings there, 12 not out. And also, he was supported well by Usa Gori. I was pleased to see Gori do well. He's a young player, bowled much better in this match as well, picking up some wickets. And courtesy of a fantastic catch from Mohammed Suleiman, but also 17 of 17. So, like we said, improving all the time. 73, okay, they lose by a fair number, don't they? 55, but it's a much better, improved performance from them.
Yeah, and I think you said it there. I think more players contributed. I mean, maybe not so much pressure, because I think they were dead in the game, but they got a chance to find their feet. Look, some of the bowlers are really good. In fact, a lot of good economy rates there. I think you nailed it. The 13 wide, I think they get away with it.
today, but they might not get away with it against some of the other teams in the competition. So that's probably one area that the Cobras would want to watch. St. Morosi impressed me a lot with his 2 overs, 1 for 7, wasn't afraid to toss it up. And really thought it was a good effort from the youngster. 2 for 18 though. Adi Budin takes the figures. The other wickets to Morosi, Hafizullah and Usama Muhammad. I also got to say, Soban came up with a pretty handy over of his own late on, showing that he's got another string to his bow. So there is the final figures for match number 4, 128 to 73. And it sets up a really interesting day tomorrow when UCB will join in. The Cobras, they get the day off. And once again, it's been great to have your company from the GB Oval. I really enjoyed the ability to spend some time with you again. It's great to have you, even though you stole my suitcase last night. And you're a bit of a pest, but that's okay. You're lovable. And I know you've even got the haircut because you want to look a bit more like me as well. They're saying you're looking pretty good. They've got a good, nice little bit of colour to you after spending a bit of time in Spain, because it has been pretty sweltering there, isn't it? Pretty hot in the kitchen as well.
Yeah, it's been very warm indeed, and that's why these temperatures, these are average temperatures. I'm quite happy with these, especially if we get a chance to go in the pool as well, which you're working on, I know.
Yeah.
But no, this is great. It's a lovely day here today. I think we could deal with this.
I think we will hopefully get some more good weather. I think expecting a nice day tomorrow as well. I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. I think we're the best viewers in the world. I know that some of you experienced interruptions today, particularly those of you watching on the YouTube. I have been told that those issues shouldn't persist. So tune in again tomorrow and you should get an uninterrupted view of the action here from Hungary. Look, stay tuned for some of the best bits of the day put together by our fantastic crew at Spring Productions. Been great to see them as well. And we've got Martins, Richards, and of course we've got Andres, who's pushing the buttons for us at the moment. So great to have that crew back together as well. They're loving the sun. We're loving the sun. Hope you're loving the action. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full, who we welcome back into the cube today. We'll be keeping cool, hopefully tomorrow, because day 2, not far away. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Enjoy these highlights from day 1. Good night, everyone.
Adios, hasta mañana.